She nodded in response to their eager eyes and leaned down. Mother, bear with it. I'll give you medicine tonight to reduce swelling and stop the pain, so you can sleep well. That way, she could rest peacefully tonight. That's great. It was confirmed that the mother was truly safe. Wei Qinghe and his sister both choked up with emotion. When she collapsed covered in blood, they truly thought she might die. Surprisingly, the second sister-in-law managed to pull her back from the brink of death. Okay. Although her back still burned with pain, Zhao Yuping endured the discomfort and responded when she heard her. Outside Chengjiang City, large groups of refugees gathered. Unfortunately, the soldiers still did not allow them to enter the city. Almost all the city guards were stationed outside the gates. The soldiers led the exile groups in without resistance, and they entered smoothly. By now, night had fully fallen, and the streets inside the city were mostly empty. The exile groups went straight to the inn. As usual, those with money could rent a room alone, while those without had to sleep in the barn or gather in the courtyard. Everyone was experienced. As soon as the guards announced they were free to move about, everyone rushed to the barn. Only Shun Xiongwan, the Yan family, and Shun Yishan did not move. The former had money and rented a room as usual. The latter two looked at Zhao Shan and Shin Xiongping, who followed him. During this time, whenever they stayed at the inn, Zhao Shan would arrange a separate room for them and give them 10 large steamed buns daily. Compared to others, they were living quite well. Because of their daughter-selling scheme earlier, many people followed suit and sent their illegitimate or unloved daughters to the guards. However, the guards weren't as wealthy as Zhao Shan. They only gave a few extra buns each day. At such times, women truly seemed to be worth little. Suddenly attacked by bandits and nearly losing their lives, even now, Shin Xiongwan and others still felt lingering fear. To rest properly, Shun Xiongwan spent 300 taels of silver to rent out the entire second floor. The guards, including Qing Ying, didn't hold back, standing like fierce gods with knives at the stairway. Linger, you take care of Mom. I'll go downstairs to get some food, Shin Xiongwan said as she headed outside, feeling quite hungry after all the fuss. Okay. Auntie, I'll go too, Wei Ling nodded. At the same time, the little cub broke free from her hand and hurried after Shin Xiongwan. She didn't refuse and held his hand as they left the room together. Mom, how do you feel? After watching their figures disappear from sight, Wei Qingyi went over to check Zhao Yuping's wound by lifting her clothing. From the outside, her injury looked quite serious, and only Shin Xiongwan knew she was actually fine, just a minor skin injury. Fortunately, it only hurts a little, Zhao Yuping said softly, lying on the bed and enduring the pain. She couldn't believe she was still alive. Xiongwan was truly amazing. Their family was lucky to have such a daughter-in-law. She must have been blessed in her past life. Yes, the wound looks fine now, and her pulse is steady. She should recover in a few days, Wei Qingyi said as he withdrew his hand. People who practice martial arts usually understand some traditional healing techniques, and he was no exception. His mother's pulse was now normal. Zhao Yuping responded, feeling more pain the more she spoke, so she simply nodded slightly. In less than a month, the exile team had shrunk from hundreds to just over 100 people. The dozens of guards responsible for escorting them had also been reduced by nearly half. Although the main reason was a natural disaster, the loss was still very serious. Zhao Shan and the others looked worried, but Lao Zhou was in better shape. None of the Yan family members had been lost, only 2 guards had died. However, Yan Lang's injury was severe. When Yan Junling and a few guards pushed him back on a stretcher, he was already unconscious. Xiongwan, can you help check Uncle Yan's injury? They had finished dinner, and Shin Xiongwan was playing with a small cub in the room. Hearing Wei Qingyi's words, she looked up with a puzzled expression. Uncle Yan is hurt? She hadn't seen Yan Lang and his son since they were out of danger, so she didn't know about his injury. Yes, very serious. Wei Qingyi nodded seriously. All right, Xiongwan knew he cared a lot about Yan Lang, so she didn't refuse. But after getting off the bed, she didn't leave immediately with Wei Qingyi. Instead, she picked up the water jug to check the temperature, then rummaged through her bag to find a bottle and milk powder. When she poured hot water to mix the milk, a rich milk scent spread out, making everyone look over. "Auntie, it smells so good." A small cub ran over, hugged her leg, and looked up, drooling. "Little foodie, want to try it?" Xiangwan smiled as she handed him the prepared milk. The little cub examined the strange-shaped bottle, then instinctively suckled on the So good, so good. Auntie is the best. I didn't expect it to come out so easily, and it smelled quite nice. The little cub suckled while giving a thumbs up with one hand. "Should we all drink this kind of milk from now on?" Shen Xiangwan was amused by him. She gently stroked his head and asked softly, "Yes." The little cub obediently responded, then quickly resumed, clearly happy with the taste of the milk powder. "What is this?" Picking up the ceramic jar of milk powder on the table, Wei Qingyi asked curiously. "Why ask so many questions? It's not for you to drink." Pretending to be annoyed, Shen Xiangwan shot him a look. She casually took the milk powder and put it back on the table. It wasn't that she didn't want to give the little cub milk, but her small bag was already full. She could easily pull out a few boxes of milk every day, but anyone could see that was suspicious. Fortunately, no one from the Wei family asked questions, or she wouldn't know how to explain. Milk powder was different. One jar could make many bottles of milk. When the little cub wanted milk, she didn't need to be involved. Anyone could prepare it for him. In Yan Lang's room, everyone from the Yan family was gathered. His condition was very serious, and he was still unconscious. The doctor said whether he would recover depended on fate. Everyone in the Yan family felt very heavy-hearted, worried that something might happen to him. Even if he was exiled, he was still an important pillar of the family. When Shen Xiangwan and the others entered, they saw everyone looking worried and full of concern. There will be more exciting updates later. Please support Brother E, sister-in-law. Catching a glimpse of them out of the corner of his eye, Yan Junling tried to sit up and greet them. He also stood up. Wanwan is good at medicine. Let her see Uncle Yan. He gestured for him to relax and not be polite. Wei Qingyi didn't bother with small talk and went straight to the point. Then I thanked the sister-in-law. Hearing this, Yan Junling felt a glimmer of hope. He had already heard from his wife about his aunt's condition being stable. He had seen how badly she was injured himself. Since his sister-in-law could save his aunt, she should also be able to save his father, right? You're too kind. If it weren't for you stopping those people today, we wouldn't know what might have happened. Waving her hand, Shen Xiangwan spoke as she walked to the bedside. When she saw the wounds on Yan Lang's body, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. There were at least a dozen wounds, each deep enough to see the bone. The key was, they didn't know what was sprinkled on them. The wounds looked dark and shiny, with fresh blood still oozing, making them look very frightening. She turned back and glanced somewhat helplessly at Yan Junling. With a sigh, Shen Xiangwan sat on the edge of the bed and checked Yan Lang's pulse. Due to severe injuries and heavy blood loss, his pulse was very irregular. Without proper treatment, he might not survive until tomorrow. How is he? Yan Junling asked urgently as she withdrew her hand. The others in the Yan family also looked at her eagerly. Shen Xiangwan frowned and said, "Very serious. Surgery is needed immediately, or he will definitely die." What? The Yan family members exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes turning red almost at once. Yan Junling, however, quickly understood the key point. Surgery? Yes, simply put, it means retreating the wounds and stitching them up, along with using medicines to reduce inflammation and relieve pain. Shen Xiangwan replied as clearly as possible, meeting his gaze. So, sister-in-law can save Dad? Yan Junling asked without needing further details. He only cared about this. Yes, she nodded. After a brief pause, Shen Xiangwan continued, I need absolute quiet. While I perform the surgery on Uncle Yan, I want you all to wait downstairs for now. Yan Lang's injuries were too severe, and he needed a blood transfusion. Shen Xiangwan planned to take him into the space for treatment, just like Zhao Yuping did. She hadn't forgotten that Yan Junling was quite skilled in martial arts. If he was as sharp as Wei Qingyi and noticed their aura disappearing, it wouldn't be good. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. As long as she could save their father, he was willing to agree to any condition, especially if it was just a temporary move downstairs. Then please go out first. Qingyi, have the guards stay downstairs and prevent anyone from coming up. Okay. Wei Qingyi understood what she was about to do and agreed, without hesitation. The Yan family members looked at Yan Lang, who was unconscious on the bed. Under Yan Junling's lead, they silently left the room. After the door closed, only Shen Xiangwan and Yan Lang remained inside. Shen Xiangwan carefully lifted him into her arms. Meanwhile, downstairs in a certain room,
Slap.
Mrs. Jiang slapped Shen Xiangping in the face and grabbed her angrily, demanding, "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to get the money from the broker?" I don't know what kind of weapon that despicable person Shen Xiangwan used. The eldest son's leg kept bleeding, and he kept crying in pain. We had to call a doctor, but we have no money. We could only hope that Shen Xiangping, who was sent to be toyed with by the servant, would help. Unexpectedly, she was so useless. She only brought a few steamed buns. Mother, the servant is in a bad mood. I dare not ask him for money. Shen Xiangping's tears fell as she cried painfully, but she didn't dare resist and looked very pitiful. You dare not ask him for money? So you dare to disobey us? No, mother, no. Hearing this, Mrs. Jiang was furious and kept grabbing her. Shen Xiangping flinched in pain while begging for mercy. Their father, Shen Yishan, didn't look at them and just ate the plain steamed buns that his daughter sold herself to get. Shen Xiangnan and his wife, as well as Shen Xiangyue, were the same. They enjoyed her efforts without any intention of helping her. The other concubines, sons, and daughters had no right to enter this room. They were all crowded in the courtyard. Why did they all come down? I don't know. There must be something going on. Wei Qingyi. He'd rather spend money to rent rooms for outsiders than help us. Stop talking, be careful they hear. Seeing the guards and Yan family's people leave, the crowd gathered in the courtyard whispered among themselves. Some blamed Wei Qingyi, brother Wei Jingwan. Their mother had died, and they weren't sad. Their only concern was whether they could eat enough and stay warm. Deep down, they still thought about asking Wei Qingyi for help, but seeing those fierce guards, they dared not act and could only feel angry inside. What are you doing? Hearing the noise, old Zhou led 2 guards to approach. He knew Yan Lang's injuries were serious. Deep down, he hoped Yan Lang would survive. Corruption was rampant in the court, and good officials were rare. His wife needs a quiet space to treat her father's wounds. To avoid disturbing her, we decided to go downstairs and wait. Although old Zhou looked fierce on the outside, he was actually a kind-hearted person. Yan Junling didn't hide anything but lowered his voice to prevent others from overhearing and gossiping. Are you confident? Old Zhou nodded and asked. Probably. Yan Junling didn't say for sure, as even he wasn't sure how much his wife believed she could succeed. That's good. You all stay here. Hearing this, old Zhou no longer asked questions. After giving a meaningful look to the 2 guards nearby, the 3 of them turned and left. Yan Junling felt grateful. Recently, if he hadn't turned a blind eye, they wouldn't have been so comfortable. They were exiles, not common prisoners. Even with money, they couldn't rent a private room for fun and good food. They weren't even wearing shackles or handcuffs anymore. Brother, do you think Dad will be okay? 13-year-old Yan Junhui quietly asked his older brother. He was Yan Lang's youngest son, once very loved, like an immature child. It was only after being exiled that he grew up and became more sensible. Yes, we have to trust sister-in-law. He reached out and gently ruffled his head, looking up at the upstairs. Yan Junling didn't know how good her medical skills were, but since she dared to take on the task, she must have some confidence. Now, they could only believe in her. Meanwhile, the guards and Yan family members had gone downstairs. After greeting his younger sisters-in-law, Wei Qingyi stayed outside Yan Lang's room. The secret of Shen Xiangwan was his secret, and he would do his best to protect it. Extra update, please vote. When Shen Xiangwan and Yan Lang came out of the space, an hour had passed. While the anesthetic was still working, she took a bath inside the space, healed her cuts, and washed away her fatigue. Although Chengjiang County's situation was very serious and a large-scale plague might break out, she didn't plan to go out tonight. The imperial dog had already started moving, and she wanted to detoxify Wei Qingyi as quickly as possible.
Creak.
She gently placed Yan Lang, who was now fine, on the bed, then walked over and opened the door. Seeing Wei Qingyi, she couldn't help but pause. Then she slowly smiled. Has anyone ever told you that you're very handsome? The word handsome here didn't just refer to appearance. She wasn't stupid. She clearly understood why Wei Qingyi was guarding here. No, he replied. No matter how many times, he couldn't get used to her straightforward praise. Wei Qingyi's ears turned slightly red again, but he didn't avoid her gaze. His deep eyes reflected only her shadow. Now I do. This man was too innocent, wasn't he? Noticing his reddening ears, Shen Xiangwan's smile grew brighter. She couldn't help but feel an urge to throw herself at him. Nodding, Wei Qingyi thought for a moment and added, You are very beautiful too. Haha. Although he was quite straightforward, she liked it. Shen Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh. Next, she planned to have a sweet romance in this unfamiliar time. Did what he said make her laugh? Wei Qingyi couldn't quite understand her sense of humor. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to ask, her laughter suddenly stopped. Shen Xiangwan stepped forward, resting her hand on his shoulder and lightly hooking her arm around his neck. Let's give it a try. She liked Wei Qingyi. Although she didn't love him yet, she was willing to get close and enjoyed his silent care and tenderness. Okay. This time, he understood her meaning. Wei Qingyi's heart seemed to stop for a moment, and he instinctively agreed.
Moi.
Shen Xiangwan tiptoed and gave a gentle kiss on his mysterious, purple-tinged lips. Please take good care of me from now on. It was her first kiss, and Wei Qingyi reacted a little slow. His heart was no longer beating normally, and a blush spread from his ears to his face. Yan Lang is fine now. Let them come up. Suppressing the urge to continue teasing him, Shen Xiangwan slightly stepped back, but her bright, sparkling eyes still held a smile. After Yan's family came upstairs, about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, they saw that all his wounds had been stitched up, bleeding had stopped, and they no longer looked as frightening as before. Even without asking about his condition, Yan Junling and the Yan family couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Once the effects of the anesthesia wear off, he should wake up. She and Wei Qingyi stepped forward together. Shen Xiangwan slowly said, Really? The person who was near death was fine now, and was expected to wake up soon? Yan Junling's voice raised in disbelief. Was her medical skill really that good? Yes. She nodded in response to his gaze and thought for a moment before continuing. By the way, his 2 abdominal wounds are quite serious and have affected his internal organs. Once he wakes up, besides moistening his lips with water, do not give him anything to eat. Wait until he can breathe normally. Regarding Yan Lang's treatment, she used the same method as Zhao Yuping. His wounds looked serious but were actually not a big problem anymore. So, she didn't give any special instructions about fever or other issues. Breathe? Yan Junling was a bit confused. Shen Xiangwan directly explained, it means passing gas. He can only eat after he passes gas. Upon hearing this, not only Jianling, but all the members of the Yan family couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. Although they had asked her themselves, her calm and frank response about nonsense made them feel a little awkward. All right, I'll leave it to you now. I'm a bit tired. Performing surgery requires full focus. After doing 2 surgeries in a row, experiencing that attack, and lately almost every night going around as a carefree person, Shen Xiangwan was indeed a little exhausted. She openly leaned on Wei Qingyi.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Thanks. Seeing this, Jianling stood up and bowed deeply. The others in the Yan family also expressed their thanks in unison. They would remember her great kindness forever. She waved her hand, saying nothing more. Wei Qingyi instinctively wrapped his arms around her and turned, and the two quickly left Yanlang's room. Andy, can I sleep with you? Today, Shen Xiangwan still had her own room. Wei Qingyi hadn't left after sending her back. The little cub leaned against the door, softly asking.
Sure.
Shen Xiangwan went over and affectionately pinched his little nose. Wei Linger, who came out from inside, couldn't help but smile and said, Second sister-in-law, sorry to trouble you. Earlier, I jokingly told Xiao Ge that it's a bit inconvenient to take care of Ngur tonight if he sleeps with us, so I asked him to ask you if he could sleep with you. I didn't expect him to take it seriously. No problem. You're right, it's a bit inconvenient. I like Ngur very much. Let him sleep with me tonight, Shen Xiangwan said as she picked up the little cub. Originally, she had planned to let the little cub sleep with her tonight, but she hadn't had the chance to say it. Yes, sleep with Auntie. The little hand hugged her neck tightly, nodding repeatedly. You. Wei Linger couldn't help but laugh and poke him. Then it's a big favor for sister-in-law. Family is supposed to help each other, no trouble at all. She pretended to look annoyed at her. Shen Xiangwan turned and went inside, casually handing the little cub to Wei Qingyi. Get someone to bring hot water. Later, help Ngur take a bath. I'll go give mother an injection for swelling and pain so she can sleep well tonight. Zhao Yuping and Yanlang were both injured. If possible, they should rest here for a few days and have some nourishing food. But they were exiled, and there were rules about how much walking they could do each day. They had already delayed enough, and Zhao Shan and old Zhou definitely wouldn't allow them to delay any longer.
Okay. Boom. Boom. Ah.
Wei Qingyi just nodded when suddenly a loud thunder exploded, and sharp screams came from downstairs. Even Shen Xiangwan was startled. Wei Linger and the little cubs instinctively clung to them. Then, continuous thunder and lightning followed. Soon, the sky opened up with heavy rain. Please vote. The heavy rain lasted until the next morning. Those who couldn't afford a private room or didn't get a firewood room had to hide under eaves, trembling from the rain. Zhao Shan and the others, already in a bad mood, felt even worse. With such heavy rain, they couldn't continue their journey. If they delayed further, they might not be able to deliver the exiled people to Qinzhou on time. Inside the innermost room on the second floor, Shen Xiangwan groaned and turned over, not intending to get up. Until, Auntie, I need to. The little cub sleeping with her was shaking her back and forth, with a worried expression on his small face, clearly holding it in quite hard.
Huh.
Opening her eyes, Shen Xiangwan was still a bit groggy. After a moment, she reached out and hugged him. What's wrong? I need to, Auntie.
I need to.
The little cub wrinkled his face and repeated. Shen Xiangwan was stunned for a moment, then immediately picked him up and rushed to the chamber pot in the corner of the room. After he relieved himself, she took him and disappeared from the room. Auntie, where is this? In the space villa, the little cub hugged her neck and looked around curiously. This is Auntie's home. A Gur can't tell others, okay? Holding him with one hand, Shen Xiangwan affectionately pinched his little nose, then turned toward the bathroom. Okay. The little cub obediently agreed. After washing up in the space, they returned to the inn. The little cub was still holding a bottle of milk, suckling happily. Why are you here? When Shen Xiangwan opened the door, she saw Wei Qingyi standing outside and couldn't help but feel confused. How could I be here? He stared at her deeply for a while, then sighed helplessly. Earlier, he suddenly felt their breath disappear. He thought something had happened. But don't blame him for overthinking. Except for the surgery yesterday, her breath never disappeared during the day, especially early in the morning. How could he not worry? It seems you remembered something, and Shen Xiangwan chuckled. I just washed up with Brotherin. Although she didn't say it outright, her secret was almost exposed. Come, let's eat. Wei Qingyi nodded without asking more details and turned to walk to the next room. Watching his tall figure, Shen Xiangwan smiled and took the little one to follow. Today's breakfast was chicken porridge with small steamed buns, made by Qingying and the others. It was quite tasty. Shen Xiangwan drank 2 bowls of porridge and ate several small buns until she felt full and stopped. Looking at the heavy rain outside, Wei Qingyi casually said, "With this rain, we probably can't leave today." "That's good. Let Mom and Uncle Yan rest and recover. Later, I'll go buy some old hens from the station to make a medicinal stew for them. We can also use it to nourish ourselves. Just give the recipe for the stew to Qingying so they can make it," he added, noticing she liked the chef's cooking. "Okay," Shen Xiangwan agreed, without hesitation. Although the person who poisoned them hadn't been caught yet, she thought he probably wouldn't dare do anything in front of the guards. As for the medicinal herbs needed for the stew, she planned to take them from her space later. Most of the herbs there were grown by her, watered with spiritual well water, making their effects much stronger than ordinary herbs. Plus, with someone taking care of the meals, she could also use this chance to quickly prepare an antidote for Wei Qingyi. The poison in his body was already spreading, and she couldn't delay any longer. "Mom, how do you feel today?" After a few more casual chats, Shen Xiangwan got up to check Zhao Yuping's wound and took her pulse. "Much better. It doesn't hurt as much as yesterday," Zhao Yuping replied with a smile from her bed. Her medical skills were truly excellent. "Yes, the wound should heal completely within 7 days. Just be careful not to move around too much these days. If the wound opens up again, it will be troublesome," Shen Xiangwan warned, though it seemed a bit unnecessary. "Okay." Zhao Yuping nodded. Then she went to the next room with Wei Qingyi. Last night, Yan Lang woke up in the middle of the night, hungry, but unfortunately, he hadn't passed gas yet. Yan Junling strictly followed Shen Xiangwan's instructions and refused to give him anything to eat. He kept cursing in frustration, but since he was still energetic enough to do so, Yan Junling and the others from the Yan family trusted Shen Xiangwan even more, insisting that he could eat only after passing gas. Seeing him like this, I feel relieved. When the two entered, they just happened to see Yan Lang and Yan Junling, father and son, arguing fiercely. Seeing him shouting confidently, Wei Qingyi held back a smile and said, "Wan Yan is also here." Yan Lang instinctively wanted to make a witty remark, but when he saw Shen Xiangwan, his tone softened and became very kind. Last night, when he woke up, his sons had already told him about Shen Xiangwan saving him. He truly didn't expect such a thin, young girl to have such excellent medical skills. Wei Qingyi really found a treasure. Shen Xiangwan smiled and stepped forward to check his wound, then took his pulse. "You're fine now. In a few days, you'll be full of energy again. But you need to be careful these days. Don't move around too much to prevent the wound from opening, and keep it dry. I'll give you an injection of anti-inflammatory medicine." As she spoke, Shen Xiangwan took a syringe filled with medicine from her sleeve, and in front of everyone's eyes, she found a vein in his arm and injected it. "What's this? Why are her things so strange?" Yan Junling couldn't help feeling curious, and his mind automatically replayed the scene from yesterday where she shot those bandits. If such terrifying weapons were used in military combat, perhaps all neighboring countries would no longer be able to compete with the Kingdom of Dawn. No, more likely they would all bow and submit. But he was probably overthinking it. Regardless of whether Shen Xiangwan was willing to supply large amounts of guns and ammunition, even if she definitely wouldn't give them to the Dog Emperor. "I want to help you prepare an antidote. Don't let anyone disturb me." Leaving Yan Lang's room, Shen Xiangwan spoke as she walked, to avoid him worrying when he sensed her aura disappear, and also to remind him to be careful, especially to keep high-skilled Yan Junling and the guards away. If you need anything, just say so." Understanding her meaning, Wei Qingyi nodded. "Aren't you afraid I'll be rude to you?" Turning to look at him, Shen Xiangwan suddenly stepped forward, pressed him against the wall with a wall slam, and quickly tiptoed to peck his lips. "Don't worry, I will definitely save you." "Okay." He raised his hand to support her waist, smiling with his eyes, his ears slightly reddened. Shen Xiangwan couldn't help but reach out and pinch his face, teasing him playfully before stepping back into her own room. She looked at the closed door, and Wei Qingyi's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed his little rascal was quite fond of handsome men. Such a headache, he needed to get used to it quickly. "Please vote." No one expected that the rain would last for 3 full days. During this time, the stored food supplies for the relief workers ran dangerously low. Zhao Shan and old Zhou had to brave the rain to go to the government office to get more food. What they didn't know was that a large-scale outbreak of disease had occurred outside. Many people, including city officials and wealthy families, were infected with a severe cold and wind illness. In just a few days, hundreds of people inside the city had died. "Are you sure it's a plague?" Wei Qingyi asked with a serious face. "It probably is," Qing Ying replied solemnly. After thinking for a moment, she added, "Based on our investigation, the main symptoms are a rapid fever, runny nose, and severe coughing. It looks like a cold, but those infected get sick very quickly. Within a few hours, they lose consciousness or even die. Even if they take medicine for the cold, they often convulse and die soon after." At first, when the princess said that Chengjiang County might have a plague, he believed her but also hoped it wouldn't spread. He didn't expect the disease to spread so fast. In just 3 days, it became uncontrollable. The key was that 3 nights ago, he secretly went to the county office to warn the county magistrate. "Is the plague really happening outside?" Shen Xiangwan suddenly asked. Both men turned to look at her. She looked very unwell. Wei Qingyi frowned slightly, noticing her pale face. During these days, she had only been eating and checking on her mother and Uncle Yan's injuries. She hadn't appeared much, clearly worried about helping him find a cure. Now that she knew about the outbreak, she probably wouldn't stay on the sidelines. "Yes, Princess," Qing Ying replied respectfully, stepping back slightly. "From now on, don't call me Princess," Shen Xiangwan said. "If people hear that, it could cause trouble." She had wanted to say this for a while, but hadn't found the right moment. Hearing him call her princess reminded her of that. "Call me lady, and from now on, call me mother or old lady," she added. Wei Qingyi made the decision himself. Qing Ying nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, second master, lady." "What is this plague about?" Shen Xiangwan asked, turning to look at him. She shook her head helplessly. When talking about the disease, she became more serious. No matter the era, epidemics are swift killers that take many lives. Chengjiang County had finally reached this point. These past few days. Since she already knew, Wei Qingyi no longer hid anything. He slowly explained what they knew. That's about it. Currently, hundreds of people in the city have died, including 2 minor officials. The situation outside the city isn't very clear, but it's probably not better than inside. If news of the plague in Chengjiang County spreads, the court might seal off the entire county, leaving the people to fend for themselves. The death toll could be 10, 100, or even more times higher. Chengjiang County would become a true on earth. Hearing this, Shen Xiangwan tapped her fingers on the table, lost in thought with her eyes lowered. After a while, she said, "In that case, the relay station isn't safe either. Qing Ying, have the guards come upstairs to watch. Try not to contact others. This kind of cold-like plague spreads mainly through droplets, and it's very contagious. Even so, this is only a temporary fix. They need to find a way to contact the infected and develop medicine to treat or prevent it. This isn't just Chengjiang County's problem anymore. It could threaten their lives." "Yes," Qing Ying responded respectfully. "Wait a moment." Thinking for a bit, Shen Xiangwan got up and ran outside. When she returned, she carried a large bundle. "These are masks. They can effectively prevent droplet transmission. Distribute 1 to each person. Remember, change your mask every 2 or 3 hours. The used masks must be gathered and burned." The bundle was filled with individually wrapped medical surgical masks. Shen Xiangwan took one out, tore open the package, and put it on to demonstrate. At this time, she didn't care about exposing herself. According to their information, this plague is extremely dangerous. One careless mistake could cost lives. "Yes, thank you, madam." Qing Ying took the bundle, feeling warm inside. Although the madam is strict with outsiders, she is very caring with her own people. Who usually cares if the guards live or die? She nodded, then looked at Wei Qingyi. She took his wrist to check his pulse and pulled out a syringe from her sleeve pocket. "This is the antidote I prepared based on the poison in your body." You must get an injection every day. After 7 days, the toxin will be completely gone. Really? Wei Qingyi hadn't even responded yet. Qingying was surprisingly flustered. It was hard to believe, an unknown poison that even the best doctors couldn't cure, and now it can be completely removed in just 7 days. I wouldn't joke about something like that, he said. Knowing he wasn't doubting but simply shocked, Shen Xiangwan smiled playfully. That's great. That's really great. After receiving her confirmation again, Qingying was so excited she couldn't speak clearly. His tall body trembled slightly with excitement. The prince finally no longer had to suffer from the poison. Thank you for your hard work. He reached out and held her hand, gazing at her deeply. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Nearly a year had passed, and the prince's residence had exhausted all resources. He secretly sought many famous doctors, but couldn't remove the poison from his body. They could only suppress it. Now, there was hope. Whether the poison could be truly cured in 7 days or not, he was genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. But he also couldn't help feeling sad. In just 3 days, the antidote was developed. His little rascal must be exhausted, right? Should I say it's not hard work? He raised an eyebrow, smiling mischievously. You're naughty. Wei Qingyi couldn't help but laugh. Shen Xiangwan almost got dazzled again by his smile. After pretending to clear his throat with a light cough, she took the syringe, found a vein in his bent arm, and injected the medicine inside.
Ah.
Although it wasn't the first time he was injected, Wei Qingyi involuntarily let out a soft groan. Does it hurt? She looked up at him, frowning slightly, and slowed her movements. It doesn't hurt, just a bit uncomfortable. Compared to the sharp pain of the poison, this pain was nothing. He was just a little nervous. He didn't quite understand why he was nervous. It was complicated. If Shen Xiangwan knew what he was thinking, she would tell him he was afraid of injections. Many people in the future world were like that, brave and unafraid of pain, but afraid of injections for some reason.
No one could explain why.
All done. Soon, all the medicine was injected into his body. Shen Xiangwan removed the syringe. Auntie, second brother, second sister-in-law, what are you doing? At the same time, Wei Linger entered, holding a small child. When the child saw Shen Xiangwan, he broke free from his little aunt's hand and happily ran over, jumping onto her lap. Auntie, I think I miss you. Really? Auntie misses our Ngoer too. She put away the syringe and held him on her lap. This past few days, Annie has been busy. Hasn't Gutter been listening well to second uncle and little auntie? Yes, I've been good. The little child didn't understand modesty. He smiled happily and praised himself, enjoying everyone's attention. Please vote.
Hee.
Shen Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh. As if by magic, she took out a large rainbow lollipop from her sleeve and handed it to him. Here, this is a reward for our good little brother. Thank you, Auntie. Holding the lollipop, the little kid smiled so happily that you couldn't see his teeth. Oh, little guy, are you asking Auntie for more food again? While talking, Wei Qinghe also came in. The little kid held up the lollipop high. Little uncle, look. Auntie gave me a reward. It looks really tasty. Want to take a bite, little uncle? Wei Qinghe leaned in, pinched his face, and teased him.
Ah.
The little kid was stunned on the spot. After a moment, he pouted and said with a painful expression, Just a small bite, okay?
Ha ha ha.
Everyone was amused by him and burst into happy laughter. Wei Qinghe affectionately patted his head. All right, little uncle is joking. You eat it yourself. Okay. Hearing this, the little kid smiled again. The candies Annie gave him were very tasty, and this one was so pretty, it must taste even better. By the way, second sister-in-law, what are you all doing? After the fun, Wei Linger asked again. When she came in, she seemed to see second sister-in-law giving second brother an injection. Could it be that the poison on second brother's body has acted up again? Thinking of this, Wei Linger's smile faded, and she looked at Wei Qingyi with worry, afraid that he was just forcing himself again. It's nothing. I've already developed an antidote for the poison on Qingyi's body. I was just giving him medicine.
What?
Hearing her words, Wei Qinghe and Wei Linger both jumped up. The latter even excitedly grabbed Shen Xiangwan's hand. Really? Second sister-in-law has already detoxified second brother? Second sister-in-law? Wei Qinghe also held his breath, nervously watching her. Anyone with ears could hear that their voices trembled with urgency and doubt. They still remembered how, when second brother was first poisoned, they couldn't effectively suppress the toxin. During each attack, he would scream in pain and roar, completely losing his usual coldness and indifference. To detoxify him, they visited many famous doctors and almost exhausted the resources of the mansion. In the end, they could only barely suppress the poison. Now, if second sister-in-law really has helped detoxify second brother, he wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Their mother would definitely be very happy. Correctly speaking, I just gave him medicine for the first time. His body's toxins are very strong and have already caused some damage. Using powerful medicine to detox could cause irreversible harm. So, I designed a detox plan that will last 7 days, and he must not stop the medication midway. Only after 7 days can the toxins be fully cleared. I held her hand and patiently explained as Shen Xiangwan looked into their eyes. Their family atmosphere is really good, kind mother, harmonious siblings. As for other troublesome people, she feels they are no longer part of the same family line and have nothing to do with them. That's so great, second sister-in-law.
Thank you.
Thank you, second sister-in-law. Confident that second brother's poison can be cured, even though it will take a few more days, the siblings were so excited their eyes turned red, and they both choked with gratitude. Thank me for what? She pulled back her hand and playfully tapped Wei Linger's forehead with her finger. He is your older brother, and also my husband. Helping him detox is what I should do, isn't it? At such times, whatever she said, they would nod in agreement. Just because she helped their brother detox, she would always be one of the most respected people in their hearts. That day, because Shen Xiangwan started detoxing Wei Qinghe, the atmosphere upstairs was very cheerful. In contrast, the mood downstairs was not good. Zhao Shan and old Zhou didn't get their rations and came back angry. Even the guards didn't dare approach, let alone the people from the Wei and Shen families. Soon after they returned, both of them developed high fever, along with symptoms like runny noses and coughing. In less than 2 hours, their conditions became very dangerous. The guards brought medicine, but it was useless. They completely lost consciousness. By the afternoon, many guards, station staff, and members of the Wei and Shen families showed the same symptoms. The entire station was filled with despair and panic. What made things worse was that, after learning about the situation, the officials sent a team of soldiers to surround the station and ordered everyone not to go outside. Are you sure they caught the plague? After seeing what was happening downstairs, Qingying immediately reported to Wei Qinghe. That morning, following Shen Xiangwan's instructions, the guards all wore masks and moved to the second floor. To avoid infection as much as possible, they also borrowed some stoves from the station, bought enough charcoal and food, and cooked lunch upstairs.
Confirmed.
Facing their gaze, Qingying nodded confidently. Their symptoms were exactly the same as those of the infected outside. It seems necessary to go down and take a look, Shen Xiangwan said with a serious face. The station was now surrounded by soldiers, and many inside had caught the plague. It would spread to the upper floors sooner or later. Instead of waiting for things to get worse and panicking, it's better to act early and prepare medicines to treat and prevent the disease. It's too dangerous. Hearing this, Wei Qinghe looked at her with disapproval. Qingying had already explained that anyone infected with the plague would get sick very quickly and had a high chance of dying. He couldn't let her take such risks. Just take proper protective measures. The plague was terrible, but people's fear was even worse. Although officials had only sent soldiers to surround the station, who knew if they might do even more reckless things. Shen Xiangwan had decided to go down herself. Only by directly contacting the infected and collecting blood and saliva samples could she develop the right medicines.
But.
No buts. Wei Qinghe wanted to say more but was cut off by Shen Xiangwan. Looking into his eyes, she said seriously, Qinghe, you know better than I do. Hiding won't solve the problem. Forget the official's attitude for now. The current situation doesn't allow us to hide. When the air in the station is filled with the plague virus, do you think hiding upstairs will help? And it's not about me being overly kind-hearted. If the plague is as serious as Qingying said, many people will die. I can't just stand by and watch. In her past and present life, she knew she wasn't a good person, but she definitely wasn't a bad one either. Seeing the situation worsen, she couldn't stay indifferent. Only by developing medicines to treat and prevent the plague could she negotiate with officials and persuade them to help save more people. All right, I'll go with you. After a long, serious look, Wei Qingyi finally relented. He wasn't heartless. How could he truly ignore it? Okay. Nodding, Shen Xiangwan didn't refuse. She turned around and brought back several sets of protective clothing. Even though she was determined to save people, she wouldn't act recklessly. Her own safety had to be guaranteed. As for whether others would suspect her, she no longer cared much at this moment. Please support with votes. Night fell, and the sky grew very dark. The annoying rain kept falling steadily. When Shen Xiangwan and others carried lanterns and went down, they could faintly see the crowd gathered under the eaves of the house. This time, the plague spread very quickly. In just one day, the densely populated relay stations almost fell apart. Many people were coughing badly, and some also felt dizzy, had a fever or runny noses, symptoms of cold and wind illness. Wei Qingyi, we're going to die. Please help us. Head of the family, please save us. Cough, cough, cough.
Qingyi.
Help us. Big sister, is that you? Please help me. Although they were all wearing protective suits, masks, and goggles, the people gathered under the eaves still recognized them. After all, only they lived upstairs. Whether Wei family or Shin family members, as long as they could move, they ignored the rain and rushed over, shouting for help.
How dare you?
Following them, Qingying and another guard stepped forward quickly. With a sharp sound, they drew their swords and forcefully pushed the crowd back.
Hey!
Everyone was startled and instinctively took a few steps back. But their discomfort soon reminded them that if they didn't seek help from Wei Qingyi, they would surely die. Because of this, Wei Jingwan, who was at the front, stepped forward again, straightened his chest, and loudly said, Wei Qingyi, we are all going to die. You can't just ignore us. Second brother is right. Wei Qingyi, no matter what, we are the legitimate children of our father. You are his real nephew. You can't just watch us die. Wei Jinghong followed closely, but before he finished speaking, his throat itched, and he couldn't help but cough violently again. This cold was clearly more dangerous than the last one. He was scared, truly scared.
Clang.
Qingyi, please save us. Help us. Compared to their confident pleas, another middle-aged man from the Wei family knelt down with a loud thud. The others also knelt and kowtowed. Anyone who wasn't foolish could see that Wei Qingyi and his group preferred to use soft words rather than force. The more they argued, the less they would be paid attention to. But if they spoke kindly, they might really help everyone. Wanwan, please save us. Big sister, help us. Seeing the situation, the branch family of the Shin family and the remaining illegitimate children all knelt down one after another. The difference was that they were begging for Shin Xiangwan, not Wei Qingyi. Like the Wei family, the branch members of the Shin family also blamed the main family, but they were fewer in number and didn't show it as clearly. They had been distant from the main family all along, hardly speaking to them. Compared to them, they had never harbored much malice toward Shin Xiangwan from the beginning to the end. Xiangwan. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Sister, sister. Save us. Hearing the sounds outside, Shen Yishan and his wife helped each other to come out. Also with them were Shin Xiangyue and Shin Xiangnan. Seeing them coughing non-stop, it was clear they had all been infected with the illness. Cough, cough. Xiangwan. Unable to stop coughing, Shin Yishan could only cough while looking at her with hope. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live. Probably knowing that the two people dressed strangely and protected behind the guards were Wei Qingyi and Shin Xiangwan, Shin Xiangyue ignored the shorter Shin Xiangwan. Her reddened eyes, caused by coughing, looked steadily at Wei Qingyi. Prince, help. Cough, cough. Save me. Even though her voice had become hoarse from coughing, she still sounded coquettish. Her fragile-looking body seemed even more pitiful, making her appear delicate and weak. Someone is asking you for help. Uncontrollably shivering with goosebumps, Shen Xiangwan nudged Wei Qingyi's side with her elbow. Stop fooling around. Looking at her with both affection and helplessness, Wei Qingyi reached out and took her hand. Throughout, he hadn't looked at Shen Xiangyue, who was still striking a pose. Madam Wei, I heard your medical skills are very good. Could you please help us check our condition? Soon after, several guards and station staff arrived. They knew Shen Xiangwan's medical skills were excellent because she had previously saved Zhao Yuping and Yan Lang. Especially Yan Lang, when he was brought back, he was almost at the point of death. Everyone could see he wouldn't survive, but she managed to pull him back from the brink. Her medical skills were truly remarkable. We came down here to check on your illnesses. Ignoring the people begging for help, Shen Xiangwan simply said to them, Thank you, truly thank you, Madam Wei. Upon hearing this, the staff and station workers all showed relieved smiles. God knows how scared they were when the soldiers surrounded the station. Especially after seeing everyone gradually fall ill, they panicked even more, forgetting that there was a doctor on the upper floor, Shen Xiangwan, who knew medicine. It's said the two guards were the first to get sick. Let's go see them first. Time was urgent. Shen Xiangwan didn't bother with long explanations. She thought for a moment and then turned to the station staff, saying, Please clear some rooms to isolate the sick from the healthy. The cost of the rooms will be covered by me. Mrs. Wei, at a time like this, how could we accept your money? Don't worry, we'll arrange it right away. Thank you. That's very helpful. After speaking, Shen Xiangwan looked at Wei Qingyi. The two of them followed the guide to Zhao Shan's room. When Zhao Shan first fell ill, many people took care of him. But once they realized this cold was different from usual, the staff and station workers dared not get close anymore. Only Shen Xiangping stayed nearby to serve him. Unfortunately, she also caught the illness. She was the first to be infected, and now she was unconscious in bed, just like Zhao Shan. Open the windows for ventilation, and also help carry old Zhou over. Seeing that all the doors and windows inside were tightly shut, Shen Xiangwan frowned slightly, barely noticeable, as she gave orders and walked toward Zhao Shan's bed.
Yes.
The attendants, Qing Ying and the guards, bowed in unison. One opened the window, and the other went to find someone to carry old Zhou. Shen Xiangwan, fully armed, didn't rush to check their pulses immediately. Instead, she carefully observed their faces, then used her gloved hand to lift their eyelids and examine them. After getting a preliminary understanding of their symptoms, she sat beside the bed, took their hands, and carefully checked their pulses. Please support me with votes. Bring me the medical kit. To be more convenient, before going downstairs, she specifically handed Wei Qingyi a medical kit filled with many medical tools she needed. How are they doing? Wei Qingyi handed her the kit and asked in a deep voice. They are in very bad shape. She took the medical kit, took out a thermometer, and measured their temperatures. One was 43 degrees Celsius, the other 42 degrees Celsius. Based on this fever, they wouldn't die, but might become mentally impaired. Madam, old Zhou has been brought over. Meanwhile, old Zhou, who was unconscious, was also carried in. Shen Xiangwan checked him and measured his temperature as well. Is there vinegar in the kitchen? Yes. Although I don't know what she plans to do, the people from the station who came in are still busy responding. Now, all their hopes are on her. Later, after isolating the sick people, pour vinegar into a clay jar and heat it repeatedly over a small stove. The steam helps kill germs and disinfect. Shen Xiangwan said this while taking swabs to collect saliva samples from a few people. In ancient times, disinfectants like vinegar or lime powder were used. Since it's raining outside, lime powder isn't practical, but vinegar is just right. It can't directly kill all germs, but it can make the air a little fresher. Okay, I'll go prepare, she said. As she finished speaking, one of the station staff turned and ran out. After collecting saliva samples from 3 people, Shen Xiangwan took a blood sampler from her medical box and drew their blood. To prevent them from dying before she makes the medicine, She also took a bottle of cooled spirit well water and carefully fed it to each of them to extend their lives as much as possible. I need to analyze the samples and extract the virus strain. Find me a quiet room in the corner, she said. After finishing these tasks, Shun Xiangwan stood up with her medical box. She had to return to her space to quickly prepare the medicine, but she couldn't go upstairs to avoid spreading the virus. With Wei Qingyi here, she trusted he would help keep her secret. No problem, follow me, another station staff member said. Shun Xiangwan nodded to Wei Qingyi, and the two of them followed him. He led them to a room at the very back on the right side of the staircase. Most people lived on the left, and the rooms on the right were all empty. Since it was already dark, the room on the far right was especially quiet. Shin Xiangwan and Wei Qingyi went in and were satisfied with the room. Then Wei Qingyi took Qingying and the station staff out. Manhwa needs absolute quiet. Qingying, you guys stay at the staircase and watch. Don't let anyone come in, Wei Qingyi said seriously as he closed the door. Her secret was his secret. As long as she didn't reveal it herself, he would always help keep it safe. Yes, Qingying bowed and stepped back. The station staff member who was with them looked at the closed door and followed. Wei Qingyi, like when Shin Xiangwan performed surgery on Yan Lang, stayed at the door like a gatekeeper. On the other side, following Shin Xiangwan's orders, the station staff and the available guards quickly isolated the infected people and cleared a room for those who were not infected to stay temporarily. Soon, a strong vinegar smell filled the station. Although no one knew exactly what they were doing, they heard Shin Xiangwan, who was known for her good medical skills, had given instructions, so no one said anything. Everyone, including the exiled individuals, was hoping deeply that Shin Xiangwan could quickly come up with a cure. In the space on the 4th floor laboratory number 3, 4, and 5, analyze saliva samples as soon as possible. Numbers 6, 7, and 8, you are responsible for blood samples. Prepare to extract the virus strains and analyze their properties. We must find a treatment and prevention plan as soon as possible. Back in the laboratory, Shin Xiangwan wasted no time and quickly distributed the saliva and blood samples. Yes, master. The guards numbered 3 to 10 all bowed in unison and quickly got busy. Shin Xiangwan also focused on extracting and analyzing the virus strains. Time passed slowly. Night gradually faded, and the sky turned pale with the first light. More and more people fell ill, and many lost consciousness. But Shin Xiangwan remained calm and still. Including the guards and station staff, many people panicked, fearing they might be trapped here forever. Suddenly, around the hour of the dragon, a piercing scream broke the silence. Many people looked toward the sound. Inside a quarantine room, a woman in her 30s or 40s, with blood coughing from her mouth, chin, and chest, had collapsed to the ground and was no longer breathing. Others infected kept their distance, their faces and eyes full of fear. No, I can't die. Cough, cough. Let me out. Cough, cough. I want to go out. While everyone was silent, Shun Xiangyue suddenly rushed out like a madwoman. Perhaps because of her special status, the Shun family members who had fallen ill around the same time as her all lost consciousness, except for her, who was still lively and moving. Come back here. Realizing what was happening, the guards angrily chased after her. Prince. Cough, cough. Prince, save me. Cough, cough. Please save me.
Save me.
Shin Xiangyue, who had just run out of the quarantine room, initially planned to rush outside directly. But when she caught sight of Wei Qingyi across the room, she turned on her heel and ran toward him. Stop. The blue shadow and the personal guards at the middle staircase blocked her without hesitation, saying, Madam is fully focused on studying the medicine. No one is allowed to disturb her. I cough, cough. I need to find the prince. Faced with their obstruction, Shin Xiangyue had to stop. Tears filled her eyes as she kept looking toward Wei Qingyi. She was not stupid. She knew from the guards following him that he was her only hope at this moment. Step back.
Ah.
Unwilling to waste words, Qingying drew her sharp sword with a flick. Shun Xiangyue was so frightened she stumbled backward and sat down the ground.
You.
Cough, cough. Prince. She tremblingly pointed at him, coughing more violently. Her gaze kept crossing over them, trying to get Wei Qingyi's attention, but he stood there like a blind man, motionless at the door, not even glancing her way. I'll kill you. Smack.
Ah.
The pursuing guards didn't hesitate and swung their whips forcefully. Shin Xiangyue rolled on the ground in pain. Although it had stopped raining today, the ground was still muddy. In no time, she was completely covered in mud. Please support with votes. No, don't hit me anymore. Cough, cough, cough. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Cough, cough. Already feeling sick from her illness, and now beaten so badly, Shin Xiangyue felt like she was going to die. She cried out in pain, begging for mercy. She was afraid of death, no matter what. She wanted to stay alive.
Shameless brat.
Hearing her plea, the guards finally stopped. Get up quickly. Sniffle. Since her exile, Shin Xiangyue had not suffered like this with Shin Xiangdong and others protecting her. She dared not delay. She shakily got up from the ground. But, Prince, I should be your wife. It was Shen Xiangwan who used despicable means to steal you, Prince. Taking advantage of the moment when the guards and Qing Ying weren't paying attention, Shin Xiangyue suddenly rushed toward Wei Qingyi. Whether she was too emotional or what, she didn't cough at all. Stupid woman. Qing Ying and the others, along with the guards, immediately changed their expressions and chased after her.
Get lost. Ah.
Just as Shin Xiangyue was about to rush into his arms, Wei Qingyi kicked out with his foot. Shin Xiangyue let out a loud scream, her delicate body uncontrollably flying backward until she hit a nearby pillar and then fell to the ground with a thud. Even without using full strength, Wei Qingyi's kick was too much for Shin Xiangyue to bear. She curled up on the ground, clutching her stomach and sobbing non-stop. She couldn't make any other sounds for a moment. Second Master, forgive us. We were careless. Ignoring Shin Xiangyue, Qing Ying, and the guards both knelt with fists clenched. They didn't expect a weak woman to be so wild, being beaten badly by the guards and still daring to rush at Second Master. Your Highness. Cough, cough. I am your wife. I am Shin Xiangwan who was harmed by her. Your Highness. Wei Qingyi hadn't responded yet. It seemed he had regained his strength. Shin Xiangyue, curled up on the ground, tearfully reached out and insisted that Shin Xiangwan had stolen her marriage. She could only say that, or else, what other reason would she have to try to reconnect with Wei Qingyi? Suddenly, the wooden door, tightly shut, was pulled open from inside. Shin Xiangwan, dressed in protective clothing, stepped out slowly.
Wang.
Compared to her indifference toward Shin Xiangyue, Wei Qingyi immediately went to meet Shin Xiangwan. His deep eyes fixed on her steadily. Thank you. Do you need a prescription?
Yes.
She nodded with a gentle smile. Shin Xiangwan's attention then shifted to Shin Xiangyue. What's going on? Did I hear her right? Did she say she's the wife and that Shin Xiangwan harmed her? Ignore her. Looking in her direction, Wei Qingyi said coldly.
No.
Your Highness. Shin Xiangyue couldn't accept his attitude. She immediately crawled toward them, using her hands and feet. Cough, cough. Your Highness, I am your wife. Shin Xiangwan took you away. Cough, cough. Your Highness.
Oh?
She really dares to say that? Does she think she's invincible? Raising an eyebrow, Shin Xiangwan stepped forward. She stomped on Shin Xiangyue's shoulder, ignoring her screams of pain, and said softly, Shin Xiangyue, do you think that as long as you say enough, impossible things will become true? With that, Shin Xiangwan suddenly exerted force and pressed her into the muddy ground. I need to rest. Cough, cough. After several days of heavy rain, there was a lot of water on the ground. Shin Xiangyue struggled constantly in the mud, feeling both uncomfortable and scared. At this moment, her mind was only focused on how to escape her pursuers. She couldn't think of anything else. I find you too dirty to touch. Seeing her struggle lessen and her chances of drowning in the mud increasing, Shin Xiangwan kicked her away. Shin Xiangyue rolled several times on the spot, crying out in pain. Madam Wei, can you give a prescription? At the same time, A dozen guards and station staff rushed over. Everyone looked at her with hope. If she couldn't prescribe medicine, they would have no choice but to wait for death.
Yes.
She nodded. Shen Xiangwan took out 2 prescriptions and handed them to Qingying. One is for preventing the plague. Everyone who isn't sick should take it. The other is for treating the plague. Take it 3 times a day. If all goes well, you'll see results by the end of the day. I'll go get the medicine now. Qingying took the prescriptions, bowed, and left. Seeing this, everyone else couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had hope now. Go check on the 2 guards.
Yes.
The 2 exchanged glances and headed toward Zhao Shan's room. The others followed closely behind. It was as if everyone had forgotten Shen Xiangyue, still lying in the mud. No one noticed her face, covered in mud, twisted with raw anger and hatred, distorted and hideous. After checking Zhao Shan and the others and confirming they were okay for now, the guard explained about the dead. Shen Xiangwan, who had wanted to rest upstairs, frowned slightly. After a moment, she took 2 water bags from the medical kit and handed them to the guards, instructing them to give each person some to temporarily suppress the virus inside them, at least until they took the medicine. The soldiers outside couldn't stop Qingying, who was skilled in martial arts. Shen Xiangwan and the others returned upstairs, washed up, and finished breakfast. Just as they finished, Qingying carried 2 large bundles of medicinal herbs back inside. The station staff didn't dare neglect their work. They quickly started a fire and brewed medicine in 2 large pots, one for prevention, the other for treatment. Soon, the entire station was filled with a strong medicinal aroma. The soldiers outside looked at this with confusion, not understanding what was happening. Inside, everyone was full of hope. The medicine is ready, second young master, madam. Come and drink it. Half an hour later, Qingying, still in protective gear, brought in a large basin of medicine. And Gur, bring your bottle. After smelling the medicine and confirming it was okay, Shen Xiangwan called out to her little cub playing nearby.
Oh.
The obedient little cub responded softly and ran over to pick up his bottle, then trotted back to Shen Xiangwan. Auntie, drink milk. Where's so much milk? She playfully pinched his small nose, smiling as she took the bottle and poured in some herbal soup. Here, be good and drink it. After you finish, Annie has a reward. No, I won't drink. It's bitter. Having already smelled the medicine and seen its color, the little cub shook his head to refuse. He didn't want to drink the bitter medicine. That's not allowed. If Nguer doesn't drink, he won't be allowed to drink milk anymore.
Huh?
Hearing this, the little cub looked sad and pitifully at her. Usually, Shen Xiangwan would have softened, but now she didn't. Instead, she pushed the bottle closer to his face again. Please vote for me. Auntie is mean. Knowing she couldn't avoid it, the little cub sadly took the bottle, suckling on the as if venting his frustration. His white, tender face scrunched up. Little rascal. Laughing softly, Shen Xiangwan gently ruffled his hair. She took the herbal soup from Wei Qingyi, who had scooped it for her, and drank it in one gulp. Wow, so bitter. Almost immediately, Shen Xiangwan stuck out her tongue and complained loudly. She should have asked the 3rd person and others to prepare a separate injection for her earlier. Rinse your mouth. Wei Qingyi, who had also finished his medicine, quickly handed her a cup of warm tea. There was a slight smile in his eyes. He thought she was fearless, but it turns out she was afraid of bitterness too. She took the tea and drank it in one sip, then poured herself more from the teapot on the table. After drinking several large cups, she finally washed away the bitter taste. I almost revealed everything here. From now on, she would never drink traditional Chinese medicine again. Don't blame her for overlooking the bitterness. After all, in the 28th century, hardly anyone drank medicine anymore. Most used pills, tablets, gas sprays, or injections. To quickly solve the pandemic, she had already exposed many things. Otherwise, she wouldn't just prescribe medicine but would directly use laboratory equipment to make pills or injections, like she did when detoxifying Wei Qingyi.
What are you talking about?
It's not that bitter. He shook his head with a helpless smile, amused. Of course, you don't think it's bitter. With an annoyed roll of her eyes, Shin Xiangwan said again, Linger, bring a bowl to mother. Today is the 4th day, she can get out of bed and move around now. Okay. Wei Ling nodded and took a bowl of medicine to the next room. After Shen Xiangwan injected Wei Qingyi with the antidote for the day, she returned to her room to rest. She had been staying up late for several days preparing the antidote for Wei Qingyi. Last night, she stayed awake all night to quickly formulate the medicine, and now, finally having some free time, she felt a bit exhausted. Wei Qingyi, caring for her, personally sent her back to her room and ordered everyone not to disturb her. Those who took Shin Xiangwan's prescribed medicine and had milder symptoms felt much better within less than an hour. Their body temperatures dropped. After taking the second dose in the afternoon, the unconscious ones gradually woke up, feeling relaxed, with normal body temperatures and no longer coughing or having a runny nose. Wake up, wake up. The young master is awake. As night fell, Zhao Shan and old Zhou, who were the first to fall ill, woke up together. Seeing their excited brothers around them, they were initially confused but gradually remembered that they had been very sick. Is this the recovery? Besides feeling weak and lacking strength, they showed no signs of other symptoms. They were still a bit dazed until the medic team explained everything to them and detailed how Shin Xiangwan saved them. Only then did they realize what had happened, and both broke out in cold sweat, almost losing their lives here. Sorry, Madam is still resting. Please come back tomorrow. After moving their limbs and preparing to thank Shin Xiangwan in person, they reached the staircase, but were stopped by the guards. Their intention was not to block maliciously. It was because, since around the time of the noon hour, the madam had not gotten up. All right, we'll come again tomorrow. Thinking about how their brothers said Shin Xiangwan had stayed up all night, they didn't argue and turned to leave.
Bang bang.
Open the door. The eldest master is here. The inn was noisy, and news of their quick recovery spread quickly. By around the evening, the sky had turned dark. The inn's door was knocked open loudly. Everyone was startled, and when they heard it was the eldest master, they hurried to open the door. Greetings, eldest master, greetings, everyone. Seeing that the person outside was indeed the eldest master, along with officials from the government office and the general from Chungjiang County's garrison, those opening the door quickly knelt down to welcome him. The official, about 40 years old, nodded and entered the inn alongside a young officer. The official asked hurriedly, I heard that all the sick people have been cured? Yes, Your Excellency. The innkeeper, who had just stood up, hurried to respond, already guessing their purpose for coming. Where is the prescription? The official paused, then extended his hand, revealing that this was their real reason for arriving. Over the past few days, nearly 1,000 people inside the city had died, and countless more outside, with corpses everywhere. He had initially planned to wait for the rain to stop and discuss with General Zhang about collecting the bodies to prevent a full-blown plague. But the plague came so quickly, with such a high death rate. If news of this spread, not only the common people but also they themselves would surely die. Now, hearing that someone at the inn could provide a prescription and had already cured all the infected, they couldn't care less about their safety and rushed here to ask for the medicine. The innkeeper hesitated slightly. Seeing the officials all looking at him with displeasure, he quickly said, Your Excellency, you don't know. Our illness was cured by a woman exiled from the court. She not only provided the treatment prescription, but also a preventive one. However, the people responsible for buying the medicine are their own guards, and the prescriptions are in their hands. An exiled person and guards? Before the official could speak, General Zhang frowned in displeasure. Who exactly was this exile? Yes, it is said he was King Wei Yang, who guarded the eastern border. The person who wrote the prescriptions is his wife.
King Wei Yang?
Zhang was surprised again. Every marshal general had heard of King Wei Yang. His great deeds could be told for days and nights. How could he have been exiled? Yes, that's right. Not daring to guess his thoughts, the innkeeper replied tremblingly. If possible, he didn't want to bring trouble to King Wei Yang and his wife. After all, they had saved his life. But since the officials asked, he dared not refuse to answer. Take me to see them. Grabbing him roughly, Zhang looked up and headed straight for the staircase guarded by 2 guards. The officials who came with him looked at each other and shook their heads, then followed. General, why are you here? Seeing this scene from afar, thinking they came to cause trouble, Zhao Shan hurriedly led a few guards to catch up.
Who are you?
Zhang stopped his steps and asked displeased. Blocking his way quietly, Zhao Shan respectfully replied with a bow. That's enough. It's none of your business. Waving his hand, Zhang Lang was about to step past him, but Zhao Shan quickly moved aside and asked, Are you here to see Mr. Wei and Mrs. Wei? Suddenly, Zhang Lang slapped him across the face. He is King Wei Yang, the protector of the Tianqi dynasty. Who gave you the right to call him Mr.? He may not be a good person, but he is a man. Every man respects King Wei Yang, who achieved great military success at a young age. Even if he doesn't know why he was exiled, in his heart, he is still King Wei Yang. Yes, I was wrong. I should be beaten, Zhao Shan said, slapping himself twice. No one saw, and he quietly relaxed. It seemed they weren't here to cause trouble. Please vote for me. Upstairs, in the room of the Wei brothers. Finally arrived. I thought we'd have to wait until tomorrow. Hearing Qing Ying's report, Shen Xiangwan, who had just woken up after a good sleep, stretched lazily. She had slept from late morning until nearly sunset, which was rare for her. Did second sister-in-law know they would come? Wei Qinghe, who was playing with a small cub, looked up in confusion. Next to him, Zhao Yuping and Wei Linger's mother and daughter also looked at her. It's no surprise they would come, Shen Xiangwan replied casually, sitting down with her legs crossed. The outside situation is very serious. In the city alone, hundreds of people have died in just one day. The death toll has already exceeded 1,000. If this gets out, given how the court handles things, they might completely shut off Chengjiang County. Then it wouldn't just be ordinary people dying. The richer and more powerful people are, the more they fear death. The officials and wealthy families in Chengjiang County are no exception. They heard that someone at the relay station could prescribe medicine and had already cured all the patients, except for one who couldn't hold on and died. It's strange that they didn't rush to get the medicine themselves. That makes sense, Wei Qinghe nodded in understanding. He picked up the small cub and stood up. They probably came up already. I'll take Ngur to my parents' place to wash up. I'll come back later.
Okay.
Wei Qinghe and Shen Xiangwan didn't object. It wasn't a good time for the children to be around. Do you feel better? When only the 2 of them were left in the room, Shen Xiangwan propped her head on her hand on the table, looking lazily at Wei Qinghe. She had been injecting him with the antidote for 2 days, so it should have taken effect. The heavy feeling in my chest seems to have disappeared. I feel much lighter, and my movements are smoother. Wei Qinghe spoke while gently sipping tea. From his appearance, his lips, which had been a strange purple due to poisoning, looked pinker now. The antidote Shen Xiangwan made was almost immediately effective. 5 days later, I will give you a big gift. She raised a lazy eyebrow and smiled softly.
Oh.
He put down his tea and looked at her with great interest, but unfortunately. Second young master, they have arrived. Qing Ying entered from outside, followed by the county magistrate, Zhang Langjiang, a group of officials from the government office, and Zhao Shan and old Zhou, who were at the back. Your servant greets the prince. Zhang Langjiang stepped forward quickly, bowing with respect. Anyone with a bit of insight could see he was very cautious and truly respectful of Wei Qinghe. No need for formalities. I am no longer Wei Yangwang. He waved his hand, not giving him a chance to speak further. He then said casually, Everyone please sit. Thank you, Prince. Even though he said that, Zhang Langjiang insisted on standing. The county magistrate and others followed suit. There were only 4 long stools in the room. Wei Qinghe and his wife occupied one, and only Zhang Langjiang and the county magistrate sat down. Prince, how come? General, I am no longer a prince. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Langjiang eagerly asked, but Wei Qinghe didn't give him a chance to finish. His deep eyes fixed on him steadily. I must have said the wrong thing. Realizing something, Zhang Langjiang withdrew his gaze helplessly. After all, he was just a city officer, not even a general. Knowing those things, what could he do? Could he help clear Wei Yongwang's name? Even if he could, the emperor would be the one to order his exile. He probably wouldn't risk offending the emperor to help him. Respect and admiration are one thing, but risking his own safety and his family's is another. Everyone in official circles knows how to avoid danger and protect themselves. He was no exception. He probably won't say those unrelated things again. Wei Qingyi looked around at the officials present and fixed his gaze on the county magistrate. Is there something you need to discuss at this time? Yes, there are a few matters. The county magistrate was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. The situation is urgent. I won't beat around the bush. I've heard that Madame Wei is skilled in medicine and can prescribe treatments for the epidemic outside. The patients at the relay station have all been cured. On behalf of all the people of Chengjiang County, I humbly ask Madame Wei to provide medicines for treatment and prevention. Although he wasn't as respectful as General Zhang, his tone was polite and without any pressure. Are you sure you will use the medicines for free for the people? This time, it was not Wei Qingyi who spoke, but Shen Xiangwan. She had worked hard to prepare the prescriptions, but not just for these officials and wealthy families. If they couldn't truly distribute the medicines to the common people, she wouldn't give them to him.
Well,
the county magistrate hesitated slightly, then looked at them before continuing. As the county magistrate of Chengjiang, I naturally want to prevent the plague from spreading further and causing more deaths. However, Madame Wei may not know that over the years, border conflicts have been frequent, and the imperial taxes have increased each year. Life is hard for the common people, and the officials are not much better off. If the government were to collect medicinal herbs, brew the medicines, and distribute them free of charge, we might not be able to afford it. He wasn't necessarily a good official, but he wasn't making excuses either. As the magistrate, if a large-scale outbreak occurred, regardless of whether he himself would be infected, the imperial court would hold him responsible. But they weren't wealthy, and the amount of herbs needed for the medicines was not small. Giving them away for free would be a heavy burden. Really? Shen Xiangwan curled her lips, a trace of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. Having been scraping together resources from various counties for some time, she knew very well that these county magistrates' private treasuries were much fuller than their public ones. Madame Wei. The obvious sarcasm was clear to anyone. Only a fool wouldn't see it. The county magistrate couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Sorry, I was just thinking about something else. Realizing her attitude might be problematic, Shen Xiangwan apologized casually. Then she spoke more seriously. If I can help the officials solve their financial problems, would you agree to distribute the medicines free of charge to all the people? Setting aside previous casual remarks, Shen Xiangwan suddenly became serious, her expression turning more solemn. Are you serious? If it were possible, why wouldn't they agree? Not only the county magistrate, but also Zhang Langjiang and the officials accompanying them. All their eyes brightened. They wouldn't have to pay themselves, could solve a plague, gain public support. Only a fool would refuse. Please vote. Buying the medicinal herbs needed to treat all the people in Chengjiang County would cost a lot of money. The county magistrate and others were both surprised and happy. However, Qing Ying and Zhou Laozhou, who quietly followed, looked confused. Where did she get so much money? Wei Qingyi only looked at her curiously, seeming to guess something but not trying to stop her. Of course, I wouldn't joke about such a matter. She nodded at everyone's different reactions, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Anyone who knew her well would realize that her so-called solution to the money problem didn't mean she would pay out of her own pocket. How much money can the lady provide? Logically, someone exiled wouldn't have that much money, but considering the long history of Wei Yang's estate, it must have some special resources. Just by observing their guards and escorts, one could tell. The county magistrate didn't doubt much, and even looked a little eager. Others also looked at her eagerly, as if she were a female god of wealth. When did I say I would provide the money? She raised an eyebrow and pretended to be confused. You just... Everyone was stunned. The county magistrate immediately frowned. Before he finished speaking, Shen Xiangwan interrupted. I can help solve the money problem for you, but I didn't say I would pay out of my own pocket. Besides, Wei Yang's estate has been confiscated. As a woman, how could I have that much money? Did they misunderstand her? The county magistrate and others suddenly felt embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. May I ask, madam, how do you plan to solve the money issue? Looking at the county magistrate and then at her, Zhang Langjiang asked seriously, with a stern face. The most important thing now was to stop the plague from spreading further, not to argue over who would pay. It's simple. Have all the wealthy families in Chengjiang County contribute money. Time was getting late, and Shen Xiangwan did not hide her thoughts from them. Based on her experience, most wealthy families colluded with the government, with only a few kind-hearted ones. However, in the current environment, they dared not help suffering common people. So, now that they were taking advantage of these families, she felt no pressure. Is this perhaps not appropriate? Zhang Lang was a bit hesitant. The magistrate, who had already regained his senses, agreed. Wealthy families work hard to earn their money. Forcing them to give it is indeed wrong. Without the support of those wealthy families, how could they live such luxurious lives? At this time, they would naturally side with the rich families, who said, "We are forcing them to give money." Shen Xiangwan saw through their little schemes and held back her eye roll. From what I understand, this plague has two main features. It spreads quickly and causes rapid illness. Some people can die within just a few hours after showing symptoms. Even healthy martial artists can only endure about 10 or so hours. I believe the infected are not only ordinary people. The plague doesn't care whether you're rich or poor. All you need to do is tell those wealthy families that to prevent and treat the illness, each family must donate 10,000 taels of silver. Facing such a dangerous disease, they will likely choose to give money. You can then use that money to buy medicinal ingredients, set up medicine stalls inside and outside the city, and distribute free herbal decoctions to the people. Of course, to prevent the wealthy families from feeling resentful, after the plague is over, you could a stone tablet outside the city gates with the names of all the donors engraved on it. Publicly, you can declare that they voluntarily donated, allowing them to enjoy the gratitude and admiration of the common people. This way, it can be a win-win situation. If it weren't for the people's sake, she wouldn't bother with such plans. The plague must be handled by the government. Very good. Wei Qingyi, who had been silent all along, nodded in approval. His eyes were full of affection when he looked at Shen Xiangwan. People said she was ruthless and vicious, but when it came to strategizing for the people, few women in the entire world could compare to her. Both Zhang Lang and the magistrate didn't respond immediately. They looked down and thought. If just asking each wealthy family to donate 10,000 taels of silver was truly feasible, and if they could succeed in stopping the spread of the plague, it would be a great achievement. They might even get promoted for it. All right, let's do it this way. Soon after, the two exchanged a look and both made the decision. Those who hold official positions are rarely foolish. They can see the huge hidden benefits behind this matter. Since that's the case, Qingying, give them the prescription. Already expecting their agreement, Shen Xiangwan waved her hand. Yes, madam. The named Qingying respectfully bowed and took out two thin pieces of paper from her sleeve, handing them to the county magistrate. This is the prescription for preventing and treating the current plague. Thank you, Lady Wei. The county magistrate sincerely thanked her after reading the prescription, and his tense heart finally relaxed. No need to thank me. The purpose of any prescription is to cure illness and save lives. I hope you truly use it for the people. Gazing deeply at them, Shen Xiangwan was unusually serious. She is not a compassionate person, nor someone with a kind heart to help all living beings. She only helps others when her own safety is assured, and she has the ability. But they are the local officials, and they should put the people's welfare first. Lady Wei, rest assured. I may not be a perfect official, but I will never go back on my word. Looking into her eyes, the county magistrate said firmly. Not to mention anything else, just for the huge hidden benefits that could be gained after completing this task, he would do his best. All right, we won't delay you any longer. Nodding, Shen Xiangwan decisively issued an order to leave. She really disliked interacting with these people. Thank you for your trouble today. We will take our leave. Seeing her meaning in her words, the county magistrate and Zhang Lang exchanged glances and both stood up at the same time. Qingyi, see them off. Yes, second master. Wei Qingyi gave the appropriate instruction. Qingyi stepped forward and made a welcoming gesture. Everyone, please.
All right.
They looked at him, then at Wei Qingyi and his wife, and the group began to walk away.
Wait.
Just as they were about to leave the room, Shen Xiangwan suddenly called out to them. The others were puzzled, but they heard her say calmly, "Everyone, I have one more thing I hope you can help with. My husband and I are exiled people, and we are not suitable for too much publicity. Please do not reveal that I am the doctor who prescribed the medicine for this plague. According to reason, they have already decided to overthrow the dog emperor. This is undoubtedly a good opportunity to win public support, but they're still on the run and have no real backing. The dog emperor's people are secretly watching from the shadows. If their plans are discovered now, it could lead to even more brutal suppression, which would be very bad for them at this moment." Additionally, her reason for acting was simply to protect her own people. There is nothing worth praising about it. Let others take the lead in such risky matters.
All right.
Knowing their situation, the county magistrate and others did not refuse. However, they do not yet know that King Weiyang passed through this area and happened to encounter a spreading plague. The princess risked her life to personally treat and diagnose the patients, even prescribing medicine to cure and prevent the disease. Her success in stopping the spread of the plague will soon be known throughout Chengjiang County and even Binhao Prefecture. Of course, this is a story for later. Seeing firsthand how Shen Xiangwan fights for the people's benefit, Zhao Shan and Lao Zhou could only quietly sigh at her sense of justice. After thanking Shen Xiangwan personally, they also left. Please support with votes. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a sharp scream suddenly sounded. The guards who had just woken everyone up were stunned for a moment, then quickly looked toward the source of the sound. They saw in a guest room with a slightly open door, a young, strong man was completely covering his private parts with a corner of the quilt. He had a bandage on one leg, clearly injured, and was sitting on the bed unable to move. Inside the bed, a woman wrapped in a quilt, with disheveled hair, was trembling and hugging herself. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a small red mark on the bed, about the size of a palm. They're not strangers. It's Shin Xiangdong and Shin Xiangyue. TSK. Brother and sister engaging in Shin family's traditions are really. I've always said they aren't pure, and now they're really sharing a bed. Nonsense. Otherwise, how could Shin Xiangdong abandon his own children and only care for a sister who isn't even related by blood? Luckily, Wang Wan'er isn't here, or she'd be furious and die of anger. Adulterers and wicked women. Seeing the situation, the people outside pushed open the door and started pointing and talking. They weren't surprised that the two of them were together, since they often hugged and held each other openly. But being caught in bed like this was a different matter. It was like a public punishment, very shocking. You too. Shan pushed through the crowd and saw what was inside. He pointed trembling at them, speechless with anger.
Xiangdong, Yue.
How could you? How could you? Before Jiang Shi could speak, she suddenly fainted. Shen Xiangnan quickly caught her and looked inside the room with a dark face. What are you really doing? It's not like that. Finally regaining some composure, Shen Xiangyue was excited to explain. But as she moved, the blanket covering her almost slipped off. She hurriedly grabbed it. Not like that? Then what is it? Shen Xiangnan was furious. He couldn't accept that his respected older brother and beloved younger sister were involved. He held his unconscious mother and shouted loudly, "Enough." Not sure if he still couldn't bear to see his dear sister upset, Shin Xiangdong shouted angrily, "Hurry up and come in to close the door. Let's go in." Once things calmed down a bit, Shan was the first to walk into the room. Shen Xiangnan hesitated for a long time before following.
Wait.
Just as they were about to close the door, a clear female voice suddenly sounded. The crowd outside turned their heads. A beautifully dressed woman, Wang Wan'er, stepped forward. She was accompanied by a tall man in military uniform, probably her cousin from another branch of the family. The crowd made way for them, and the two headed straight to the door.
Warner.
Cousin. When she saw what was inside, her body nearly wavered. Shin Xiangdong instinctively wanted to stand up, but because he was completely except for a small cloth covering himself, he had to sit back down. The man with her cousin from another branch, helped her gently.
I'm fine, thank you, Xiaolian.
She pushed him away and thanked him, then looked at Shin Xiangdong again.
I'm tired.
Let's part ways. No. Shin Xiangdong refused immediately, then quickly added, Warner, listen to me. It's not what you saw. Last night, I was in the same room as my father and others. I shouldn't be here. Someone is trying to harm me and Yue. Until now, his mind was still a bit confused, but no matter what, he would not divorce. Wang Wan'er could only be his wife for the rest of her life. Shin Xiangdong was so firm, not because he had deep feelings for Wang Wan'er, but simply because of his pride as a man. Since all of you are like this, who would still harm you? Wang Wan'er smiled sarcastically. Shin Xiangdong, even without today's events, your relationship wouldn't be considered pure. Even siblings who share the same blood wouldn't be as close as you two are hugging and holding each other. You lied to all of us, but you can't lie to yourself, can you? Which man, in times of trouble, would ignore his wife and children and only care about a foster sister who isn't related to him? It's not just you, Shin Xiangnan too. Both of you like Xinyu, but you just don't want to admit it. Shut up. How could I like my own sister? Big sister-in-law, stop talking nonsense. Yue is just our sister. Wang Wan'er openly exposed their shameful secret. The two brothers immediately looked angry, like cats with their fur raised, and retorted with displeased faces. Big sister-in-law, you misunderstood. My brothers and I are really just siblings. Boo-hoo. Shen Xianyue, who was hiding on the bed, also spoke up to defend herself. This time, she wasn't lying. She truly disliked them. Who would believe what you say, besides yourselves? Her sarcasm grew even sharper. Wang Wan'er was too tired to argue further and turned her head coldly, saying, Xiaolian, please borrow some paper, ink, and brushes from the station. I want to write a divorce letter. Okay. No, I don't agree. Wang Wan'er, you can't do this. Wang Xiaolian turned and left. Seeing this, Shen Xiangdong was so angry he shouted. He had never thought about divorcing Wang Wan'er, and he wouldn't allow it. Unfortunately, Wang Wan'er seemed to have truly given up this time and ignored him completely. After Wang Xiaolian returned with the writing materials, she began to write 3 copies of the divorce letter, one for each of them, and the remaining one was sent to the government office for record-keeping. With her family's help, she and her daughter wouldn't have to be exiled anymore. Wan'er, Xiangdong was indeed in the same room with us last night. Seeing this, Shen Yishan hurried to speak, but Wang Wan'er put down her brush coldly and said, So what? Didn't he also have an unclear relationship with Xinyu? I, Wang Wan'er, come from a noble family and am a well-born lady. I can accept that my husband does not belong to me alone, but I cannot accept that whenever there is a crisis, he always abandons me and our children to care for his sister, who is not related by blood. Shinishan, as a daughter of the Wang family, I will not allow you to bully us like this. Nearby, Wang Xiaolian spoke up at the right moment. Although he is a distant relative of the Wang family, he is still a member of the family. How can he allow others to bully his cousin? Shinishan was speechless for a moment. Wang Wan'er, holding the divorce letter she had prepared, entered the house. Shin Xiangdong, today our marriage ends here. Take care of yourself. Without giving him a chance to respond, Wang Wan'er threw the divorce letter at him. No, I don't agree. Wang Wan'er, you are a member of the Shin family, and even in death, you will be a ghost of the Shin family. Shin Xiangdong tore up the divorce letter in a rage, roaring like a wounded beast. His proud pride could not accept the fact that a woman had rejected him.
Ha!
Wang Wan'er, who had already turned around, paused slightly with a cold laugh, showing no intention of looking back. After a moment, she continued walking. Xiaolian, let's go find the officer. What do you mean?
Veneh, you.
Hearing that they were going to find the officer, Shin Ishan suddenly looked up. Could it be that she wouldn't be going into exile with them? Previously, he didn't oppose strongly because he knew she would go with them. Later, he thought he just needed to coax her more, but he didn't expect. That's none of your business. Now that she was awake, how could she not see their little schemes? Wang Wanner sneered and shot him a sidelong glance, then left with Wang Xiaolian. At this point, the farce was almost over. Did you do it? At the railing on the second floor, Shen Xiangwan, still with her long hair loose, turned her head to look at Wei Qingyi. Although Shen Xiangdong and Shen Xiangyue are indeed quite foolish, she believed this time they were framed. Who would be eager to engage in loud activities right after recovering from illness? Moreover, Shen Xiangdong still had a leg injury, and Shen Xiangyue's injuries probably weren't light either. Besides, she was proud and ambitious. How could she possibly look up to Shen Xiangdong, who was destined to have no achievements in life and was also exiled? Not true. He wasn't that bored. Wei Qingyi shook his head and looked past him at Qingying. She understood and stepped forward, saying, "Madam, this was done by Wang Xiaolian. More accurately, it was Wang Wanner's revenge. To ensure the safety of the prince and others, they carefully checked for any unusual signs. Not long after the county magistrate and others left last night, Wang Xiaolian's people approached the station officials, asking them to drug Shen Xiangdong and Shen Xiangyue. It was best to catch them in the act early in the morning, proving their affair. That's why their door wasn't closed. Thinking about that woman still daring to covet the prince and always causing trouble for the princess, they didn't stop her. In fact, they secretly encouraged her. Really? Turning to look at Wang Wanner and Wang Xiaolian's departing figures, Shen Xiangwan's lips curved slightly. She actually admired her a little, but she was still too kind. If she could get Shen Yishan and Shen Xiangnan's father and son to be involved together, then a big fight among the four of them would be exciting. Just imagining that scene made her feel thrilled. Seeing her excited side profile, as if she guessed something, Wei Qingyi chuckled and shook his head. Qingying couldn't help but shiver and quietly warned herself, "Don't offend women, or she might not know how she'll die in the future." The morning chaos quickly passed. The weather cleared up, and they were fortunate. Even their original cold had improved. The Exiled team had to continue their journey. Before that, Zhao Shan and Old Zhou went to the government office again. This time, they successfully retrieved 3 days' worth of rations for everyone. Around noon, only about 100 people remained in the Exiled team, and they set out again. When the government really decided to work, their efficiency was quite high. As they left the city, Shen Xiangwan saw officials distributing medicinal soup to the people in the prepared medicine tents. "They will get better." Seeing her staring at the medicine tent, Wei Qingyi said in a deep voice, "Hopefully." She withdrew her gaze and looked at him, leaning back in the carriage. "Next stop is Taizhou, right?" "Yes, but the situation in Taizhou probably isn't very optimistic." Nodding slightly, Wei Qingyi quietly revealed what he knew. At first, he thought Wanwan was also reborn. But after some time observing her, he changed his mind. She must have learned a little about their situation from somewhere, but not much. The details would only be clear once she trusted him enough to tell him herself. It's normal. Binhao was hit by a disaster everywhere. How could Taizhou, which is nearby, be spared? Earthquakes are never limited to one place. Some originate with such strength that they can spread hundreds or even thousands of miles. Binzhou is near the epicenter, and neighboring Quanzhou and Taizhou are also affected. It rained heavily for 3 days straight, causing the rivers in Chengjiang County to swell rapidly. The ground was mostly muddy, and the rescue teams moved slowly. They only reached the edge of Jiaoji County in Taizhou by late afternoon. As expected, the disaster there was also severe, with most people displaced and forced to flee their homes. Because the counties are close and connected by wide rivers, Jiaoji County also experienced an outbreak. Along the way, Shen Xiangwan and the others saw bodies lying on the roadside and refugees coughing violently, as if they might cough out their lungs. Although they took medicine to prevent illness, no one could be sure they wouldn't get sick again. Seeing this, everyone stayed as far away as possible from the refugees, worried about catching the disease. Zhao Shan and Lao Zhou, who were leading the ox carts, hurried at the front. Another county run by useless officials, Shen Xiangwan muttered. They had seen this kind of situation many times before, and she felt numb. She lowered her head and took a deep breath. Go find the leader. We can't enter the city, she said. Given how quickly the disease was spreading, if they entered the city today, they might not be able to leave tomorrow. The dragon shadow guards of the emperor had already started moving. As long as they were alive, they would be targeted repeatedly. They couldn't keep wasting time on the road. They needed to reach Qinzhou quickly. Only when they had a stable, long-term place to settle could they plan a real counterattack. Okay, Wei Qingyi understood her meaning and didn't oppose. The donkey cart soon caught up with Zhao Shan and Lao Zhou. They made some suggestions, and Zhao Shan and Lao Zhou, who seemed a bit afraid, agreed quickly without much thought. After discussing, they decided the team didn't need to enter the city, but Zhao Shan and Lao Zhou had to make a trip.
Why?
It was simple. They needed to deliver a medicine prescription to the county magistrate. Of course, on the condition that the magistrate, like in Chengjiang County, agreed to collect medicinal herbs and prepare herbal medicine to help the people free of charge. Compared to other counties in Binzhou, where buildings have collapsed to various degrees, Jiaoji County is somewhat better. The Exiled team found an unoccupied courtyard outside the town to settle in. However, a problem arose because an earthquake caused flooding, and several days of heavy rain left water covering the ground inside and outside the courtyard. Everyone's feet were soaked. Do you think Zhao Shan and the others can persuade those officials? Shen Xiangwan asked casually while nibbling on dry food, sitting on a cart. If those officials refused, she wouldn't mind doing another round of free shopping tonight, leaving them with nothing, not even underwear. They can, Wei Qingyi replied almost immediately, without much thought. That's true. No official is stupid, Shen Xiangwan said, understanding why he was so confident. As it approached the hour of the pig, around 9 to 11 p.m., Zhao Shan and old Zhou drove back with the ox cart. As expected, the officials and military from Jiaoji County agreed, even generously providing them with 5 more days of dry food. In the coming days, even if they didn't enter the city, they wouldn't have to worry about food supplies. More to come later. Please vote for us. Taizhou is located in the Linjiang River Basin. Due to the impact of the Binzhou earthquake, almost the entire area was flooded. Fertile fields and houses were submerged, forcing people to flee their homes for survival. As a result, the number of refugees in Taizhou was not less than in Binzhou. Many people fell ill, and several counties experienced outbreaks of plague. Fortunately, Shen Xiangwan and her team arrived. Whenever they found a county with an outbreak, they used the same approach to negotiate with local officials, aiming to maximize benefits for the people. They successfully prevented the plague from spreading widely. Strangely, the local government is giving out porridge. 3 days later, the Exiled team entered Yuyang County. As soon as they saw the city gates, Shen Xiangwan noticed that outside the city, there were several porridge stalls. Soldiers were distributing porridge to the people. Unlike other cities that turned away refugees, Yuyang County had its gates wide open. Anyone with a route token or household registration could come and go freely, including the outside refugees. It was rare to see such scenes. Wei Qingyi's eyes also lit up with a faint smile. No matter how corrupt the court was, there were still good officials who cared for the country and the people. However, such officials were few, and if her guess was correct, the officials of Yuyang County were probably already overwhelmed. Since the Earth Dragon turned over, more than 20 days have passed, but the court still has not taken any action to help with the disaster. How much money or grain can a single county office have to aid the people? Wei Qingyi can think of many things, and Shen Xiangwan can think of them too. Since the local officials are good, she doesn't mind playing the generous benefactor again tonight. After all, she has plenty of money and grain in her space. The Exiled team quickly entered the city. For their safety, Shen Xiangwan normally rented the entire second floor of the inn. The troublemaker's son sure has died, and the Shen family is upset because of Shen Xiangdong and Shen Xiangyue. Others are still jealous, but after these days of hardship and the threats from the guards, they no longer dare to cause trouble openly. Zhao Yuping and Yan Lang's injuries have healed. Besides the scars left on their bodies, they have no lasting effects. After dinner early, not only Zhao Yuping and the others stayed, but Yan Lang and his son hurried to Wei Qingyi's room. They all knew that tonight Shen Xiangwan would help Wei Qingyi detoxify one last time. Can you all stop staring so fiercely? Seeing them all glaring like wolves, Shen Xiangwan helplessly rubbed her forehead. Really, is it necessary? Cough, cough. Second sister-in-law, don't worry about us. Just give second brother the medicine quickly, Wei Qinghe said nervously, pretending to cough. Xiangwan, we all want to see Wei Qingyi fully detoxify, Zhao Yuping said, her eyes turning red. Wei Linger, holding a small cub, also had tears in her eyes. They had waited too long. Yan Lang and his son, along with Qing Ying, didn't speak but kept watching closely. Shen Xiangwan shook her head helplessly. After checking Wei Qingyi's pulse, she said, the poison in your body has almost been cleared. Remember I told you I would give you a big gift? I will give it to you soon. Okay. He didn't ask what her so-called big gift was. Wei Qingyi nodded with a smile. Over these days, he could clearly feel his body becoming lighter, and his martial arts, which were at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster level, seemed to show signs of breakthrough. Even without continuing the medicine, with his deep internal strength, he could force out the remaining toxins. Qing Ying, go get some buckets of hot water. Wei Qingyi needs a bath after detoxing, Shen Xiangwan instructed with a gentle smile, turning her gaze to Qing Ying.
Yes.
Qing Ying bowed and left. Shen Xiangwan then turned to the others. You all go out first. I promise that when Wei Qingyi reappears, all the toxins will be completely gone.
Well.
Zhao Yuping wanted to say more, but changed her words after seeing her son's gaze. She said, all right, let's go back to our room first. Remember to call us once Chung Yi is done detoxing.
Okay.
She nodded with a smile. Shen Xiangwan knew very well that at this moment, the more they said, the more worried they would become. It was better to say nothing and wait until they saw Wei Qingyi again, then they wouldn't worry anymore. Let's go. Finally, she looked at Wei Qingyi again. Zhao Yuping called her younger son and daughter, then got up with the little one and left. Let's go back to our room too. Seeing this, Yan Lang and his son also stood up. Soon after, Qing Ying brought several guards with a large bath barrel and several buckets of hot water. Take off your clothes. Once everything was ready and only the two of them remained in the room, Shen Xiangwan spoke while opening a medical box and took out a water pouch.
Huh?
Wei Qingyi was momentarily stunned, his ears turning red quickly. What are you standing there for? Take off your... Before he could respond, Shen Xiangwan looked up and met a pair of intense, burning eyes. The rest of her words got stuck in her throat. Cough, cough. After a moment, Shen Xiangwan awkwardly clenched her fist to cover her mouth and coughed softly. What are you thinking? You're going to detox later. I just want you to take off your clothes and get into the bath. Even if she had some thoughts, she wouldn't choose to do it now, right? He nodded stiffly, pretending to be calm, but still stared at her intently. What's wrong? Do you want me to help you take off your clothes? Seeing through his thoughts instantly, Shen Xiangwan's eyes flicked around, then she lowered her hand, leaned in close, and gently stroked his shirt, pretending to help him undress. Stop messing around. Grabbing her mischievous hand, Wei Qingyi's voice was hoarse, full of helplessness. If she kept fooling around, something might really go wrong. Then just take it off quickly. With a mischievous smile, Shen Xiangwan pulled back her hand, lowered her head, and mumbled softly, You'll see it sooner or later. Why be shy? Wan. All right, I won't say anything anymore, okay? Wei Qingyi, who was skilled in martial arts, could still hear her even if she spoke softly. His originally hoarse voice suddenly raised several tones. Shen Xiangwan kept smiling and apologizing, feeling secretly happy. Wasn't it fun teasing him? Is she getting addicted? I have long known about her stubborn nature. Wei Qingyi tried his best to tell himself not to care. After all, he had married such a wife.
Yes.
He helplessly rolled his eyes. As Shen Xiangwan turned around, she couldn't help but mutter, It's just a little meat. No need to be so dramatic, big guys. Wei Qingyi, about to take off his clothes, paused again. He felt an urge to pull her over and give her a stern spanking. Extra update, please vote. He was really at a loss with his stubborn wife. Wei Qingyi endured and endured, then turned his back and continued to remove his clothes. Because of the poison, he looked a bit thin while wearing clothes, but once undressed, his muscles were covered with a thin layer, and his figure was very attractive. Oh my gosh, so? Wei Qingyi didn't realize that when he turned around, Shen Xiangwan also quietly turned. She was now gazing at him with a dreamy look, almost drooling. Smack. Such a nice. Wan. As if bewitched, Shen Xiangwan suddenly slapped his and complimented him flirtatiously. Wei Qingyi was so shocked he jumped up, nearly shouting through the roof. A few guards outside looked at each other, unsure whether to rush in. The prince seemed quite angry. Cough, cough. Stay back. Don't disturb the second master and lady. A casual cough, Qing Yinghua said seriously with a stern face. Yes. They all stepped back, trying not to pay attention to what was happening inside, but their ears were standing straight up, listening intently.
What?
Can't I praise you? Shen Xiangwan, fearless like a pig not afraid of boiling water, kept sneaking glances at him, with her gaze gradually drifting downward. Clatter. Noticing her gaze, Wei Qingyi tiptoed into the bath barrel. His wife was too flirtatious. What to do? Urgently online. Waiting for help. Oh no, no more to see. He looked regretfully at the bath barrel. Shen Xiangwan picked up the water pouch again. Drink this. It contained spring water, unboiled. This was her gift to him. Drinking the spring water would thoroughly detoxify him. Clear away those messy thoughts. Wei Qingyi took the water pouch, tilted his head, and took a big sip. As long as it was from her, even if it was poison, he could drink it without blinking. Finish drinking. Seeing he was about to stop, Shen Xiangwan said firmly.
Ah.
Hearing this, Wei Qingyi really started drinking again. Water droplets spilled from the corner of his mouth, flowing down his long, attractive neck into the water. Watching this, Shen Xiangwan felt her mouth dry and had to swallow hard. Oh my, is her soul about to be taken away? Wei Qingyi, who had finished drinking, saw her again showing a flirtatious expression. His forehead veins twitched. He almost used all his self-control to stop himself from pulling her into the bath. Not now. Their first time should wait until they are settled in Qinzhou. Cough, cough. Realizing he almost lost control again, Shen Xiangwan quickly covered her mouth and coughed lightly. She took the empty water pouch seriously and turned around to get iodine, cotton swabs, and a syringe from the medical box. Stretch out your hand. Confident she wouldn't cause trouble again, Wei Qingyi obediently extended his hand. Shen Xiangwan didn't act up and soon injected the last dose of antidote into him. Later, your body will expel a lot of dirt and smell terrible. That's normal. After cleaning, I promise all toxins will be gone and even some hidden injuries will heal completely. Putting away the iodine and cotton swabs, Shen Xiangwan spoke slowly. Unboiled spiritual well water has the power to cleanse bones and marrow, very friendly to martial artists. She had been practicing for over a month and knew that stronger martial artists tend to have more hidden injuries. If the water's effects weren't so remarkable, she would have used it herself. Is that water's power real? She raised an eyebrow, immediately guessing the reason. With his martial skills, how could he not notice that today's water was sweeter than usual and contained pure energy? Yes, that's good stuff. I haven't even used it myself. Closing the medical box, Shen Xiangwan walked over and leaned against the edge of the bath. Her small hand seemed to have a mind of its own, reaching out to poke his shoulder that was exposed above the water. Husband, we've been married for so long. When are we going to consummate our marriage? With such a good figure, not using it for too long would be like rusting. It's about time to let it do its job. Looking across the world, there probably isn't a woman more charming and flirtatious than Shen Xiangwan. Just look at her tempting figure. It's enough to make anyone drool.
Stop joking.
Once again, he grabbed her hand and sighed helplessly. There will be a time when you can use it. Why don't you go to your parents' place first? I'll find you after I finish my bath. She is his wife, the woman he loves deeply. How could he not desire her? But now isn't the right time. Their wedding was already imperfect, at least for the bridal chamber. He hopes everything will be perfect. It definitely can't be in the simple inn, which is more suited for travelers or exiles. Moreover, he already feels a force inside him, washing over his body from within. The feeling of being hindered by poison has completely disappeared, as if he's about to be reborn. Thinking of her earlier mention that detoxing would be very smelly, he doesn't want her to see him in such a messy state. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Remember, no matter how foul the dirt inside you is later, that's normal. Just wash a few more times and you'll be clean. They stared at each other deeply for a moment. Shin Xiangwan withdrew her hand. Just when Wei Qingyi thought she was leaving, she suddenly turned back, hooked his neck, pulled him close, and gave him a firm kiss. Such a handsome man. Not kissing you would be too unfair to myself. She kissed him and then ran away. Wei Qingyi kept his eyes fixed on her back until the sound of the door opening and closing brought him back to himself. He smiled lightly, raising his hand to gently touch his lips, as if he could still feel her touch. Madam. Outside the door, Qing Ying and the others, who had been enduring a long dose of dog food, all bowed in unison. If possible, they didn't want to serve so closely anymore. It's too exhausting, isn't it? Don't disturb him. Let him come out on his own. He casually instructed, then turned to enter the next room. Wan. Seeing her come in, Zhao Yuping, who was fidgeting anxiously, immediately stepped forward.
How is Qingyi?
Has the poison been detoxed? Don't blame her for being so excited. It's not that she doesn't trust Wan's medical skills. Mainly, during the year her second son was poisoned, she carried too much burden. As a mother, before Wan said she could detoxify her son, she even prepared herself for the possibility that her son might suddenly die from poisoning, ready to mourn her child at any moment. Wan gave her hope, and she couldn't bear to see that hope turn into despair again. Wei Qingyi and Wei Linger both looked at him eagerly, hoping he would give them a positive answer, but also fearing he might shake his head. These two very different outcomes tugged at their minds, making them all tense up. Just a little pressure could cause them to break down right there. Please vote. It's okay, the poison has been detoxified. He will come over soon. Looking at them separately, Shin Xiangwan reached out to hold Zhao Yuping's shoulder and said as she led her into the room. Really? That's great. The deadly poison that had threatened the second son's life for nearly a year was finally gone. Zhao Yuping was so excited, she cried tears of joy and her body trembled slightly. Thank you, second sister-in-law. Sniff. Second sister-in-law. Wei Qinghe was so excited he jumped up, while Wei Linger, tears streaming down her face, rushed over to hug her tightly. The poison in their brother's body had been a heavy burden on them, like a huge stone pressing down. Now they had finally lifted that stone. All right, shouldn't we be happy? Patting her back gently, Shin Xiangwan softly comforted her.
Yes. Releasing her. Wei Linger nodded firmly.
After wiping her tears roughly, her slightly childish face lit up with a bright smile. That's the way it should be. She affectionately pinched his little face. Just as Shin Xiangwan was about to continue comforting Zhao Yuping, her little pet in the room ran over and hugged her leg, looking up with a childish voice. Auntie, grandmother, aunt are crying, not good. Yes, grandmother, and them are not behaving well. Aran Gur is the best. Laughing at his teasing, Shin Xiangwan bent down and picked him up. Yes. The little one nodded in agreement, adorable and full of innocence. Seeing their interaction, Zhao Yuping and her son couldn't help but chuckle. The tension from before completely disappeared. Meanwhile, in Wei Qingyi's room,
Boom.
An invisible burst of true energy suddenly radiated from Wei Qingyi's body. The bathtub shattered instantly, and the bed and furniture inside the room were not spared. It was as if they had just experienced a terrible battle. Furniture was shattered into pieces. Second Master? Concerned, Qing Ying and the nearby guards approached cautiously. Just moments ago, they had sensed a powerful aura. It seemed that the prince's martial arts had improved again. It's okay. Just get another bathtub and bring in some hot water. A deep, resonant voice clearly sounded. Qingning straightened up and immediately said, yes. The guards accompanying him did not need to be told, and immediately turned to carry out Wei Qingyi's orders. It seems Qingyi has gained some good fortune from this trouble. The Yanlang father and son, who also sensed something unusual, came out of the room. Looking at the still-closed door, Yan Junling nodded in agreement. Others might see him as talented both in literature and martial arts, but compared to Brother Yi, he was far behind. What's wrong? Compared to them, Shen Xiangwan, who was holding the child, was much slower. She was with Zhao Yuping and her children. It's nothing. Second Master's martial arts seem to have improved. Really? It should be the effect of the spiritual well water, right? Or maybe it's also due to steady practice over time. Shen Xiangwan didn't dwell on it and took Zhao Yuping and the others back to the room to wait, to prevent them from overthinking again. Nearly an hour had passed when Wei Qingyi finally came out of the room. During this time, Qing Ying and others had brought hot water 3 times. The first 2 times, the dirty water was extremely foul-smelling. Yan Lang and his son, who had been waiting in the corridor, couldn't help but secretly wonder, had he fallen into a cesspit? Otherwise, why would he smell so terrible? Second Master? The door finally opened from inside. When Qing Ying and others saw him, they were momentarily stunned. How to describe him? He was still himself, but because of the poisoning, his lips, which were usually purple, had turned soft red. His skin was delicate and smooth, glowing white, really just like that. Wow. How come you look like a woman? Compared to Qing Ying and the others, Yan Lang was more uninhibited. It's not that he truly looked like a woman. In fact, his features were delicate but very sharp and handsome, not giving a feminine impression. Mainly, his skin had become too white and tender, like a peeled boiled egg, completely unlike what a man should look like. That's also why Shen Xiangwan hadn't used the spiritual well water for so long. The effect was too obvious, and anyone who saw it would have doubts. Cough, cough, cough. Father. Before Wei Qingyi could lose control, Yan Junling coughed twice and pulled his father aside. If he kept talking recklessly, Brother Yi might get angry. He could feel it, his martial arts might be more advanced than just a small step forward. Hush. It seems he realized he had misspoken. Just as Yan Lang was about to explain, a casual whistle suddenly sounded. Looking over, they saw Shen Xiangwan holding a small child, smiling warmly at Wei Qingyi, with a strange spark in her eyes. At that moment, when their eyes met, Wei Qingyi couldn't help but recall what had happened earlier in the room. A faint blush appeared on his ears. Women are so passionate. Qingyi, are you really okay now? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Zhao Yuping, with red eyes, stepped forward and gently touched his fair face with her trembling right hand. Just from his complexion, she knew his poison was definitely gone. Thank you, Mother, for worrying. He didn't resist her touch. Wei Qingyi lowered his gaze and looked into her rosy eyes. He knew how worried his mother had been since he was poisoned, living every day in fear of losing him. Silly child, isn't it right for a mother to worry about you? It's good that you're fine. Your father and brothers in heaven would also be happy. Tears suddenly welled up in Zhao Yuping's eyes as she choked out that it was okay now.
He was really fine.
He nodded and reached out to hold her in his arms. When he looked up, he saw his younger sister and sister-in-law also had red eyes, looking at him anxiously. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Don't worry, I'm already fine. Second brother. They almost shouted together. Wei Lingyu burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. No matter how confident Shen Xiangwan had been earlier, seeing this with her own eyes was even more shocking. The poison that had almost consumed him for nearly a year was truly gone. Seeing their family so excited, including Shen Xiangwan, no one dared to disturb them until, "What are you all doing? Why is there water leaking from the room downstairs?" The station officer's displeased voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by 2 guards. They had a valid reason, so they couldn't stop him. Everyone was suddenly speechless. Shen Xiangwan, who had regained her composure first, looked at the situation inside the house and stepped forward with the children. Sorry. My husband was taking a bath earlier, and his martial arts suddenly improved. He accidentally broke the bathtub and some furniture. Please accept this 100 taels of silver as compensation. We hope you won't hold it against us. All right, just be more careful next time. People say that a smile can melt a stone, and since the other party was generous enough to give money, the station officer didn't say anything more. He took the silver and turned to leave.
Phew.
Looking at his back, Shin Xiangwan helplessly let out a sigh. She turned around and pretended to be annoyed as she said, "Look at the trouble you've caused. I lost 100 taels of silver for no reason. Yes, it's all my fault." Wei Qingyi smiled warmly and honestly admitted his mistake. This made Shin Xiangwan a bit speechless. After a moment, she took the child and walked over, whispering close to him, "Of course it's your fault. Just tell me, how should you compensate me?" Her request was simple, just a kiss, a hug, and a lift. "Send myself to you?" He leaned down and whispered near her ear, testing her temperament. "That can be arranged. When should I send myself?" "You're the one." Shin Xiangwan's eyes lit up instantly. Wei Qingyi helplessly poked her head. The Zhao Yuping family was fine. Seeing their close whispering, their faces and eyes were full of maternal smiles. But with their strong martial skills, when they overheard the serious conversation, Lei Junling and Qingying felt like tons of dog food rained from the sky, instantly stunned. They were all around 20 years old. Why did they have to suffer such hurt? "Please vote." Wei Qingyi's poison was finally lifted, and everyone's long-held worry was eased. Upstairs, the atmosphere was joyful and filled with laughter. In contrast, downstairs was much more dull. Most people had finished their porridge and were cuddling together to rest. Only a few remained awake, including the Shin family members who had been causing trouble all this time. "Can't even sue the man. What are you good for?" In a corner of the courtyard, Jiang Shi was forcefully pinching Shin Xiaoping. The Exiled team had not entered the city for days. They were staying in the village. Today was the first time since leaving Chengjiang County that they entered the city. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shan not only didn't arrange a room for them but also stopped giving them extra steamed buns, forcing them to squeeze with others in the courtyard, feeling frustrated. "No, mother, please don't." While avoiding, Shin Xiaoping kept sobbing and begging for mercy, tears already streaming down her face. "Still dare to hide, you little brat. If you do, I'll strangle you." "Enough." Seeing this, Jiang Shi became even more fierce, grabbing Shin Xiaoping and twisting her flesh hard. She cried tears of pain. Nearby, Shin Yishan, annoyed, muttered in a low voice. Their top priority was to get a room and food. Otherwise, they would have to go hungry and squat here all night. Humph. Before she could finish, Jiang Shi glared at her fiercely. Since her beloved daughter was caught cheating with the eldest son and she divorced, Wang Wana left with her granddaughter. She had been on edge, angry but unwilling to take it out on her children, so she vented all her rage on Shin Xiangping. Sniff. Touching her bruised neck, Shin Xiangping sobbed painfully, tears streaming down her face. Unfortunately, none of the other children, including the illegitimate ones, showed her any sympathy. "Stop crying. What exactly happened? Why didn't the head of the household arrange a room for us? We don't even have steamed buns now." Looking at her irritably, Shin Yishan asked in a low voice. Since leaving Xinjiang County, Zhao Shan hadn't provided them with any support. These days, like others, they only had 2 hard, dry steamed buns each day. He had thought it was because they hadn't entered the city and Zhao Shan was also short on food, but he hadn't expected. What did they do to offend Zhao Shan? "It's because of her," Shin Xiangping said, pointing at Shin Xiangyue with tears in her eyes. "What?" Everyone was stunned and looked sharply at Shin Xiangyue. She also looked confused, and after a long moment, she put on a wronged expression and said, "Pinger, don't talk nonsense. I didn't even speak to the head of the household. How could I have offended him? Because of the incident where she and Shin Xiangdong were caught cheating, Everyone, including Shin Xiangdong, still cared for her, but they no longer treated her as kindly as before. If Zhao Shan truly stopped caring for the Shin family because of her, she couldn't imagine how they would treat her. You shameless girl. I didn't lie. Jiang Shi suddenly moved to hit her, but Shen Xiangping quickly said, the head of the household already knows. That night when we fell ill, you tried to wait Qingyi but failed, and you also offended Shen Xiangwan. She's the one who saved her life. The head of the household is only angry at you because he's taking it out on us.
What?
Shen Xiangdong, who had been silent, suddenly looked up sharply, eyes wide as he stared at Shen Xiangyue. Everyone's gaze shifted to her again. Seeing this, Shen Xiangyue hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's not like that.
I didn't do anything.
What happened then? Xia Yunyun, who had long disliked her, sneered coldly. You arranged for Wanwan to marry Wei Qingyi. Now you regret it? Bah, you shameless girl. If it weren't for you, we... Enough. Seeing her become more and more unreasonable, Shen Xiangnan suddenly scolded her sharply. In the past, he would have tried to comfort Shen Xiangyue, but today he didn't do that.
Huh.
Big sister-in-law was right. Shen Xiangnan really liked that shameless woman, Shen Xiangyue. Xia Yunyun couldn't help but sneer. Her gaze at Shen Xiangyue was as sharp as poison, and she felt increasingly cold toward Shen Xiangnan. Second sister-in-law, how can you say that about me? The matter of the arranged marriage has been clear for a long time. I am also a victim. No matter what, she couldn't admit that she had planned Shen Xiangwan. Deep inside, she still hoped to explain things to Wei Qingyi, gain his sympathy, win his heart, and completely crush Shen Xiangwan. Enough. Don't treat everyone like fools. You know exactly what happened. She curled her lips in a mocking way. Everyone used to spoil her, so she could say whatever she wanted. But when she thought carefully, just like Shen Xiangwan said, she had just returned to the Xiangfu and hadn't even found her footing. She wasn't loved by her parents or brothers. She had nothing she wanted, so how could she have planned the arranged marriage? The only person who could have done it and had a motive was Shen Xiangyue. Second sister-in-law. Have you really been flirting with Wei Qingyi? Shen Xiangyue wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Shen Xiangdong's cold glare. When she looked into his eyes, she was startled and quickly said, no, it's not like that. You know, my sister cares a lot about the arranged marriage. When the topic came up, I just explained to Wei Qingyi that I wasn't flirting with him. Was it just her imagination? She always felt that ever since she was caught in bed, Shen Xiangdong's gaze toward her changed. It made her feel terrified, so she subconsciously didn't want him to find out the truth. Hopefully, that's the case. Hearing this, Shen Xiangdong's face eased a little. She secretly let out a breath of relief, thinking the matter was over. But just as she relaxed, he suddenly leaned forward, pinched her cheeks cruelly, and said sinisterly, Yue, remember, you are now my woman. Wanner only left me because of you. If I find out you've really been flirting with someone, I will kill you.
Ugh.
Shen Xiangyue's small face, which had been swollen with redness, suddenly turned pale. Fear was written all over her eyes.
He was so terrifying.
Xiangdong. After a brief stunned moment, Jiang Shi rushed forward, grabbing his arm, afraid he would really hurt her precious daughter. Remember that. He gave her a faint glance, then repeated himself before letting go. His eyes shifted to Shen Xiangping, a slight smile on his lips as he waved her over. Pinger, come here.
Huh?
Shen Xiangping instinctively trembled and couldn't move. Last time, when he called her like that, he handed her over to Zhao Shan. What does he want now? Please vote. Come here.
Yes.
Seeing she didn't move, Shen Xiangdong suddenly shouted, scaring her into crawling quickly to him. Tears again streamed down her face. Shen Xiangdong pinched her chin, pulling her close. He whispered in her ear so only they could hear, Pinga, I know you're very obedient. You've been with Zhao Shan for a long time. You should know where his money is, right? Be good. Find a chance to steal his money. No, big brother, I don't dare. He'll beat me to death. Hearing this, Shen Xiangping shook her head desperately, tears and pleading in her eyes. Even if she's stupid, she knows she must not do this. Otherwise, she fears she really won't have a way out. You're afraid he'll beat you to death, but aren't you afraid I'll kill you? His hand, which was holding her chin, suddenly clenched her neck. Shin Shengdong said coldly and cruelly,
Ugh. No, don't.
Big brother. A wave of intense fear swept over her. Shin Shangping instinctively grabbed his hand, trying to pry it away. No matter how she struggled, his grip was like iron clamps, unmoving and tightening, making her breathing more difficult. Her thin face turned a dark purple, filled with the thought that she was going to die, that Shin Shangdong would strangle her alive. Humph. Cough, cough. Just as she felt she was about to suffocate, Shin Shangdong suddenly released her. Shin Shangping collapsed to the ground, coughing nonstop, tears and mucus covering her face.
But
Shin Shangdong didn't give her a chance to breathe. He grabbed her cheeks and lifted her up. I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing? Yes, I will.
cough, cough.
Big brother, don't kill me. She was truly scared, almost without thinking, crying and agreeing to his demand. Good. Remember, if you can't get it, I will kill you. The heavy tone of kill you sounded terrifying. Shin Shangping shivered instinctively. I will get it. Seeing she was completely under his control, Shin Shangdong nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this, everyone in the Shin family felt a bit scared, including Shin Yishan and his wife. From his leg injury, to being caught cheating in bed, and then being forced to separate by Wang Wana, he seemed to have changed. He became gloomy and frightening, making everyone feel uneasy. Auntie, time to sleep. On the second floor, Wei Qingyi found a new room. The little one curled up in Shin Xiangwan's arms, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He looked outside at the dark night. Shin Xiangwan picked him up and said, It's late. Let's go back and rest. Okay. Indeed, it was late. Zhao Yuping and the others did not oppose and got up to leave one after another. I'll see you off, Wei Qingyi said softly, as he took the child from her.
All right.
Shin Xiangwan nodded. When she turned around, she couldn't help but yawn. She hadn't truly slept well during this time. Maybe Ngur should sleep with his mother and them?
What?
Do you want to replace Ngur and keep me warm at night? She turned her head and gave him a playful look, asking with a smile. Xiangwan. Wei Qingyi looked helpless, unable to argue with her playful words. All right, I won't say anything more. Though she said that, her smile grew brighter. She seemed a little addicted to teasing him, always wanting to provoke him. Seeing his helpless expression made her very happy. Little did Shin Xiangwan know that all her teasing today would have to be paid back someday. When Wei Qingyi no longer held back, she would realize what regret really meant. Get some rest early. Before leaving, Wei Qingyi gently reminded her as he placed his little nephew on the bed. Unintentionally, she guessed he would go out again tonight. Are you really leaving just like that? Leaning against the table, Shin Xiangwan looked at him deeply. After being washed by the spiritual well water, this man looked even more handsome. His delicate features were deep and charming. Anyone who saw him would seem infatuated. His red lips, which used to look enchanting, now looked more normal but still tempting enough to want to kiss him hard. Everything about him matched her aesthetic perfectly. Xiangwan, don't make trouble. Having teased her so many times, if he still didn't understand her meaning, he would really be stupid. Wei Qingyi sighed helplessly. No one knew better than him how much he longed for her. He was genuinely afraid of scaring her. Make trouble? What am I making trouble about? She slowly walked toward him, raising her hand to lightly hook around his neck. Isn't it just a goodnight kiss? Why make a fuss?
Peck.
Is that enough? Suddenly, he leaned down and gently kissed her lips. Wei Qingyi appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was very excited. His face showed a faint blush, revealing his restless feelings. All right, I'll let you go for today. If he kept teasing her, things might get out of hand. Shin Xiangwan decided to stop while she was ahead, smiling brightly. Get some rest early. After giving this reminder, Wei Qingyi left her room. Ha ha ha. Once only she and the sleeping little one were in the room, Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh. She thought, isn't Wei Qingyi adorable when he's serious and asks questions? Even though they were joking around, she still had things to do. It was rare to meet an honest county official who cares for the people and helps disaster victims. Shen Xiangwan decided to do her part. Late at night, she decisively went out again. As expected, Wei Qingyi quickly noticed her movements. To confirm his suspicions, he also left the room. That night, he saw Shen Xiangwan appear like a ghost at various parts of the county office. After she left, he checked the storeroom, which was already filled with grains and medicines. Realizing his guess was correct, Wei Qingyi felt heavy-hearted but more determined to help her keep the secret. Ding, ding, ding. Get up, everyone.
Get up now.
The next day, the guards rang the bronze bell early as usual. Everyone was used to this routine and no longer dawdled. When Shen Xiangwan and the others went downstairs, everything was ready and they were about to leave. Wanwan. Seeing her, Shen Yishan tried to step forward, but Zhao Shan didn't want to bother with them anymore. The only thing left to make her life easier was this daughter. No matter what, he had to come for her.
But, step back.
2 guards drew their swords sharply, blocking his way. Shen Xiangwan, standing on the stairs, looked at him calmly. She then glanced at the others in the Shin family and quickly guessed their situation. Let's go. She was too tired to bother with them. Shen Xiangwan nodded to Wei Qingyi and took the little one, continuing downstairs. Wanwan, let's talk. As she passed Shen Yishan, he couldn't help but call out again. But no matter how much he shouted, Shen Xiangwan didn't stop. If they really couldn't go on, how could they even think about her? Did they really think she was stupid? Please support with votes. When the county magistrate learned that all the granaries were full of food and medicine, he was so moved that tears filled his eyes. He exclaimed that the common people were saved. At this moment, the Exiled team had already left the city. The river near Linjiang almost runs through the entire Taizhou. The floods caused by the earthquake affected every county town. Along the way, there were many fleeing refugees, and the scene was very sad. From then on, no matter which county they passed through or whether they found signs of the plague, they would submit treatment and prevention recipes for the plague to local officials. This was to prevent the outbreak from catching them unprepared. Of course, this was also to smoothly replenish their food supplies. Clatter. A few days later, as the Exiled team entered Pingzhou territory, they encountered heavy rain. They had to hurriedly find 2 caves to hide in. Fortunately, no one got soaked. They just watched the rain pouring outside the caves, and no one felt happy. Since the Earth Dragon turned over, they had encountered rains several times along the way. It seemed that each time brought bad news. Because of the rain, the sky outside was very dark. Inside the cave, visibility was low. Shen Xiangwan chose to stay near the entrance, where the air was more breathable. Since the cave wasn't very big, their donkey cart was tied to the trees outside. Yunran, this is your dry food. We should stay here tonight. Let's fill our stomachs first, Shen Xiangwan said, handing a large bundle to Mu Yunran, who was nearby. Because of the donkey cart, they hadn't given dry food separately to the Yen family. They only ate when needed. Yunran replied, taking the bundle. After returning home, she distributed the food to her family one by one. As for water, Shen Xiangwan didn't give any separately because everyone carried a water pouch filled with boiled spiritual well water, which she had been supplying daily. Pingzhou probably won't be as bad as Binzhou and Taizhou, right? After distributing the dry food, Shen Xiangwan chewed on her own and said softly. In the blink of an eye, it was already May, a month after the earthquake. As Wei Qingyi had said earlier, she hadn't seen any relief measures from the court. The emperor was truly unfit for his position, ignoring the suffering of so many people. Almost everyone knows that Binzhou experienced a rare and severe disaster, and refugees from Taizhou would likely flee to Pingzhou. As a result, the number of refugees in Pingzhou might be very high, and the situation there wouldn't be much better than in Taizhou. Not only Pingzhou, but nearby regions are similar. To survive, people can only run to places unaffected by the disaster. Even if Pingzhou was not directly hit by the disaster or floods, its situation wouldn't be much better. I understand. Isn't that a hopeful wish? Shen Xiangwan helplessly sighs, and her burnt pancake suddenly feels less tasty. From Binzhou to Taizhou, she feels numb, but deep inside, she still hopes that heaven will be kind to innocent people. The truth is, so many civilians are caught up in this. You've already done enough. Apart from the money and grain she has given, just stopping the spread of the plague in various places is already impressive. Everyone's ability is limited, and for now, they can do very little.
Yes.
She casually nods, quickly finishes the remaining pancake, then sits cross-legged on the ground and closes her eyes. Wei Qingyi turns his head to look at her, but says nothing more. After finishing, he also begins practicing his skills. Next to him, Wei Qinghe watches eagerly, but dares not train in front of their mother. He's so frustrated, he can hardly bear it. As night falls, the rain gradually eases and soon stops completely. However, the annoying sound of raindrops is gone, and the temperature suddenly drops sharply. Without warm clothes or a fire, many people shiver from the cold, clutching tightly to their loved ones. Compared to them, Shen Xiangwan and the Yan family are much luckier. Their donkey cart has several blankets and extra clothes, enough for women and children. The men mostly sit on the ground practicing martial arts with internal energy to protect themselves so they don't feel cold. Clap, clap, clap. At midnight, Shen Xiangwan and Wei Qingyi both open their eyes while sitting on the ground. Nearby guards, including Qingying and others, are also alert. Go check it out. She turns to look at them, then stands up and walks out of the cave. Wei Qingyi and the others follow closely behind. Standing outside the cave looking at the mountain, I saw many small stones rolling down one after another. Shen Xiangwan squatted down and dug out a handful of mud and rocks. After carefully observing, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. Then she took a step forward and gently patted the protruding part of the mountain with stones. She used almost no force, but the stones there suddenly collapsed. Not good, this area might experience a landslide. We must leave immediately. The mud and rocks were moist and soft, and the protruding part of the mountain collapsed at a touch. Many small stones also rolled down, clearly indicating that this place was dangerous. If not careful, they could be buried alive. Mom, Linger, Qinghe, get up quickly. We must leave now. Back inside the cave, Shen Xiangwan called out and picked up the sleeping little one. What's wrong? Why are you making noise? Can't we get some rest? Exactly, you have a donkey cart, and you can rest during the day. What about us? We finally fell asleep. Why are you disturbing us? Zhao Yuping and her son woke up one after another. Meanwhile, others were also awakened by the noise, and everyone started complaining. The guards looked unhappy, but they were grateful that Shen Xiangwan had saved them. They patiently asked Mrs. Wei what happened. Yes, this place might have a landslide. What? Hearing this, the guards instinctively widened their eyes. Soon, they dispersed. Some packed their belongings. Others went to another cave to inform others. Throughout, they never doubted the truth of Shen Xiangwan's words. From the moment the Earth Dragon turned over, the facts had proven that their guesses were very accurate. How could there be a landslide out of the blue? Who said there wasn't? You guys are just causing trouble. After a brief moment of shock, those complaining started grumbling again. Instead of being upset about being awakened, they were just venting. As the saying goes, it's not the few but the unequal distribution that causes trouble. The entire Exiled team, only Shen Xiangwan and her group had money and supplies. Even the guards had to give way to them. How could they feel comfortable? They only dared to be angry in their hearts but not speak out. Please support with votes. You all. Mom, don't pay attention to them. Zhao Yuping was too angry and wanted to retort immediately, but Shen Xiangwan held her back. She gave a cold glance and a mocking smile at the corner of her lips. If you have the courage, stay behind. But don't come with us. We're leaving. The guards had already packed up their things. Wei Qingyi took the still sleeping little one from Shen Xiangwan's arms. Too tired to bother with them, Shen Xiangwan helped Zhao Yuping to leave. Wei Qinghe and his sister, along with the Yan family members, followed closely. Soon, the cave was empty. The others looked at each other, hesitating to get up. They knew the guards believed in the danger, and if they delayed further, they might be whipped again. General Wei, is there really a risk of a mountain landslide? As they stepped out of the cave, Zhao Shan and old Zhou hurried over, both looking worried. Yes. If you don't believe it, stay behind. We're leaving now. If something happens later, don't blame me. Shen Xiangwan spoke patiently, cutting in before Wei Qingyi could. That we're leaving too. Seeing their actions, the two exchanged glances and quickly made a decision. Better to believe it might happen than ignore it. They had already lost over 200 people, and the guards had lost a third of their forces. They couldn't afford more large-scale casualties. Hurry up, everyone. Get moving quickly. The guards soon started urging them. The exiled people in the two caves were gradually driven out. We're leaving. The Yan family had already gone ahead. Shen Xiangwan, who had prepared their things, and Wei Qingyi jumped onto the donkey cart. They didn't look at anyone else and simply cracked the whip to drive the cart forward. Hurry up. Follow us. Zhao Shan and old Zhou drove the ox cart behind them, urging the others on. The guards hurried and jogged after them. The muddy ground, after the rain, was difficult to run on, but they paid no attention and pushed forward, one step at a time.
Boom, boom, boom. Ah.
Not long after they left, a loud rumble sounded. The mountain behind them suddenly collapsed. The slow-moving people behind were instantly caught in the debris. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled with fear. They forgot everything else and ran as fast as they could, afraid that they would be swept away next.
Boom, boom, boom. Dad, Mom.
Run quickly. Hey, don't block the way in front, run faster. The mountain once again collapsed, and the fierce mudslide chased after them. Whether they were rescue workers or exiles, everyone was running for their lives. Even if family members accidentally slipped, no one stopped to help. Some even broke free from their loved one's grasp. They all felt the threat of death and just wanted to run as far away as possible. Big brother. In the middle of the group, Shen Xiangyue stumbled. Instinctively, she reached out to grab Shen Xiangdong, who had been protecting her. But this time, she didn't catch him. No. To be precise, Shen Xiangdong, who was limping, dodged her grasp. When his life was in danger, he instinctively chose to save himself. After all, he was no longer the same person he used to be and couldn't carry someone while escaping anymore. Second brother, help me. After a brief moment of shock, Shen Xiangyue didn't have time to feel sad. She quickly grabbed Shen Xiangnan, who was running nearby. Her ankles seemed to have twisted, and moving even slightly caused sharp pain.
You.
Shen Xiangnan, how dare you? Shen Xiangnan instinctively stopped, and Xia Yunyun, who was with him, screamed and shouted. Her eyes stared fiercely at Shen Xiangyue. You scoundrel, you've already caused our big brother's family to fall apart. Do you want to ruin us too? No, I didn't. Shen Xiangyue immediately denied with tears streaming down her face. Then she pitifully pleaded with Shen Xiangnan, Second brother, I twisted my ankle. I can't walk.
Can you carry me?
Get lost.
Bang!
Hearing this, Xia Yunyun was furious. She pushed Shen Xiangyue to the ground without warning. Yunyun. Seeing this, Shen Xiangnan felt heartbroken. He glared fiercely at his wife, then bent down to help Shen Xiangyue up. He half embraced her and asked, Are you okay? No, second brother, you go. Just leave me here to die. Pretending to hold back tears, Shen Xiangyue choked and refused, looking very distressed, pitiful, and helpless. Stop talking nonsense. How could I leave you behind? Shen Xiangnan said, then squatted in front of her. Come on, I'll carry you. Shen Xiangnan. Xia Yunyun trembled with anger. She couldn't believe he was really going to carry that scoundrel. Thank you, second brother. Shen Xiangyue leaned on his back, pretending to thank Shen Xiangnan. In fact, she looked at Xia Yunyun with a victorious gaze. She had won this fight. Fingers trembling, they pointed at them. Xia Yunyun turned around and took a big step away. In a place no one saw, tears fell quickly. At this moment, She was clearer than anyone else. Her husband truly cared about another woman in his heart. This was just a small incident. Whether it was the rescue team or those being exiled, everyone was running desperately, afraid of falling behind. They feared being caught in a mudslide caused by a mountain collapse at any moment. Shen Xiangwan's family, riding a donkey cart, was at the front. The cart jostled a lot at high speed, but compared to those who could only run on 2 legs, they were definitely much happier. Huff, huff. No one knew how far they had run. When they finally stopped, the sky was beginning to turn white. Everyone was exhausted, lying on the road, breathing heavily. Even now, they still felt scared. If they hadn't been too tired to run, they probably wouldn't have stopped. Are you all okay? At the front of the group, Shen Xiangwan turned back and pushed aside the curtain of the cart. She looked at the little ones and Zhao Yuping and her son to make sure they were safe before relaxing a little.
We're fine.
Wan, you saved us again, Zhao Yuping said, holding her child tightly. Her face was pale, and her voice was unsteady. If she hadn't noticed the danger early, they would have been buried alive by now. We're all lucky, Shen Xiangwan said, waving her hand. She leaned against the cart, feeling a bit scared herself. This time was even more dangerous than the earthquake. If she had been buried alive, she would be fine as long as she didn't die immediately. She could hide in her space, but others might have died. Drink some water, Wei Qingyi said, offering her a water bag. Shen Xiangwan didn't refuse. She took the bag and drank a few big gulps. There's a landslide nearby. This place might not be safe either. We have to keep moving forward. She agreed with him. Wei Qingyi gave a look to Qingying. She understood immediately and went to find Zhao Shan and old Zhou. Because they trusted them and because they had predicted the landslide accurately, Zhao Shan and old Zhou didn't oppose. They didn't even have time to count how many had died. They waved their whips and urged everyone to continue on their way. Please support with votes. It turned out that Shen Xiangwan and Wei Qingyi didn't think too much. Many nearby places had experienced varying degrees of landslides. Several sections of the official road were buried by mudslides. Seeing this situation, even those who were originally upset didn't dare to speak. They didn't even need the guards to urge them. Their fear pushed them to move quickly. Only when they saw the distant city did they slow down. Keep moving. Just as everyone thought they could rest inside the city, Zhao Shan's voice, mixed with internal energy, clearly reached their ears.
Huh.
Hearing this, everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they heard. They still had to keep moving? Did they think they were animals? Why are you standing there? Move it. Smack. The guards didn't care about their thoughts. Seeing them hesitate, they whipped their whips loudly. Okay, we're going. We're leaving now. Ugh. Afraid the whip might hit them, everyone had to start walking again. Many were sniffling and crying. After the frightening night and hours of rushing, they were exhausted and scared. Their stomachs were growling from hunger, but the guards looked fierce and kept pushing them forward. When would this day end? They were tired. Were the guards not tired too? Whether it was the earthquake in Binzhou or the floods and plague in Taizhou, they had lost a lot of time. Naturally, they needed to make up for it. And since it wasn't noon yet, how could they stop to rest? General Wei, Lady Wei, thank you for your reminder today. Otherwise, we might have been buried alive. As the sky darkened, they finally reached the next city. After entering the inn, Zhao Shan and old Zhou immediately bowed to Shen Xiangwan, sincerely thanking her. They were still very scared, grateful they decided to trust them. Otherwise, they might already be in the afterlife. No need to thank us. Nodding, Wei Qingyi, holding a small child in one arm and holding Shen Xiangwan's hand with the other, said, "If there's nothing else, we'll go upstairs to rest." Although they had a donkey cart and had hurried all day, they were truly exhausted. "All right, please go ahead." Hearing this, Zhao Shan and the others moved aside at the same time. Wei Qingyi nodded slightly and took his family and the Yan family members upstairs. Before that, Qingying had already reserved the second floor, as usual. On Shen's side, Shen Xiangyue's face had a few fresh red finger marks caused by Shen Xiangdong. The reason was simple. She had asked Shin Xiangyue to make Shin Xiangnan carry her. They used to be siblings, and seeing their close bond as brothers and sisters, Shin Xiangdong, as the eldest, was naturally happy. But now, Shin Xiangyue has become his woman, and he's always sticking close to Shin Xiangnan. He just can't stand it anymore. Mother. Leaning on Zhang's support, Shin Xiangyue sobbed softly. This time, she wasn't pretending. She was truly upset. In the past, whenever she faced danger, why didn't Shin Xiangdong protect her? Now, he doesn't care about her at all, and he even slapped her because her second brother carried her. Later, he wouldn't allow her second brother to carry her anymore. She twisted her ankle again, but kept going on her own, biting her lip to endure the pain. Now, her heart hurts, and her body aches everywhere. Don't cry, don't cry. Crying, all you do is cry. Since you've slept with Xiangdong, you're his woman. Why are you still bothering Shin Xiangnan? Have you seen a sister-in-law who lets her brother-in-law carry her? If Xiangdong hits you, it's your own fault. Even though she was exhausted, Zhang instinctively wanted to comfort her, but Shin Yishan suddenly scolded sharply. In less than 2 months, the former chancellor had turned into an ordinary middle-aged man, no longer blindly loving Shin Xiangyue like before. Actually, he didn't love her anymore. He even resented her. If it weren't for her, Shin Xiangwan wouldn't have disowned them. Vile woman. Seeing her being scolded, Xia Yunyun muttered quietly but didn't respond to Shin Xiangnan. She curled up alone in a corner, hugging herself.
Father.
She was clearly surprised by his blunt words. Shin Xiangyue looked at him with tearful eyes. Her body, already thin as a stick, was about to collapse. In the past, she would have looked pitiful and adorable. But now, she seemed to forget how messy she looked. Her face was dirty and swollen, her hair messy, looking almost like a refugee outside. Where was her sense of beauty? Humph. As expected, Shin Yishan not only showed no sympathy but also sneered disdainfully. Shin Xiangyue almost couldn't hold back tears. Fortunately, Jiang was supportive, comforting her. All right, Yue, the old master is probably too tired. Now that you're Xiangdong's wife, you need to be more careful in the future. As long as you don't make him angry, he won't hit you. From her words, it was clear she favored her own son and thought Shin Xiangyue's behavior of having no boundaries with her second brother was wrong. Mother, I understand. Shin Xiangyue was momentarily stunned, then quickly pretended to be obedient and lowered her head. In a place no one could see, her tear-filled eyes were full of resentment. She didn't care to be Shin Xiangdong's wife, who was crippled. She wanted to marry a capable man. No matter what, she would find a way to contact Wei Qingyi. Currently, among the exile group, he was the only one who was somewhat qualified to be her man. Meanwhile, in a corner of the relay station, Shin Xiangdong finally caught Shin Xiangping, who had been hiding from him. He grabbed her neck tightly, like iron clamps. You don't think Zhao Shan can protect you, do you?
Ugh.
Big brother. Let go. She struggled to pull his hand away, rolling her eyes and turning her face a dark purple. Humph. He sneered and shook her off. Cough, cough, cough. Shin Xiangping bent over painfully, gasping for fresh air, her eyes filled with deep fear that was hard to hide. Still daring to hide? Without giving her much time to calm down, Shin Xiangdong pinched her cheeks and lifted her chin, forcing her to look into his cold, stern eyes. He knew that even if they stole money, they couldn't use it for now. But at least once they reached Qinzhou, they wouldn't have to go hungry anymore, right? No matter what, they had to get some money. Among the entire exile group, besides Shin Xiangwan, Zhao Shan was probably the richest. He had helped them buy things early on, and he charged money for everything. Not to mention when they stayed at the relay station, renting rooms and buying food, he could also share in the profits. His money must be quite a lot. No, I won't dare anymore. Frightened, she shook her head and hesitantly reached into her sleeve bag. She took out a few crumpled silver notes and handed them to him. I've got it now, big brother. Please spare me. She was truly scared. This money was taken from Zhao Shan's bag during the chaos today. She didn't dare take much, only 200 taels. Only 200 taels? He took the silver notes, threw her aside, and frowned in displeasure. 200 taels, what could it buy? He once spent more than that on a banquet with friends at a restaurant. Just only this much. Big brother, I really can't take any more. Please, let me go. She collapsed to her knees, crying and begging. She didn't dare think about what would happen if the head of the group found out the money was short. Her big brother was too terrifying. She was genuinely afraid of him. Useless thing. She kicked her hard in frustration. Shin Xiangdong put away the silver note and squatted down. Remember, you must not tell anyone about stealing the money. If Zhao Shan finds out, you must not betray me. Otherwise, I will kill you. Yes, yes, I understand. Shin Xiangping was already terrified and dared not argue. She nodded tearfully, hoping he would release her quickly. Since she probably didn't have the courage to betray him for now, Shin Xiangdong turned and left. In a place where no one could see, a quick flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Only dead people can truly keep secrets. Shin Xiangping must die, but not now, because there are many people nearby. Killing her now would likely get him killed too. Please vote for me. From now on, whenever we camp outdoors, we need to be more careful. After settling down, Shin Xiangwan slumped into a chair. Natural disasters are the hardest to control. A small mistake could cost her life someday. That's right, today was really dangerous. Zhao Yuping, still trembling with fear, continued. When the landslide first happened, she peeked out and was so scared she nearly lost her soul. It was terrifying. If they had been a little later, they might have been buried in the mudslide. Yes, yes, sister-in-law, we're lucky to have you. Wei Linger quickly nodded in agreement. Even now, she still felt scared. Don't be afraid, it's over now. Feeling sorry for her, Wei Qinghe gently comforted her by putting an arm around her shoulder. She relied on him with relief.
Wei Linger nodded strongly.
She was truly frightened this time. Don't worry. From now on, whenever we camp outdoors, I will take care of the night watch. Looking at her mother and younger siblings, Wei Qinghe reached out and took Shin Xiangwan's hand, his eyes full of raw tenderness. When he was first exiled because of their verbal agreement, his wife always took on the responsibility of protecting her mother and siblings. Later, it seemed to become a habit, and she seemed to forget that he was also someone she could rely on. Now that he was free of poison and his martial skills had improved, it was time for her to depend on him. She nodded and withdrew her hand to stand up. Linger, come with me downstairs to cook. They had been rushing all day, eating dry food in the morning and noon. Tonight, they needed a proper meal. Okay. She indeed needed something to distract herself, so Wei Linger immediately stood up. Auntie, drink milk. Hearing the words cooking, a small child playing nearby happily jumped over to Shin Xiangwan. Here, let Grandma give you some. She reached into her bag and took out a ceramic jar of milk powder, smiling softly. Okay. Holding the jar with both hands, the little child turned and walked toward Zhao Yuping. Grandma, drink milk. Good, I'll prepare it for you now. Seeing her grandson's adorable look, Zhao Yuping couldn't help but smile. Let's go. Seeing this, Shin Xiangwan nodded to Wei Linger, and the two of them turned around, one after the other. Just as they were about to leave, Qingying hurriedly rushed in from outside, almost bumping into Shin Xiangwan, who was walking ahead. Luckily, Qingying's strong martial arts allowed him to steady himself and step back a few paces. Something happened? Shin Xiangwan frowned slightly, barely noticeable. Qingying was usually calm, so if he was so anxious, it must be a big matter.
This.
Qingying hesitated slightly, glancing at Wei Qinghe inside the house for help. Wei Qinghe sighed inwardly, then stood up, put a hand on Shin Xiangwan's shoulder, and pushed her outside. Hurry and cook. I'm a bit hungry. Leave the matter here to me. All right, if you need help, just tell me. They looked at each other briefly, then Shin Xiangwan didn't insist, and after saying that, she took Wei Linger downstairs. Watching their figures disappear from sight, Wei Qinghe turned around and said, Mother, Qinghe, taken Gur to the neighbors. Wei and Qingying have something to discuss. Okay. Zhao Yuping and her son had no objections and soon left with the child. Wei Qingyi sat back down at the table, poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Second master, just now, the guards hidden in the shadows brought news. There's a tale behind us about dozens of people, including 2 grandmasters. The rest are all innate experts. They seem very good at hiding their tracks. If today hadn't been an accident, we wouldn't have found them. We don't want to alert them so the guards don't dare get too close. Judging by their clothing, they look like the long shadow guards who once ambushed you at night." Qing Ying's expression was serious. Currently, they weren't sure how long those people had been following them. The only certainty was that they were waiting for an opportunity to ambush them like the bandits last time. "Really?" Raising an eyebrow, Wei Qingyi sipped his tea slowly. "We're going out tonight. No matter if those people are members of the Dragon Shadow Guard, he will no longer allow them to disturb his wife and mother. Since they are here, let them all stay."
Yes.
Understanding his meaning, Qing Ying respectfully clasped her fists and bowed. "Don't tell Wanwan about this. She is too tired and needs good rest." Just as he was about to leave, Wei Qingyi's voice sounded again. "Understood." This time, Qing Ying sincerely agreed with him. "The lady has already done enough." He nodded slightly. Wei Qingyi closed his eyes. Qing Ying bowed and left. When no one was watching, his deep eyes opened again, shining with a frightening gleam. Since the emperor is not giving up, he will send people out and make sure none of them return. He wants to see how many people he has. Downstairs, at the corner leading to the kitchen. Second sister-in-law, she's probably a daughter from a concubine of the Shin family, right? When Shin Xiangwan and the others went downstairs to cook, they happened to see Shin Ping hiding in a corner, trembling and crying. Wei Linger tugged at her dress and whispered questions. In the past, she might have felt pity, but now she just watched quietly. She nodded faintly. Shin Xiangwan continued walking without any intention of interfering. She knew, just by thinking about it, that Shin family was probably bullying her again. Maybe she was somewhat pitiful, but Shin Xiangwan didn't feel sympathy. Even if she was forced by Shin family members and had to follow Zhao Shan out of necessity, what then? As far as she knew, Zhao Shan was pretty good to her. At least he didn't ignore her after sleeping with her once or twice like other officials. Any smart person would take this chance to please Zhao Shan, seek his protection, and distance themselves from the Shin family. When she reaches Qinzhou, she can ask Zhao Shan to help her establish her own household, no longer relying on the Shin family, and avoid being manipulated by them. It's all because she gave the Shin family the chance to control her. Shin Xiangwan ignored her, and Wei Linger certainly wouldn't bother either. Though only 13, she knew she needed her brothers and sisters-in-law to protect her, so she had no right to interfere. "Wanwan, Linger, you're here too?" Second sister-in-law, Linger. In the kitchen, seeing them come in, Wei Jingyi and Wei Jingen's wives quickly wiped their tears and greeted them. "What's wrong with you all?" Seeing their red eyes, Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but ask with concern. "It's nothing." Waving her hand, Wei Jingyi's wife, Wan, wiped her tears. Others wanted to speak but didn't dare, only silently shedding tears. "Please vote for me." "Really?" Others didn't want to say anything, and Shin Xiangwan was too tired to insist. She took Wei Linger to the station people and bought 5 chickens, along with 12 pounds of fresh mushrooms and lamb. In this era, pork still had a strong, unpleasant smell and was called cheap meat. Only poor people ate it. Wealthier families ate chicken, duck, or lamb. "Wanwan, why didn't you call us again?" The station staff had already slaughtered the chickens. Shin Xiangwan was opening them up. Mu Yunran and 2 women came over. Whenever Shin Xiangwan or Zhao Yuping prepared dinner, they would help willingly, never waiting passively to eat what's ready. "Isn't it because we were afraid you hadn't recovered yet?" Looking at them, Shin Xiangwan smiled half-jokingly and half-seriously. Unlike them, the Yen family relied solely on their legs. Running away like this, no wonder they were exhausted. Honestly, I was a bit scared too. She sent her 2 younger sisters to help Wei Linger cook. Mu Yunran squatted down to help her handle the chicken. Unknowingly, they had been exiled for nearly 2 months. Today was undoubtedly the most dangerous, even scarier than the time the Earth Dragon turned over. They were indeed frightened. The only good thing was that their family had no elders or children to burden them. Thanks to sticking closely with Wanwan, so far, no one was missing.
I feel the same.
While speaking, Shin Xiangwan playfully winked at her. They looked at each other and smiled. The topic was dropped. Neither of them was weak. They quickly finished processing the chickens and then washed the mushrooms together, planning to stew mushroom chicken. Wanwan, we're ready. We're leaving now. Take your time. Wan's family finished quickly and didn't forget to say goodbye before leaving. Okay. Are you not ready yet? Shin Xiangwan's response was simultaneous, with a sharp, harsh voice. A woman in her 40s, accompanied by several young women, rushed into the kitchen. When they saw the porridge and buns Wan's family carried, their eyes lit up. They stepped forward and snatched them away. It's already this late, and you're only just finished? You're too slow. Disgusted, the women turned to leave with their things. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Mrs. Wan stepped forward and said, "Big sister-in-law, this is our dinner. Please return it to us." She truly did not expect them to act so directly and try to take it by force. "Mrs. Wan, what is your attitude?" "I am your eldest sister-in-law." The leading woman glared fiercely, her tone very arrogant. Besides Shin Xiangwan and their reconciliation, only Wei Jingyi and Wei Jinghan had money. At first, they were a bit cautious, but after taking advantage several times, they became completely unrestrained. Recently, they even brought their whole family to rely on their wealth for food and drink. "We already separated our family long ago." Mrs. Wan was trembling with anger. They were indeed of common birth, but over 20 years ago, after she married her husband, her biological mother, who is still alive, separated them. Over the years, they had not been involved with the main family at all. They relied solely on themselves. Why should they be so brazen as to their food? So, what if you separated? Common-born children will always be common-born. It's an honor if you can show us respect. In the Tianqi dynasty, the distinction between legitimate and common-born children was very clear. Unless they were especially favored, both men and women of common birth would almost always become stepping stones for the legitimate children. The woman was clinging to this point, clearly intending to exploit and drain them until they had nothing left. You. She pointed trembling fingers at them, staggering back a few steps, tears flooding her eyes uncontrollably. Mother. Seeing this, her 2 daughters-in-law hurried forward, one on each side, to support her. One angrily scolded, "We are indeed of common birth, but we have all been exiled now. Why should we care about whether we are legitimate or common-born?" "Exactly, give us back our food." The other also angrily joined in, fed up with their shamelessness. "Elders are speaking. How dare you, the younger ones, interrupt?" Relying on her status as the eldest legitimate daughter-in-law, the leading woman clearly looked down on them. "Give us back our food. What are you doing?" The 2 daughters-in-law of Mrs. Wan were also furious. Once they confirmed their mother was okay, they immediately rushed forward to fight for the food. The women quickly caused a commotion. Everyone else in the kitchen stopped, including Shin Xiangwan. However, she did not intervene. If Mrs. Wan and her family couldn't stand up for themselves, no matter how much she helped, it would be useless. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted. The women fighting each other all paused in surprise, forced to stop for a moment. "But, you shameless people!" Taking advantage of their moment of pause, the leading woman suddenly poured hot vegetable porridge onto the 2 daughters-in-law of Wan. They screamed in pain and instinctively tried to tear off their wet, sticky, and hot clothes.
Don't move.
Shin Xiangwan suddenly spoke out and quickly poured 2 cups of water over them. The 2 women were startled again, but soon realized that their clothes no longer burned, though their bodies still felt a burning pain. Shin Xiangwan asked quickly, "Shi Yuan, Wonking, are you all right?" Wan immediately stepped forward, worried, with her eyes reddening. "It hurts, mother. It hurts so much." "I hurt too." Chen Shuyuan and Zhang Wanqing both cried and whimpered in pain. When they looked at the woman who had poured the porridge, their eyes filled with resentment. If they had a pot of hot porridge now, they would definitely throw it at her without hesitation. Filthy woman. Smack.
Ah. Stop hitting me. Please. Ah.
At this moment, the angry officer suddenly swung his whip. The woman was so hurt she jumped up and quickly hid behind a few young women who had come with her. When the whip struck again, all of them suffered. They begged for mercy while running away, covering their heads. The buns they had snatched earlier scattered all over the ground. Here is some burn ointment. Use it when you go back. Not wanting to watch the others get beaten, Shen Xiangwan took out a small shell box and handed it to them. Before she finished speaking, she caught a glimpse of a figure near the stove where they were boiling soup, seemingly doing something. She asked, "What are you doing?"
Touch.
The person was startled, turned around, and ran toward another exit of the kitchen, accidentally kicking over a stool in the way. She quickly shoved the box into their hands and pushed through the crowd to chase after him, but unfortunately, she was a step too late. She only caught a glimpse of a tall figure dressed in officer's clothing. "Please vote."
Wan.
Second sister-in-law. Seeing this, Mu Yun ran and Wei Linger also chased after her. When Shen Xiangwan reached a corner of the inn, the figure had completely disappeared. Frustrated, she kicked a stone on the ground. That person must have been the one who poisoned them last time, but unfortunately, he escaped again. Wan. Second sister-in-law, are you okay? Mu Yun ran and Wei Linga quickly caught up, both nervously watching her, afraid she might do something wrong. Nothing's wrong. She waved her hand. Shen Xiangwan took a deep breath, trying to suppress her frustration before turning around. Let's go back and check. If we're lucky, someone has already poisoned our chicken soup.
What?
They both exclaimed in disbelief, then hurried to follow her, though their faces looked unhappy. It turned out Shen Xiangwan's guess was right. Their chicken soup had indeed been poisoned. Seeing the darkened silver needle, their faces darkened too, especially Shen Xiangwan's. She seemed to have become smarter. The poison was colorless and tasteless, and before testing with a silver needle, she hadn't noticed anything unusual. This was not good news for them. What's wrong? What's going on? Zhao Shan and old Zhou entered together after receiving reports from the guards. When they saw the blackened silver needle in Shen Xiangwan's hand, their faces also darkened. They couldn't accept that someone in their team had poisoned them. It's nothing. Someone just got impatient with life, Shen Xiangwan said, a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of her mouth. That pest hiding in the gutter, this time she was definitely going to catch him. Do you know who it is? Zhao Shan asked cautiously. If I knew, someone in the station would already be dead, Shen Xiangwan replied. Just as she finished speaking, a scream suddenly came from outside. Zhao Shan and old Zhou's brows furrowed, and a bad feeling rose in their hearts. Soon, a guard ran in quickly. Boss, Shen Xiangping was strangled to death in the backyard.
What?
Since she was with her woman, Zhao Shan quickly stepped out. Shen Xiangping had been strangled to death. Watching their departing figures, Shen Xiangwan frowned subtly. How is it such a coincidence? She just discovered someone had poisoned them again, and now Shen Xiangping, who had been hiding in the corner crying earlier, was dead? Could there be a connection? Second sister-in-law. Wei Linger stepped forward, holding Shen Xiangwan's arm and quietly asked, Second sister-in-law, do you think it was someone from the Shen family who killed her? It probably wasn't. The Shen family still wanted to use her to get benefits from Zhao Shan. How could they have killed her? Moreover, given the nature of the Shen family, even if they don't gain any benefits, they would not easily let her go. It's important to remember that selling children was legal in this era. Shen Xiangping has indeed lost her innocence, but she still has some beauty. When she goes to Qinzhou in the future, selling her to a brothel could bring some money. The Shen family would definitely do such a thing. Of course, Shen Xiangwan is so confident because she doesn't know about Shen Xiangdong forcing Shen Xiangping to steal money. Otherwise, her first suspicion would definitely be the Shen family. Wan. While speaking, Wei Qingyi and two guards entered from outside. We are fine, She gave him a faint smile and then said in a serious tone, "Earlier, someone took advantage of the family quarrel to poison our chicken soup. Unfortunately, he ran too fast for me to catch him. The only thing I know for sure is that the person was a servant." We will handle this," he nodded and signaled to the guards, who immediately understood and took over the poisoned chicken soup. I heard Shen Xiangping was strangled to death. Let's go see. Since someone had taken over the situation, Shen Xiangwan was no longer worried and started to walk outside. "Linger, you go back first," he casually ordered, and Wei Qingyi stepped along with her. Yan Junling, who came with him, looked at his wife to make sure she was okay before saying, "You and Linger go back together. I will go check on things." Mu Yunran nodded and watched him leave before calling Wei Linger and her two sisters-in-law. Soon, only the guards remained in the kitchen. The family members who had separated earlier had already dispersed when Shen Xiangwan was chasing after the culprit. She was really strangled to death. There's a big mark on her neck. Who would strangle her? Could it be someone from the Shen family? How is that possible? They still want to enjoy her benefits. Pinger, my Pinger. Near the backyard, by the edge of the vegetable garden close to the eaves, Shen Xiangping's body lay sprawled there. Curious onlookers whispered and discussed. Jiang Shi, usually fierce and ruthless, was now crying her heart out, her face full of grief. People who didn't know better might think she loved this illegitimate daughter very much. But everyone present knew the truth. They had cruelly sent Shen Xiangping to Zhao to be toyed with, just to get a better life. Shut up. Jiang Shi was kicked away from crying and wailing. Zhao Shan looked around and shouted, "What are you all looking at? Get lost.
Drink."
Even though darkness covered everything, everyone could imagine his anger. After taking a deep breath, they all scattered quickly. In a moment, only the coroner and the Shen family remained in the backyard. "Boss, Pinger, shut up." Seeing this, Shen Yishan wanted to say something but was shouted down by Zhao Shan. After giving them a sharp look, he squatted down to check Shen Xiangping's body. Regardless of his feelings for her, she had been with him for over a month. He felt a bit sad inside, and his face grew darker. Big brother. When Zhao Shan uncovered her collar and saw the bruises from being strangled, Shen Xiangyue instinctively leaned toward Shen Xiangdong for support. "It's okay, don't be afraid." Shen Xiangdong gently held her, his eyes fixed on Shen Xiangping, appearing calm on the outside, but secretly happy. He had been worried about how to quietly get rid of her, but now she was dead, which meant he didn't have to worry about losing money or being exposed. At this moment, Shen Xiangdong didn't realize that although his imagination was good, reality was harsh. Their good days had ended with Shen Xiangping's death. Let the coroner examine her. I've already asked my brother to notify the officials. Seeing Zhao Shan staring intently at the strangulation marks, old Zhou walked over, patted his shoulder, and squeezed his arm. Today they had lost more than 10 people and he was in a bad mood. He thought, what kind of things are happening? Thanks. Zhao Shan nodded and slowly stood up. When his gaze swept over the Shen family members, a flash of disgust crossed his eyes. Shen Xiangping was often called back home, and each time she returned, she had more bruises. He wanted to help her get justice, but she never said a word. Over time, he just stopped caring. If she was treated so badly in life, how could he be sad now that she was dead? Zhao Shan was not stupid. He knew that the Shen family's sorrow was just for show. Their real goal was probably to get some benefit, which was even more disgusting than the murderer. Please support with votes. Boss, would you mind letting us see the body? Suddenly, Shen Xiangwan's voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw her walking toward them with Wei Qingyi, followed by Yan Junling.
Yes.
Pointing her head, Zhao Shan stepped aside and made a gesture inviting her forward. She could easily diagnose even such dangerous plagues. Her medical skills were well known. Maybe she could see something.
Wan.
Seeing her, Shen Yishan hurriedly stepped forward. But Shen Xiangwan only gave a faint glance and showed no intention of paying attention. She squatted down and started examining Shen Xiangping's body. You! Shut up! Jiang Shi was about to lose her temper, but Shen Yishan glared back fiercely. He really couldn't understand what was in her mind. Even now, she still spoiled Shin Xiangyue. When facing Wanwan, she always looked angry. With such behavior, how could Wanwan forgive them? He seemed even more handsome now. Everyone's attention was on Shin Xiangwan, except Shin Xiangyue. Her gaze was almost greedily fixed on Wei Qingyi. She regretted in her heart many times. Why did she let Shin Xiangwan marry for someone else? If not, he would now be protecting her. She wouldn't have to endure the increasingly strange Shin Xiangdong anymore. No, she had to find a way to get back to him. He belonged to her. In the past life, he was her husband. In this life, he was just her fiancé at the start. Does Shin Xiangwan deserve to take her place? The more Shin Xiangyue thought about it, the more reasonable she felt. Her obsession quickly turned into hatred and murderous intent. Shin Xiangwan. She must die. Suddenly sensing a strong killing intent, Shin Xiangwan looked up and directly met Shin Xiangyue's gaze. Her lips curled into a faint smile. Do you want to kill her? If you dare, come on. Even if she frowns, Shin Xiangwan considers herself defeated. Following her gaze, she looked at Shin Xiangyue. Wei Qingyi subtly frowned, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. This woman was both stupid and poisonous. She should talk to that little rascal later and, better yet, deal with her. Soon, Shin Xiangwan stood up. She took a disinfectant wipe from her sleeve and wiped her hands while speaking. She wasn't strangled to death. It was her neck that was directly twisted. From the scene, it's clear she didn't struggle before dying. She died almost instantly. As for the marks on her neck, based on the bruising, they were caused earlier. That means before her neck was twisted, someone had grabbed her neck and used deadly force, almost as if trying to strangle her to death. While speaking, Shin Xiangwan quietly glanced at the Shin family. When she saw Shin Xiangdong's face twist suddenly, she had a faint suspicion in her mind. However, she did not say anything. She came to check Shin Xiangping's body not to seek justice for her, but to find out who poisoned her. Her intuition told her that these two events were connected. So, she was harmed twice, fatally? Zhao Shan instinctively frowned and looked sharply at the Shin family. Was it you? No, it wasn't us. Hearing this, Shin Yishan quickly waved his hands. She is my daughter. How could I hurt her? We didn't do it either, mother and son Jiang hurriedly denied. They were exiled people. If they were accused of attempted murder, their punishment would be much worse. They could be sentenced to death, or even worse, like beheading or execution. They definitely didn't want to be involved. I hope that's true. Zhao Shan looked at them sharply and snorted. Keep 2 people to watch the body. Everyone else, leave now. Yes, the guards responded in unison.
Is that?
It all made sense now. While they were arguing, Shin Xiangwan slipped through the vegetable garden, turned a corner, then crossed a dark stone path. After 2 more turns, she surprisingly reached the back door of the kitchen, the same door the poisoner had escaped from earlier. Almost immediately, she guessed the whole story. Did you see anything? Wei Qingyi, who had been following her, asked in a low voice. Yan Ling also quietly listened. Unless I'm mistaken, Shen Xiangping was killed by the poisoner to cover his tracks. She looked around to make sure no one was nearby before continuing. The poisoner escaped from here, but he disappeared at the corner ahead. I didn't chase him further. If I'm right, he probably ran to the backyard and happened to meet Shen Xiangping. Afraid we might learn his identity from her, he simply strangled her to silence her. This was the only way to explain why Shen Xiangping, who is alive and well, suddenly died. That makes sense. After a moment of thought, Wei Qingyi agreed with her suspicion. Let's go back. Shen Xiangwan pretended to be relaxed, but a firm resolve flashed in her eyes. No matter what, she wouldn't let that person hide in the dark and wait for another chance. All right. Wei Qingyi nodded, and the two of them, along with Yan Junling, crossed through the kitchen. When they appeared in the courtyard, many people instinctively looked up, especially the Wei family members and the several illegitimate children of the Shin family, as they were somewhat related to them. Qingyi. Seeing that no terrifying guards were following, Wei Jingwan immediately rushed over. Wei Qingyi quickly stepped in front of Shen Xiangwan to hide him. Because of his sudden rush, Wei Jingluan almost fell flat on his face. After stabilizing himself, he quickly turned around and said, "Qingyi, I am your real uncle. Please help us. Or lend us some money. I promise we will pay you back."
Please.
At this moment, he was wearing ragged clothes, his face covered in dirt, and his hair was messy, looking as pitiful as possible, no longer the handsome man he once was. "Qingyi, we were wrong. Please, lend us some money. We will definitely pay you back." Seeing this, Wei Jinghong also ran over crying, tears and snot streaming down as they begged. They seemed to be putting Wei Qingyi on the spot, but they seemed to forget that Wei Qingyi never cared about such things. Pay back? What do you have to pay back with? Shen Xiangwan curled her lips with a look of mockery. Even though they looked pitiful now, once they loosened up, they would pounce like leeches, clinging to them and their blood.
She wouldn't give them that chance.
"We will find a way to pay you back." Wei Jingluan choked, then hurriedly promised. Throughout this journey, his eldest son was gone, several concubines and illegitimate children had also passed away, and finally, even his mother was gone. He hadn't eaten a full meal in a long time and no longer dared to hope to control Wei Qingyi like before. All he wanted was to borrow some money from him, just enough to have a full meal. Quietly adding a bonus, "Please vote for me."
Ha!
Facing everyone's gaze, Shen Xiangwan sneered and slightly curled her lips. "Find a way? What kind of way can you think of? Others can send their daughters out, but what about you? You have nothing. Just empty words and asking for money. How ambitious you are." "Shen Xiangwan, we are your elders." Jiang Rui suddenly rushed out from the crowd, pointing at Shen Xiangwan and shouting angrily. Since the disappearance of her eldest son during the dragon turning event, she had been silent. Inside, she hated Wei Qingyi and Shen Xiangwan bitterly for refusing them back then. If she had the chance, she would not hesitate to kill them. Here's the improved and simplified version of your text. Joke, we are no longer part of the same family tree. Who do you think you are calling yourselves elders? Even at this time, still acting like elders. Who are you trying to scare? Shen Xiangwan was too tired to argue with them. She turned and said, "Let's go back."
Okay.
Nodding, Wei Qingyi held her hand and kept walking. "Shen Xiangwan." Suddenly, Jiang Rui shouted and rushed towards them. Wei Qingyi's eyes darkened. He spun Shen Xiangwan into his arms and kicked her.
Ah! Bang!
Jiang Rui's thin body was knocked back and flew, crying out loudly. She hit a pillar and fell hard to the ground. "Anyone who steps forward again will be killed."
Yes.
Without even looking at Jiang Rui, Wei Qingyi coldly ordered. The guards nearby bowed and obeyed. "Let's go."
Okay.
The couple looked at each other and kept walking. This time, no one dared to speak, especially not like Jiang Rui, who rushed forward. When they reached the stairs, the guards retreated to the top. About half an hour later, officials arrived. Many people were called in for questioning, including Shen Xiangwan, the Yan family, and others. To avoid trouble, Shen Xiangwan didn't share her guesses or mention the poisoning. Since they had no contact with Shen Ping, they quickly left. Shen Ping was still part of the Shen family, which relied on her for profit. She had no reason to kill anyone, so their suspicion was cleared quickly. As for others, except Zhao Shan, no one really talked to Shen Ping, so they weren't suspects either. When the officials left, it was almost midnight. They also took Shen Ping's body. Likely, this case would be forgotten soon. The authorities didn't value the life of someone banished, so they wouldn't care much. Even though everyone was a bit worried about Shen Ping's death, they had traveled from midnight to daytime, covering dozens or hundreds of miles. They were exhausted from hunger and cold. After the officials left, everyone quickly fell asleep. Of course, some exceptions, like Wei Qingyi or Shen Xiangwan.
Huh?
Why did the feelings suddenly disappear again? Noticing something strange next door, Wei Qingyi sat up on the bed and opened his eyes. His expression showed some helplessness. Having a wife who appeared and disappeared mysteriously was quite troublesome. Second master. Soon, Wei Qingyi also opened his door. Outside, Qing immediately bowed and stepped forward. Let's go.
Yes.
He casually glanced at him. Then Wei Qingyi was the first to jump down the stairs. Qing immediately followed. The guards left behind quickly got ready. From this moment until the second master returns, they must ensure the safety of the upstairs area. Going out so late? Inside the space, seeing them leave, Shen Xiangwan frowned slightly and instinctively wanted to follow. But she quickly remembered her purpose and gave up the idea. Using the space as extension, she checked each room where the guards were staying. Seeing everyone in bed, she remained alert. She sat cross-legged inside the space, keeping an eye on the outside situation.
Bang.
At midnight, everything was silent. Outside the city in a mountain valley 10 miles away, several figures moved swiftly, swords clashing in the darkness. The sound of weapons hitting echoed repeatedly. Under the faint moonlight, Wei Qingyi could be seen holding a sharp blade, fighting two opponents alone and not falling behind. His tall figure looked like a swift bird, with the sword moved sharp and cold, aiming directly at the two enemies. Are you already a grandmaster? One of them, surprised and frightened, asked as he blocked a sword strike. They were all master-level fighters, yet he was fighting them alone and winning. The only explanation was that he had already broken through to grandmaster level.
What?
A grandmaster? The other man was shocked. Although martial arts only have the levels of postnatal, prenatal, master, grandmaster, and human, the gap between each level is huge. A grandmaster is far beyond their ability to handle. This mission was becoming difficult. Dead people have no right to know. As his lips moved, Wei Qingyi swiftly cut through the air with his blade. The man who had asked the question suddenly had his arm cut off. He screamed as blood sprayed out, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. The man quickly sealed his vital points, but Wei Qingyi didn't give him a chance to breathe. He turned around and rushed forward. The blood-stained blade aimed straight at his back.
No.
Seeing this scene, the man was terrified and quickly fell back. But his recently cut arm greatly reduced his fighting ability. He had no other weapon to block the attack and could only watch as the sharp blade got closer.
Boss.
Seeing this, another man rushed over. Wei Qingyi coldly swept his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, sword flashes shot out in all directions, forcing him back instantly. The man who had temporarily stopped turned around and tried to run away again. However, Wei Qingyi appeared suddenly like a ghost and was behind him. In that instant, he pierced through the man's chest. The man stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He was a master, a top expert in martial arts, and today he thought he would die here. Thud. Ignoring his inner thoughts, Wei Qingyi drew his sword and, with a quick motion, cut across his neck. The man let out a terrible scream. His remaining hand quickly covered his bleeding neck. His tall body collapsed heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before finally losing all breath. His eyes, now vacant, still showed strong fear and regret. Seeing this, another person lost his courage to fight and quickly turned to run away. Wei Qingyi's eyes darkened. He moved swiftly, blocking his path in just a few leaps. Since you're here, let's all stay together. I will fight you. The man spat fiercely and charged with his sword. But halfway, he quickly changed direction and ran away from another side. Among them, the leader's martial skills were undoubtedly the highest. Even he was easily killed, so how could he be any different? Please vote. Wei Qingyi sneered coldly and continued to chase. On the other side of the valley, screams echoed one after another. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Under the faint moonlight, shadowy figures could be seen fighting fiercely. The frontmost fighter was none other than Qing. His momentum was extremely fierce. Wherever he went, blood spilled, and severed limbs and corpses were scattered everywhere.
What?
The man being chased by Wei Qingyi also fled here. Seeing that most of his companions had been killed, he was even more terrified. He tried to escape in another direction.
Clang.
Clatter.
Ah.
Unfortunately, this time Wei Qingyi anticipated his move. He arrived ahead of him and pointed his sharp blade at his chest. The man was a master and reacted quickly, raising his sword to block the attack. But he underestimated Wei Qingyi's strength. The sword tip, infused with internal energy, broke his sword and stabbed into his chest. Thud.
Ah.
Wei Qingyi mercilessly drew his sword. The tall man's body staggered in midair, spinning twice before uncontrollably falling down.
Thud. Ah.
The man fell to the ground with a loud crash. Before he could catch his breath, his chest was pierced again. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the blue shadow who delivered the final. He refused to believe he had died at the hands of someone with perfect innate ability. Second young master, none escaped. All have been killed. Drawing his sword, Qingyi bowed respectfully to Wei Qingyi. He looked fierce, full of bloodlust, like a bloodthirsty demon. Check everything carefully. No one should be left alive.
Yes.
After giving the order, Wei Qingyi quickly left the valley. Qingyi and his guards checked each corpse, both to see if anyone was still alive and to find proof of their identities. The guards looked very fierce, showing they had truly gone mad with killing in the battle. Meanwhile, inside the city in the space, Shen Xiangwan suddenly opened her eyes. She saw one of the rooms where the guards stayed being opened from inside. A sneaky figure peeked out and quietly moved toward the inn's backyard. Shen Xiangwan silently followed him, using the space's extension to stay hidden. Under the faint moonlight, she saw a tiny bird about the size of a palm fluttering its wings through the night and landing steadily on the man's hand. He gently stroked the bird's head, took a small folded note from his pocket, and slipped it into a bamboo tube tied to the bird's leg. Then he cupped his hands and released the bird. Interesting. As soon as the bird flew away, Shen Xiangwan quickly shifted her position inside the space. She reached out and grabbed the flying bird.
Who are you?
The man on the ground immediately sensed something was wrong and threw out a few hidden weapons. She temporarily stored the blue bird in her space. When her figure reappeared, she was standing on the roof, aiming her tranquilizer gun at the serious-looking man below.
Whoosh. What? Bang.
Suddenly, a breaking sound filled the air. The man spun around quickly, but before he could react, the tranquilizer dart had already hit him. His tall body collapsed heavily to the ground, and his previously vigilant eyes closed unwillingly. So, it was you. I stepped in front of the man. Shen Xiangwan took out a flashlight and shined it on his face. I immediately recognized him as the messenger, who often followed Zhao Shan. He wasn't very outstanding or noticeable. Who would have thought that he would be so ruthless, always wanting to kill everyone? I brushed my hand and put him into the space. Instead of returning to my room, I went to Wei Qingyi's room.
Bang.
I casually threw the man onto the ground. I then grabbed the bluebird, took the bamboo tube from its leg, and pulled out a small note. Are there accomplices? After reading the note, Shen Xiangwan made a small sound of surprise. She looked down at the man on the ground, who looked like a dead pig. His accomplices must be close to being wiped out now. I didn't think Wei Qingyi and Qingyi would go out for a walk in the middle of the night. Wan? The moment Wei Qingyi stepped into the room, he sensed something was wrong. Under the faint moonlight, he saw Shen Xiangwan sitting upright in a chair, staring at him intently. For some reason, he felt a bit guilty. Wan, why are you here? Is something wrong? Because all his mental energy was focused on Shen Xiangwan, he didn't notice the person lying on the ground. No reason I can't come here if there's nothing wrong? She raised an eyebrow and asked back without answering, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Seeing his full of vitality, he must have killed quite a few people, right?
Stop joking. You know I didn't mean that.
With a helpless sigh, Wei Qingyi was about to take a step forward when he noticed another person in the room.
Who is he?
Could he be the poisoner? Did Wan catch him? Didn't you already guess? Shen Xiangwan said as she stood up, squatting in front of the man. She took a syringe from her sleeve and injected it into his neck, pushing the liquid into his body. After removing the syringe, she took out a silver needle and inserted it into several acupoints.
Ugh.
The man, still unconscious, twitched and let out a groan. His tightly closed eyes slowly opened, but his gaze was dazed and unfocused, not at all like someone who is awake. Sit up.
Yes.
The man responded with a command and moved mechanically, turning to sit on the ground. Shen Xiangwan exchanged a glance with Wei Qingyi, leaning back in the chair with her legs crossed. Who are you, and why are you mixed in with the messenger's team? My name is Chen Jianghai. I am an undercover agent under the Longying Guard, tasked with escorting the Wei family. If I find Wei Qingyi acting suspiciously, I will cooperate with the Longying Guard to eliminate him. What if Wei Qingyi doesn't show any signs of suspicion? There are actually spies under the Dragon Shadow Guard? Shen Xiangwan and Wei Qingyi both couldn't help but frown slightly. The Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guard seems more troublesome than they imagined. After Wei Qingyi's death, make sure to secretly eliminate the main branch of the Wei family, especially the eldest branch. They must not reach Qinzhou alive. What did you say? Is this why, in the original story, the Wei family members suffer so much? Shen Xiangwan's face turned very grim. Wei Qingyi was not in a better state. Before, they thought the Emperor was only targeting Wei Qingyi himself. They believed that once he died, they would be safe. But it turns out he wanted the lives of everyone in the main branch of the Wei family, including a toddler under 3 years old. What a ruthless move to wipe out the entire family. Regaining composure, Shen Xiangwan gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Without a doubt, if the Emperor were in front of her now, she might rush forward and kick him hard. Please support with votes. In the late dynasty, the government was corrupt, officials were lazy and incompetent, and there were all kinds of heavy taxes and levies, causing widespread suffering. The common people were full of complaints. Emperor Taizu, a martial arts expert, couldn't bear to see the people suffer. He joined forces with like-minded friends to rise up and overthrow the tyranny, establishing a new regime. To stabilize the government quickly, Taizu rewarded many officials generously. Old Wei Yongwang was one of them. After Taizu died, Taizong took the throne. Although he wasn't as capable as his father and couldn't expand the empire greatly, he was kind-hearted. He issued policies to improve the people's lives and treated meritorious officials well, encouraging them to serve loyally in guarding the borders for the Li imperial family. Unfortunately, he didn't live long and died after a few years. When Emperor Yingzong ascended the throne, he continued policies to benefit the people and treated deserving officials with respect. However, many descendants of meritorious officials gradually became corrupt, abusing their power and causing chaos in the capital. Yingzong was brave enough to carry out a series of reforms, stripping many noble titles, especially those of foreign princes. Since then, Wei Yongwang became the only remaining foreign prince of the Tianqi dynasty. His grandfather, father, and himself all guarded the frontier loyally, and the court trusted them completely. Yingzong had never done anything against them, but unexpectedly, his son betrayed Wei Yongwang's family. This was no longer just about cutting off their chances to survive, it was about completely destroying their bloodline. Even though I already felt heartbroken, at this moment, Wei Qingyi also felt very sad. If Wei Yongwangfu was the first to break the law and had disloyal thoughts, and if the emperor acted this way, there was nothing he could say. It was just a matter of winners and losers. However, from beginning to end, Wei Yongwangfu did nothing to offend the Li royal family. The emperor's actions are truly cruel and ruthless. He turned his head to look at her. Shen Xiangwan reached out and held his hand. Since the so-called emperor is not acting like a human, then they will overthrow him. There's no need to feel sad about it. Feeling her warmth, Wei Qingyi turned his head and his gaze directly met her bright eyes. After they stared at each other for a while, Wei Qingyi held her hand tightly with both of his.
I'm fine.
I've lost hope in the emperor a long time ago. Yes, no matter what happens, I will face it with you. She nodded firmly, making a promise. She liked this man. As long as he didn't betray her, she would stay loyal to him.
Okay.
He tightened his grip on her hand, trying to suppress the excitement in his heart. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. Now is not the time for love and romance. Shin Xiangwan turned her head and continued to look at Qin Zhonghai. Are there any of your accomplices in the Exiled team?
Who are they?
No, they are all dead, he replied. So there used to be some? Shin Xiangwan sneered and slightly curled her lips. Did you poison the Wei family yesterday? Did you also kill Shin Xiangping? Yes, Qin Zhonghai answered simply this time. Why did you kill Shin Xiangping? Because she saw me escape from the kitchen to the backyard. I was worried you would investigate later, so I decided to kill her directly, he explained. Exactly. His answer confirmed her suspicion. Shin Xiangwan closed her eyes and carefully processed everything in her mind. After a while, she spoke again.
Who are you planning to contact tonight?
She chose to wait and see because she guessed that after his mission failed, he would contact his accomplices. As for how she knew he had accomplices outside, it's simple. The poison he used this time was different from last time, colorless, tasteless, and so subtle that even she could hardly detect it. It couldn't have been bought at an ordinary pharmacy. The only possibility was that he had accomplices outside who supplied the poison. If the poisoning failed again, they would definitely take other measures. Therefore, notifying the outside was inevitable. It proved that her guess was correct. She had indeed caught him. Following secretly is Long Yingwei. No matter what she asked, Qin Zhonghai always answered honestly, like a simpleton.
Oh.
She raised an eyebrow. Shin Xiangwan smirked and glanced at Wei Qingyi, then continued to ask, how did you two get in touch? As I understand, the shadow guard who is secretly following has already been dealt with. They contacted me first. Really? If that's the case, he was no longer useful. Shin Xiangwan stopped asking and stood up to make him faint again. Although she could have killed him directly, the difference between a death during an official investigation and someone going missing or being exiled was significant. The authorities would search more carefully, and even if they found nothing, it would delay their plans. So she didn't plan to kill him now. Once they left the city, she had plenty of ways to quietly get rid of him. The shadow guards outside have already been dealt with by us. Knowing she probably guessed, Wei Qingyi no longer hid and honestly explained. So, the reason Xing Ying hurriedly reported about those shadow guards earlier was because of you. Shin Xiangwan's tone seemed like a question but was actually a firm statement. They had been together almost all day and night, only separated when she went out to cook. Plus, Qing Ying's unusual behavior made it easy to guess what was happening.
Yes.
Pulling her to sit down again, Wei Qingyi spoke seriously. Sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. You've been so tired lately, I didn't want to see you worry about those things. And when we caught their movements, it was already too late. They were already dead, not worth worrying about. Wanwan, I like you. I only like you. This was the first time he openly expressed his feelings. Long before she repeatedly protected her mother and others, he had already fallen for her. Everything she did afterward made him love her even more. In this life, he only wanted to open his heart for her and let her live in his heart. You're breaking the rules again. Who could withstand such a deep gaze? Shin Xiangwan cursed softly, stood up, spread her legs, and sat on his lap. She held his face with both hands and said seriously, Wei Qingyi, I am a very selfish person, and I have a cleanliness obsession when it comes to feelings. I won't share my man with anyone. Think carefully. If you really want me, then I can only be yours for life. Otherwise. She didn't finish her sentence, but her narrowed eyes reflected a hint of danger. If he dared to betray her, she would hunt him down everywhere, even to the ends of the earth, willing to die with him, if necessary. No, otherwise. I only love you now and always, Wei Qingyi said firmly, facing her gaze. Having wandered as a ghost among the living for too long in his past life, his heart had already grown cold. It was one who warmed it. From now on, it would only beat for her. You're such a naughty man, Shin Xiangwan muttered, dismissing her previous seriousness. Suddenly, she leaned forward, her cherry-red lips pressing on his thin lips. Wei Qingyi was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. One arm wrapped around her waist, the other lifted her head, not giving her a chance to pull away. Turning the passive into the active, He deepened the kiss passionately. Please vote for me. Following Shin Xiangwan's instructions, Wei Qingyi threw the unconscious Chen Jianghai into the backyard. When he woke up, he remembered nothing but the moment before fainting. He wasn't sure if he had been exposed and dared not make a sound. He could only pretend nothing had happened. However, the next morning, the inn was still in chaos. Just before dawn, most people were still asleep. Zhao Shanjin, filled with anger, strode into the corner where the Shin family was gathered. He swung his whip forcefully, hitting them. Sharp screams followed, and everyone in the Shin family instinctively jumped up.
Boss.
When they saw who was hitting them, they were stunned and confused, not understanding what they had done to offend him. Boss, what's going on? Regaining his senses, Shun Yishan was about to say something when Zhao Shanjin kicked him. He staggered backward, nearly falling to the ground. Shin Xiangdong quickly stepped forward to support him.
Boss, what do you mean by this?
What do I mean? He spat forcefully and said loudly, How bold you are. How dare you let Shin Xiangping steal my money? If you have any sense, hand it over now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. He never imagined that his money could be stolen. Usually, he would check his belongings at the inn every night. Last night, he was too tired after sending away the officials and went straight to bed. It wasn't until this morning that he discovered the silver notes in his purse were short by 200 taels. Besides Shun Xiangping, who sleeps with him every night, who else could have stealthily stolen his silver notes? But Shin Xiangping's body had already been thoroughly examined, and no valuables were found. The only explanation was that she had already handed the money to someone else. As for who that person was, only the Shin family could be involved, no one else. He even couldn't help but suspect that Shin Xiangping was strangled to death by members of the Shin family, probably to silence her. No, it wasn't us. We didn't do it. Hearing this, the Shin family members repeatedly shook their heads in denial. They weren't fools. How could they let Shin Xiangping steal his money? If it was discovered, they might be tortured to death. No one noticed that Shin Xiangdong's eyes flickered with an unnatural expression. Only he knew about this matter. Although he had asked Shin Xiangping to steal the money in front of the family that day, he spoke quietly so others wouldn't hear. Later, he went alone to find Shin Xiangping. Now that Shin Xiangping was dead, there was no evidence against him. As long as they could withstand Zhao Shan's investigation, this matter would likely be forgotten. Who else could it be but you? Zhao Shan glared angrily, firmly accusing them of instructing Shin Xiangping to steal his money. Boss, what's going on? A few guards, yawning, approached. They had been awakened by the earlier commotion. Yesterday, it wasn't just the exiled people who were tired, they were exhausted too. What else could it be? They made that scoundrel Shin Xiangping steal my money. Shin Xiangping was timid and probably wouldn't have dared to steal his money voluntarily. It must have been the Shin family intimidating or encouraging her. Since she had no money on her, it must be with the Shin family. Oh, so bold. The guards suddenly perked up. They didn't believe Zhao Shan was falsely accusing them. Most of the exiled people, except for the Wei Qingyi couple who had strength and confidence, were afraid of them. They wouldn't dare steal their belongings. Therefore, Shin Xiangping, who slept with Zhao Shan every night, became the only suspect.
No, we really didn't.
Seeing that they were about to be accused of theft, including Shin Xiangdong, everyone in the Shin family once again protested their innocence. Search them. The banknotes must be on them. Too tired to argue further, Zhao Shan ordered some guards to search.
Yes.
The guards immediately rushed forward without hesitation. The men were fine, but the women screamed in fear. Unfortunately, no one dared to step in to help. For those being exiled, the guards escorting them were like the law, and whether they liked it or not, they had to submit to the search. TSK. What a good show early in the morning. On the second floor, Shin Xiangwan, with her long hair loose, leaned on the railing, looking down at the chaotic scene below, a faint smile on her lips. I remember Shin Xiangping is quite shy. How could she steal from the guards? Zhao Yuping, who also saw this, frowned. Although she didn't know the Shin family's children well, she knew that the Shin family had sent a good girl to be toyed with by Zhao Shan. She had often pitied the timid girl, and now she didn't believe Shin Xiangbing had the courage to steal from the guards. That might not be the case. Shin Xiangwan glanced at her sideways with a faint look, shook her head, and turned away. Zhao Yuping was kind-hearted and always saw the best in people. Without their protection, she might have been bullied badly.
Huh.
Zhao Yuping was stunned, then looked at her with doubt. Wei Linger, standing beside her, whispered, "Mother, she might not have done it willingly, but she probably did steal the money. Otherwise, how could she have been crying secretly in the corner yesterday?" "How do you know?" Zhao Yuping was even more confused. Wei Linger didn't know how to explain, so she pouted and said softly, "Mom, just forget it. This isn't our business anyway." "You're right, sister. Whether Shin Xiangping stole the money or not, it has nothing to do with us." Wei Qinghe quickly agreed. As for Wei Qingyi, he had already gone back to his room with Shen Xiangwan. He was never interested in these dramas. Let's go back too. The Yen family members who saw this scene exchanged glances and turned back to their rooms. As Wei Qinghe said, whether Shin Xiangping stole the money or not, it didn't concern them. As exiles, the worst thing was to interfere in others' affairs, especially when it was the guards' business. Just wait and see. Ignoring the pleas and struggles of the Shin family, Zhao Shan and the guards searched each person thoroughly, even rummaging through their gathered corners. They still couldn't find the silver notes. As time grew late, they had to give up for now. However, Zhao Shan remained suspicious, convinced that Shin Xiangping was the thief and that the silver notes must be with the Shin family, just not found yet. The men of the Shin family were okay, just looking a bit pale, but the women were all crying. Whenever they thought about how the guards had rudely searched them in front of everyone, tears kept falling. Women value their reputation highly, and they wondered how they could face others again. Please support with votes. As expected, Shen Xiangping's death was left unresolved. To avoid delaying their journey further, Zhao Shan didn't reveal his suspicion that the Shin family was responsible for her death. Around noon, two exile groups set out again. Pingzhou and Taizhou are connected, and both areas suffered some disasters. Many refugees from Taizhou had fled, and there were countless disaster victims in Pingzhou. Smack.
Ah.
Move faster, all of you. Since they didn't find the silver notes on the Shin family and Shin Xiangping was dead, there was no solid evidence. Zhao Shan had to stop his suspicions, but as the leader, it was easy for him to make the Shin family suffer a little. He specifically sent 2 men to watch them. If they showed any sign of slackening, they would be whipped immediately. In just one day, the Shin family was suffering greatly. "Master, what should we do?" Jiang Shi, staggering and clutching her torn clothes, choked with tears as she asked Shin Yishan. "How would I know? If I knew, I wouldn't have been beaten along with you." Shin Yishan looked ahead at the front of the group, his gaze fixed on a large donkey cart. If Wenwen was willing to help, maybe the head of the guards wouldn't dare to openly bully them. Jiang Shi was still crying and didn't notice his gaze. However, Shin Xiangyue, who was behind them, saw it and also hoped for something. But her hope wasn't for Shin Wenwen, it was for Wei Qingyi. To this day, she still believed that as long as she explained everything to Wei Qingyi, he would remain her husband and protect her just as he did Shin Wenwen. In terms of strength, Shin Xiangyue was undeniably quite powerful. They had already wasted too much time earlier, so they definitely needed to make up for the lost distance. When they reached the next county, the 2 guides did not take them into town but kept walking until it was completely dark. Then they found an open space in the countryside to rest. Cheng He sprinkled some powder around to keep snakes, insects, and rodents away. Intentionally parking the donkey cart beside Zhao Shan's ox cart, Shin Xiangwan took out a bottle of powder and handed it to Wei Qinghe, subtly glancing at Qin Jianghai nearby. He had lived long enough. This place would be his final resting spot. Okay. Wei Qinghe carefully sprinkled the powder around without needing instructions. Seeing this, Wei Linger took out a pot from the cart and started preparing their dinner. "Second master, shall we hunt some wild animals?" Their only food was baked flatbreads. Qingying stepped forward to ask for permission.
Yes.
Wei Qingyi didn't object. Their mother was fine. Even if they were exiled, they hadn't lost much. But Wanan was so thin she looked like a bag of skin. She definitely needed to eat more meat to regain strength. Having received his approval, Ching-ing led 2 guards into the woods, while the remaining guards scattered around to watch for any sudden trouble. Wanan, you watch over Ngur. We'll handle the cooking. Holding Shen Xiangwan as she prepared to cook, Zhao Yuping handed her the little cub.
All right.
Shen Xiangwan didn't argue. She sat next to Wei Qingyi with the little cub and asked, "What are you looking at?" Following his gaze, she saw Shen Yishan staring eagerly at them. Shen Xiangwan couldn't help but pucker her lips and quickly looked away. "He seems to want to find you again." He withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "When doesn't he want to find me?" Rolling her eyes in annoyance, Shen Xiangwan took out a caramel candy, tore open the wrapper, and put it in the little cub's mouth.
Angeher, the Tweetly here.
"When the water boils, Auntie will prepare your milk." "Okay, thank you, Auntie." The little cub obediently responded, pulling out a panda plushie that she had given him and playing happily. She affectionately rubbed his head, then leaned her head on Wei Qingyi's shoulder. "We should send him on his way tonight to avoid any trouble later."
Okay.
He nodded without asking questions, just poking at the fire the guards had lit with a stick. Shen Xiangwan did not continue to speak. She leaned on his shoulder and slowly closed her eyes. Before long, she seemed to fall asleep. Wei Qingyi quietly exchanged a glance with the young child, then gently picked her up to carry her into the carriage to rest. However, Shen Xiangwan, who was supposed to be asleep, suddenly raised her hand and hooked her arm around his neck, whispering with her eyes closed, "Just let me rest against you for a little while."
Okay.
Hearing this, Wei Qingyi sat down with her in his arms. Shen Xiangwan simply leaned forward and rested her head on his lap, closing her eyes again to pretend to sleep. Looking down at her thin face, Wei Qingyi felt a wave of tenderness. His delicate fingers gently traced her features, then brushed her loose hair, softly tucking it behind her ear. Without realizing it, his expression was filled with deep affection and care. Brother Yi and Wanwan really get along well. From a distance, Mu Yunran watched this scene and smiled. She and her husband also had a good relationship, but she had never seen her husband show such an expression. "Yes, seeing them like this, I feel at ease." She looked up at them and also smiled. Having a son marry such a good daughter-in-law like Wanwan was truly a blessing they had earned over many lifetimes. Heaven had not been unkind to the Wei family. Soon, Ching-ing and the others returned with 5 wild chickens and 3 wild rabbits. Including Jie Cha, everyone who saw this couldn't help but swallow hard. Some of them even imitated the others by sneaking into the woods. Unfortunately, when they came out, they were empty-handed. No wild chickens, no rabbits, not even a single feather. Considering that the 2 young men had tried to help them, Shen Xiangwan asked Wei Qinghe to each give them a wild chicken and a wild rabbit. The rest was all braised in red sauce. The rich aroma of the meat made everyone swallow their saliva eagerly, watching longingly as they enjoyed their meal. Unfilial daughter. She glared fiercely at Shen Xiangwan. Jiang Shi rubbed her stomach and cursed silently. Right now, each of them only had 2 small steamed buns a day. Even though she had taken some from the common children, it still wasn't enough to fill her stomach. On top of that, she had been beaten all the way here. She was exhausted, in pain and hungry. Yet her own daughter was happily eating meat. How could she not feel resentful? "That's enough." Suddenly, Shen Yishan shouted angrily, "If you didn't favor your adopted daughter and ignored your own biological daughter, she wouldn't be so resentful of us." He was always thinking about how to repair their father-daughter relationship and to comfort Shen Xiangwan. But she was still causing trouble here. How stupid could she be? "Master, what are you talking about? Don't you care more about Yue? Besides, Yue was raised by us personally. She's not your biological daughter, but she's like family. What's wrong with caring a little more for her?" Usually, Jiang would tolerate this, but today she didn't want to hold back anymore. Also, which daughter would blame her parents? In her opinion, Shen Xiangwan was rotten to the core and unworthy of being their daughter. You. Shen Yishan was so angry he leaned back, trembling as he pointed at her. He couldn't come up with a reason after a long time. The main character, Shin Xianyue, was only thinking about how to secretly contact Wei Qingyi and didn't want to pay attention to them. Shin Xiangdong and his brother were both grim and impatient, feeling pain all over, with no energy left to stop their parents arguing. Please vote. Tonight, I will sleep in the carriage with my mother and them. After eating and drinking enough, Shin Xiangwan lazily stretched. She nodded. Wei Qingyi took a water pouch and handed it to her. Tonight, I will guard the night with Qingying and the others.
Okay.
She took the water pouch, took a couple sips, then turned and said, Angur, let's go wash up. Okay. The little cub nearby obediently ran to her. Shin Xiangwan exchanged a knowing look with Wei Qingyi, then held the little cub and went to wash up. After they finished and prepared to sleep, everything was quiet. They had traveled all day and were exhausted. Wanwan, aren't you going to sleep? Seeing him lull the little cub to sleep and then sit cross-legged in the carriage, Zhao Yuping asked worriedly. No need, mother. You all sleep. Knowing that martial artists find sitting meditation more relieving than sleeping, Zhao Yuping didn't insist. She lay down, leaning on her grandson, and soon fell asleep. It was still early, so Shin Xiangwan didn't rush to move. She continued meditating and practicing until late at night. Almost everyone had fallen into deep sleep. Only then did she slowly open her eyes, a deadly killing intent swirling in her gaze. To prevent Qingying and the others from noticing anything, Shin Xiangwan quickly entered her space, grabbed a small silver snake she raised, and took it to Qin Jianghai's sleeping area. Be good, bite him a couple of times. Hiss. The tiny silver snake, about the thickness of chopsticks, seemed to understand her words and flicked out its tongue at her.
Go.
She patted its head and released it from her space.
Ah.
Almost immediately, a sharp cry of pain pierced the quiet night. Qin Jianghai suddenly sat up from his sleep, and at the same time, Shin Xiangwan retracted her silver snake and sat back in the carriage. Who's howling in the middle of the night? Exactly. Are you trying to keep everyone awake? Old Qin, what are you doing? The scream was so sharp that nearly everyone was awakened. The exiled prisoners dared not complain, but the guards had no such worries. They all cursed and got up.
Ah.
It hurts so much. I think I was bitten by something. He pressed his hands tightly on his thigh, shouting in pain.
What?
Realizing something was wrong, Zhao Shan turned over quickly, and the other guards moved closer.
Rip. Hey.
When Zhao Shan tore open his pants and saw his thigh, everyone gasped. His leg was completely black, with a small bite mark in the middle. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it. Whatever bit him, it must have been something highly poisonous. Thinking of this, including Zhao Shan, everyone instinctively stepped back, afraid that the deadly toxin was still nearby. Help! Help me! In moments, the poison spread to his face. Qin Jianghai couldn't sit still anymore. He tilted over on the ground, his face twisted as he begged Zhao Shan and the others for help. Hurry, call Madame Wei. Regaining his senses, Zhao Shan shouted loudly. What's going on? Before the guards could act, Shin Xiangwan's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned around and saw her coming over with Wei Qingyi. With them were Qingying and 2 guards. Madame Wei, Jianghai seems to have been bitten by something poisonous. Please help us take a look. Pushing aside the crowd, Zhao Shan quickly stepped forward. They had already lost enough people. They couldn't afford to lose more, especially among the guards. I think it's probably unnecessary. Looking past him at Qin Jianghai, who was clearly dead, Shin Xiangwan shook her head as if she was helpless.
Huh.
She turned and looked in the direction of his gaze. The person who had been begging for help earlier was now lying on the ground with blood gushing from his 7 orifices. His eyes, protruding outward, still seemed to hold fear and regret. Anyone with some martial arts knowledge could tell he was no longer breathing. What kind of poison was so powerful? Generally, they should go forward to check and remove the body, but no one moved. They were all afraid that the poison was still nearby, and if bitten, it could be deadly. Let's go back. After confirming that Qin Jianghai was definitely dead, Shin Xiangwan was about to turn around.
Wait.
Zhao Shan suddenly called her and, looking at her puzzled, said awkwardly, Madam Wei, the poison that bit Jiang Hai is very dangerous. Do you have any medicine that can drive it away? Knowing that Qin Jianghai was sleeping not far from them, he was genuinely a bit scared. He was probably bitten by a poisonous snake. Later, I will ask Cheng He to bring you 2 bottles of powder that can repel snakes and pests. Thank you very much, Madam Wei. The effectiveness of Shin Xiangwan's powder was well known to them, as they had all experienced it firsthand. Zhao Shan gratefully clasped his hands and secretly felt lucky to have such a skilled healer in their team. He would never have guessed that all this was a play directed by Shin Xiangwan, aimed at eliminating Qin Jianghai and removing hidden dangers from their upcoming exile journey. Is he really dead? When the couple returned, Zhao Yuping peeked out from the carriage and asked. The child had also been awakened earlier, but she and Linger had not gone out. Yes, bitten by a snake. She nodded, then paused briefly before continuing. Don't worry. We've already sprinkled powder around to repel snakes and pests. It's still early before dawn, so let's sleep a bit longer.
All right.
Hearing this, Zhao Yuping and the Yen family members nearby relaxed. They casually exchanged a few words and soon fell back asleep. Shin Xiangwan did not return to the carriage, but stayed outside, sitting with Wei Qingyi by the fire. Meanwhile, no one dared approach Chen Jianghai's body. The guards even moved to a different place to rest. After Wei Qinghe carefully sprinkled the powder around, they continued to sleep. Even so, except for Shin Xiangwan, the Yen family, and a few others, everyone else slept uneasily, subconsciously afraid they might also be bitten by a poisonous snake. In this way, at least we don't have to worry about threats from within the Exiled team. Once everyone was asleep, Shin Xiangwan lowered her voice and whispered, Yes. Turning to look at her, Wei Qingyi reached out and put his arm around her shoulder. Sleep a bit. It's getting late. Okay. Leaning against him, Shin Xiangwan narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint smile on her lips. Soon, her breathing became steady again. Wei Qingyi gently laid her down on his lap and took a coat from his bag to cover her. His deep, lowered eyes were filled with strong feelings and tenderness that couldn't be easily explained. There will be more later. Please support me with your votes. The next day, the guards casually dug a hole and buried Qin Jianghai, considering the matter settled. No one suspected that his death was caused by foul play. The exile team continued their journey forward. Compared to the previous 2 provinces, they saw many refugees fleeing with their families. Some were in rags, some were so thin they looked like skin and bones, appearing very pitiful. Fortunately, the disaster in Pingzhou was not severe. Some cities still had wealthy families giving out porridge, so the refugees saw hope and didn't feel hopeless about life. They had already delayed their schedule too much, so most of the time the exile team had to camp outdoors. In just a few days, they crossed Pingzhou and entered Hongzhou's territory. Besides Shin Xiangwan's family and the Yen family, everyone else was exhausted and fell asleep immediately, with no energy to complain. Of course, Shun's family was an exception. During this time, Zhao Shan took special care of Shun's family, with 2 guards watching them every day. Shin Yishan, Shin Xiangdong, and Shin Xiangnan, the father and sons, were the main focus. They were covered in whip marks, some swollen and infected. Their clothes were torn and ragged, unable to cover their bodies, which was truly tragic. Meanwhile, inside the imperial palace.
What?
Lost contact again? In the emperor's study, the emperor frowned in displeasure. If I remember correctly, this time, 2 new masters led the team, right? How could they lose contact? Wei Qingyi is also a master. Has his poison really been cured? Yes, your majesty. The man in black knelt on one knee, expressionless. The emperor set down his cinnabar brush and leaned back in his chair. After a moment, he said, Send people to continue chasing them. Absolutely cannot let them live. Yes, your majesty. The man in black bowed and disappeared from the study. The emperor stared blankly at the door, regret filling his heart. He shouldn't have let Wei Qingyi leave so easily. If he truly had a rebellious heart and secretly contacted the Wei family, the world might really fall into chaos. Regardless of whether he is willing to admit it or not, across the entire Apocalypse dynasty, few people can match Wei Qingyi in battle. The reason he wants to kill him is to prevent him from rebelling after settling down. Half a month later, the Exiled team passed through Lizhou Jiaozhou and entered Mingzhou's territory. They would soon reach Qinzhou. That day, the team did not arrive before dark. Fortunately, the guards found a broken temple, which could barely block the wind and rain. The guards took the drier corner first, and the two leaders didn't say anything, occupying another corner with the guards. Everyone else was exhausted and had no energy to fight for space. They all collapsed on the ground like mud. If I remember correctly, Qinzhou borders Mingzhou? While cooking, Shen Xiangwan casually asked. She knew nothing about these matters and had only heard about them along the way. Yes. Based on our current progress, we should reach Qinzhou in no more than 5 days. Wei Qingyi nodded, picked up the cleaned rice, and handed it to her. Not long ago, he had contacted his subordinates sent to Qinzhou. Everything was arranged. Once they arrived, they could settle down immediately. 3 months, finally coming to an end. She exhaled exaggeratedly and smiled slightly, her movements becoming more efficient. Are you happy? Seeing her in such a good mood, Wei Qingyi also smiled. Yes. How could she not be happy? They would no longer have to wander and suffer. A deeper smile appeared at the corner of Shen Xiangwan's lips. Once they settled in Qinzhou, they could move on to the next step. The dog emperor was unworthy of being a ruler, and she wouldn't let him be one. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the corner where the Shen family gathered was gloomy, because Shen Yishan suddenly collapsed. Wan. Lying on the ground, Shen Yishan trembled as he raised his hand. His face was pale, with sunken eyes, protruding cheekbones, and he had become so thin that he looked like a skeleton. A faint, foul smell emanated from him, an infected, pus-filled wound from a whip mark. What? Old master, what are you saying? Not hearing clearly what he said, Zhangshi quickly knelt and held his hand. Her condition was not much better. She was also thin and gaunt, with red eyes from crying, her face covered in dirt, and her hair messy, like a chicken coop. No one would argue if she was called a beggar woman, and she no longer had her former charm. Huff. Late at night. Shen Yishan was already running out of breath, but he still struggled to lift his head, repeatedly whispering the words Wan. He knew he was going to die, but he didn't want to. The only person who could save him now was the highly skilled Shen Xiangwan. Xiangwan? Finally understanding what he was saying, Zhangshi was stunned, then immediately yelled desperately, Quick, call Shen Xiangwan. She must be able to save the old master. But Shen Xiangdong frowned tightly, and Shen Xiangnan hesitated as he looked at Shen Xiangwan not far away. From the beginning, her attitude was clear. Going to find her might just bring more trouble. Shen Xiangyue, who was standing nearby, kept her head down and occasionally sniffled, looking very sad. No one saw her calm face in private, which showed she wasn't upset about Shen Yishan possibly dying. No matter how much Shen Yishan once loved her, all she remembered was how he mocked and looked down on her along the way. She hated him so much that she couldn't be sad now. Meanwhile, Xia Yunyun couldn't help but purse her lips. Why did they wait so long to find her little sister-in-law? If they hadn't been so biased towards Shen Xiangyue, she wouldn't have refused to recognize them. She had given up on this family long ago. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up. After waiting a long time without seeing her sons move, Zhangshi couldn't hold back and shouted again. Xiangnan, you go. Supporting her injured and painful leg, Shen Xiangdong ordered with a grim face. He really didn't expect Zhaoshan to be so cruel. Not finding those 200 taels of silver, he started torturing them in all sorts of ways. Not only their father, but him and his brother also couldn't handle it anymore. The whip marks all over their bodies itched and hurt, almost driving them crazy. I'm not going. With Shen Xiangwan's personality, it was strange that she would come with him. Shen Xiangnan rarely disobeyed his older brother's orders. He didn't want to bring her there to humiliate her, nor did he want to face the fierce guards. You unfilial son. Seeing this, Jiang Shi was so angry she jumped up. After glaring at him fiercely, she turned and ran toward the corner where Shin Xiangwan and the others were. Extra update, please vote. Qing and the others went to the nearby mountain to catch some wild chickens. Shin Xiangwan cooked them all in one pot. The two families sat together, eating happily. Compared to them, others felt uncomfortable smelling the rich meat aroma. To them, it was almost like another kind of torture. Shin Xiangwan, stop right there. Zhang's loud shout and the guard's stern commands almost at the same time made everyone pause their eating. Shin Xiangwan turned her head, picked up a piece of chicken again, and said, "Eat quickly. It'll get cold if you wait." Everyone looked at each other, then started eating again, ignoring Zhang's shouting. Shin Xiangwan. Jiang was so angry she almost lost her temper. She wanted to rush over and slap her hard, but was stopped by the guards. She could only scream hysterically, "Shin Xiangwan, your father's almost gone and you're still here eating meat? You unfilial girl. You'll be struck down by heaven. Is Shun Yishan really close to death?" Their loud voices drew the attention of others. Many people looked toward the corner where the Shun family was gathered. They could vaguely see Shin Yishan lying on the ground. Zhao Shan sneered. This was the result of stealing his money. As long as he was still in exile, he had plenty of ways to torment them. Wan. Shin Yishan was her biological father after all. Zhao Yuping looked at Shin Xiangwan with worry. Mother. She sighed deeply, feeling helpless. Seeing everyone worriedly watching her, she had to speak patiently. When I was inexplicably arranged to marry into the prince's residence, and they all believed Shin Yue instead, thinking everything was my plan, I was no longer involved. Because from that moment on, the only person alive was her, Shen Xiangwan, not the original owner. She truly had died, killed by Shen Yi's cruelty and the Shun family's indifference. No matter if Shin Yishan was really close to death or not, she didn't plan to care anymore. Eat your meal and rest early after. Wei Qingyi, sitting beside her, handed her a piece of chicken leg. His deep, soothing voice was pleasant. Shin Xiangwan smiled at him and started eating again. Seeing this, others stopped worrying. The atmosphere seemed to return to its previous peaceful state. However, Jiang was still cursing loudly, which was a bit harsh to hear. Shin Xiangwan, you wicked girl, you'll never have a good life, you. Take her back and get rid of her. Seeing her curse more fiercely, full of insults, Wei Qingyi's face darkened. His voice, filled with internal strength, clearly reached everyone's ears.
Yes.
What are you doing?
The
guards had long lost patience. They grabbed her collar and lifted her up, ignoring her struggles and screams. They threw her to Shin Xiangdong and his brother. The guards remained silent throughout, showing no intention to intervene. To them, the Shin family's theft of Zhao Shan's money was a challenge to their authority. Not killing them directly was already a mercy.
Oh dear. Ugh.
When Jiang was thrown back, Shin Xiangdong and his brother both moved aside, causing her to fall directly onto Shin Yishan lying on the ground. She was already weak and short of breath. Her eyes widened with rage, her body twitched stiffly a few times, then suddenly grew weak and lost her life. Her eyes, still open, showed anger and unwillingness. Once a prime minister, now she was killed by her own wife. His death was truly tragic.
Dad.
Old master? Realizing he was no longer breathing, Shin Xiangdong and others shouted loudly. Jiang was stunned at first, then quickly turned around to check. Old master. Seeing he was truly gone, Jiang collapsed onto him, crying desperately.
Dad.
Shin Xiangdong and his brother also knelt heavily on the ground. Shin Xiangyue and Xia Yunyan hesitated a little, but slowly knelt down as well. The remaining legitimate children looked at each other silently and followed suit. Others saw this and were stunned, but quickly turned away indifferently. They had seen too much death on this journey. Their hearts no longer stirred. Is he really dead? Shin Xiangwan, who had already finished eating, raised an eyebrow. She only glanced in the direction of the Shin family members without saying anything or showing any intention to go check. To her, the Shin family members were no better than strangers. If it weren't for venting her anger for the original owner, she wouldn't even bother planning their exile together.
But
It's you, Shen Xiangwan. It's you who caused the old master's death. You, the murderer who harmed your own father, will face retribution. She didn't want to pay attention to others, but that didn't mean others didn't want to pay attention to her. Suddenly, Jiang, crying, rushed toward them, wildly pointing at Shen Xiangwan and shouting angrily. If Wei Qingyi hadn't ordered someone to throw her back and she had not fallen on the old master, how could the old master have died? If it weren't for Shen Xiangwan's cruelty, even her own parents would neglect her. How could they have fallen into such a state? With Shen Xiangwan's abilities, if she had just spoken a kind word to the less fortunate, they wouldn't have been treated so harshly. Everything is Shen Xiangwan's fault. She is the one who harmed them. Unable to accept Shen Yishan's death, Mrs. Jiang blamed everything on Shen Xiangwan.
how dare you?
Seeing her so crazy, the guards didn't hold back and directly kicked her back. Mrs. Jiang fell to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. But she didn't stop there. Ignoring her pain, she sat on the ground crying loudly. Oh heavens, please strike that unfilial daughter with lightning. It's her fault that we suffered, and that old master died.
Boo-hoo. Ha.
Originally, Shen Xiangwan didn't want to bother with her. She saw her as just a madwoman. But she seemed to be getting more and more daring. Shen Xiangwan sneered, slightly curling her lips, and walked toward her. Wei Qingyi saw this and followed her. Ying also led the guards to protect around them, each face showing clear annoyance. Mother. Seeing the situation was getting dangerous, Shen Xiangdong hobbled forward. Shen Xiangnan hesitated but also followed. What are you trying to do? Finally realizing her fear, Mrs. Jiang scrambled to her feet, her face full of terror and caution. Deep inside, she was still a bit afraid of her. Huh, now you're scared? Shen Xiangwan sneered coldly, pushing aside the guards blocking her way, stepping closer to her. Please vote for me. Mrs. Jiang screamed in fear, turned around, and hid behind Shen Xiangdong. Feeling somewhat safe, she stuck her head out and cursed, You unfilial girl who kills with 1,000 cuts. It's you who caused old master's death. Heaven has eyes. You won't have a good end. Mother. Cursing her as a fool, Shen Xiangdong was quite angry. To him, Shen Xiangwan wasn't terrifying. What was scary were Wei Qingyi and the guards behind him. They were all innate experts. Even if his leg weren't lame, they wouldn't be his match. I don't know if I will have a good end, but I do know you definitely won't. Ignoring Shen Xiangdong, Shen Xiangwan continued to advance. Wei Qingyi and the guards followed closely, forcing Shen Xiangdong to step back, his face and eyes full of raw caution. Shen Xiangwan, what are you trying to do? She is always your real mother. When they had no way to retreat, Shen Xiangdong could only face Shen Xiangwan directly, with words revealing his lack of confidence. Get lost. Still trying to use her mother as an excuse? Shen Xiangwan's eyes darkened as she fiercely kicked him in the injured part of his leg. Since the bullet was stuck in his thigh bone and not removed, even though the wound looked healed, it was not truly recovered. Shen Xiangdong was in great pain, falling to the ground and clutching his leg tightly. His tall body trembled constantly, showing how badly he was hurt. Xiangdong, Xiangdong, what's wrong?
Ugh.
Realizing that her eldest son was suffering, Jiang Shi was about to cry out and rush forward, but Shen Xiangwan took a quick step ahead, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up.
Ugh. No, don't.
Let go of me. Jiang Shi was terrified and forgot about her son. She tried to pull her hands away, but snap. Shen Xiangwan held her hand, twisting it gently with skill. There was a cracking sound, and her arm hung unnaturally, causing her to scream loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. Mother! Seeing this, Shen Xiangnan wanted to step forward, but was blocked by Wei Qingyi. The Qingyin guards and nearby soldiers also stared fiercely at the others from the Shen family. There was no doubt if they moved even a little, they would be immediately taken down. She glanced faintly at Shen Xiangnan, then slowly loosened her grip on Jiang Shi's neck.
Don't. Snap. Ah,
Frightened by the clear sense of death, Jiang Shi ignored the pain in her right arm. Tears streaming down her face, she raised her other hand to try to pull her away. But before her hand could reach Shin Xiangwan, another crisp cracking sound rang out. Accompanied by a piercing scream, her left arm was also broken off. From a distance, Shin Xiangyue shrank back in fear, trembling and not making any move to plead. Almost everyone in the Shin family was selfish. Once their interests or lives were threatened, they all became like quails, only caring about themselves, regardless of their family members' safety or death. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Sniff, sniff. Jiang Shi, who had fallen to the ground, twitched a few times before suddenly pounding the ground and crying loudly. Seeing this, Shin Xiangwan cast a sidelong glance at brothers Shin Xiangyue and Shin Xiangdong, then turned to Wei Qingyi and said, "Let's go back." "Okay." Wei Qingyi reached out and took her hand. Just as they were about to step forward, "Prince." Shin Xiangyue's urgent voice suddenly rang out. Shin Xiangwan sharply turned her head, her face flickering with anger.
Ha.
Seeing this, Shin Xiangyue gasped in fear and instinctively took several steps back, unable to speak. In the past, she would have taken the chance to insult her, but today, the incident where Shin Xiangwan almost strangled Jiang Shi left her with a psychological shadow. Her instinct told her she must not provoke her now, otherwise Shin Xiangwan might really hurt her.
Ha.
She sneered and pulled the corner of her mouth, full of contempt. "Stop thinking about other people's men. Next time you'll die." After saying this, Shin Xiangwan pulled Wei Qingyi and left. Not only did she fight Jiang Shi earlier, but she also took the opportunity to check on Shin Yishan. Shin Yishan died from an infected whip wound, and the brothers Shin Xiangdong, who were also under special care, had faint wounds that were beginning to rot and smell. They were younger and had slightly better resistance, so they hadn't yet fallen ill. From now on, as long as the enforcers kept provoking, it would be hard for them not to die, even if they didn't want to. As for Jiang Shi, after her husband suddenly died and her children abandoned her, her faith was shattered. She was almost at the gates of and unlikely to cause any more trouble. In short, the Shin family members were all doomed. They would soon die tragically one by one. There was no need for Shin Xiangwan to kill them herself or dirty her hands. There will be more later. Please support with votes. Although Shin Yishan's death was a farce, it didn't cause much stir. The next day, as dawn broke, the enforcers urged the Shin family to dig a grave and bury Shin Yishan. Jiang Shi cried her heart out again, tears streaming down her face, until the Exiled team continued on their way. She was still sniffling and wiping her tears. Her children, after a few casual words of comfort, no longer paid her any attention. Zhao Shan's revenge did not end with Shin Yishan's death. The enforcers still kept a close watch on the Shin family. Almost every day, they whipped Shin Xiangdong and his brother dozens of times. Their wounds never healed, and many became infected and pus-filled. As Shin Xiangwan predicted, within a few days, both brothers developed fevers, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and their faces turning as pale as the dead.
Bang!
Big brother. One day, when the Exiled team entered a forest, Shin Xiangdong suddenly staggered and fell forward. Shin Xiangnan tried to help him, but was pulled down with him. Xiangnan. Despite feeling cold and disappointed, Xia Yunyan still worried and stepped forward to kneel in front of Shin Xiangnan. Big brother, second brother. Shin Xiangyue, who was a bit slower to react, followed closely. Surprisingly, Jiang Shi, who usually loved children, stood there like a wooden statue, motionless, as if she didn't see her two beloved sons fall. Who told you to stop? Get up quickly. Whips cracked loudly as enforcers struck them hard. Xia Yunyan and Shin Xiangyue were so frightened they jumped back 3 feet. Shin Xiangnan curled up on the ground, shielding his head with his hands and begging for mercy. As for Shin Xiangdong, he seemed dead, lying there completely still. The enforcers seemed to realize something was wrong. One of them kicked him and said, "Hey, dead or not? If you're not dead, get up." Shin Xiangdong didn't respond and remained motionless. they flipped his body over. His dirty face showed no color, his lips were pale, and unless he was breathing rapidly, he looked just like a corpse. What's going on? The Exiled team had already stopped. Zhao Shan, along with 2 enforcers, quickly approached, their faces showing raw anger. It seems he's gone, one of the enforcers said, pointing at Shen Xiangdong, who had fainted. He's gone? Frowning, Zhao Shan stepped forward to check briefly. He then loudly ordered, "Rest here for 2 hours." His voice, carrying a little internal energy, clearly reached everyone's ears. Almost immediately, most people sat down heavily on the ground. Their former pride seemed like a thing of the past. In just 3 months, they had completely changed. "Second master, lady, it's Shen Xiangdong. He's fainted." At the front of the team, Qingying immediately reported the situation inside the group. Really? Shen Xiangwan was not surprised. When Shen Yishan died that day, she noticed that both brothers' wounds had become inflamed and pus-filled. Falling was only a matter of time. "It seems we can't leave for a while. Let's go for a walk downstairs." Compared to Shen Xiangwan, Wei Qingyi was more indifferent, showing no interest in paying attention. "Okay." She nodded and turned to lift the curtain. "And Gur, come here." "Mother, Qing Hellinger, let's go for a walk."
Oh.
Hearing his aunt's call, the little cub immediately slid down from his uncle's arms and ran over to hug her neck. "Auntie, I want candy." "Little foodie." She affectionately pinched his small nose. Shen Xiangwan carried him down from the donkey cart, took out a lollipop, and handed it to him. "Thank you, Auntie." Holding the lollipop, the little cub smiled so brightly that his eyes disappeared. He knew that Auntie loved him the most. "Ah, your little mouth is the sweetest." Shen Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh, then gently placed him on the ground. After getting off the donkey cart, Wei Qinghe also turned back to help his brother support their mother and sister. The group looked toward the back of the team, but asked nothing. Soon, they gathered with the Yen family. That night, they fully understood Shen Xiangwan's attitude toward the Shen family and no longer paid attention to Shen family's affairs. Huff, huff. At the very back of the team, Shen Xiangnan sat on the ground, breathing heavily like a wind-up toy. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his body trembled constantly, seeming on the verge of suffocation. His condition was not much better than Shen Xiangdong, who had already fainted. "Husband." Confirming that the guards wouldn't attack again, Xia Yunyun ran over and knelt beside him. When she touched his body, she couldn't help but exclaim, "So hot." "Husband, you're running a fever." His body temperature was frighteningly high. His originally pale face now had an abnormal red hue, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. "I'll give you 15 minutes. If he doesn't wake up by then, send someone to carry him away." Zhao Shan pointed to the unconscious Shen Xiangdong and said impatiently. It could be said that the Shen family's current situation was almost entirely caused by him, but he didn't regret it at all. This was the consequence of stealing his money.
But
Shen Xiang instinctively wanted to argue under the moon, but after seeing Zhao Shan's fierce gaze, she obediently closed her mouth. The guard's methods were too harsh. She didn't want to be like Shen Xiangdong and his brothers, who were always given special treatment. "Master Kai, my husband has a fever. Please have some kindness and give us some medicinal herbs." Seeing Shen Xiangnan's condition worsening and nearly losing consciousness, Xia Yunyun no longer hesitated. She knelt and crawled to Zhao Shan, clutching his leg. "Get lost." "Ah." He kicked her away coldly. Zhao Shan snorted. "Has anyone in this group not had a fever? Are you all so delicate?" After speaking harshly, Zhao Shan turned to leave. The guards looked at each other, then turned away. Shen Xiangdong and his brother's situation was caused by them. They wouldn't help. As officials used to exiles, they were used to death. Even if the brothers died right in front of them, they wouldn't show any emotion. Ugh. Without getting the medicine and after being kicked hard, Xia Yunyun collapsed on the ground, crying loudly. Since Shen Xiangping died, their luck had run out. The guards didn't see them as people. Sometimes they whipped them, and sometimes they deducted their food rations. If they hadn't stolen some food from the commoners' children, they might have starved to death long ago. Now, her elder brother was unconscious, and her husband had a high fever. What should they do? 124. Shen Xiangdong and his brothers die. Brother, wake up. Meanwhile, Shen Xiangyue shook Shen Xiangdong hard. Seeing he didn't respond, she hurriedly ran to grab Zhang's mother. Mother, brother hasn't woken up. What should we do?
Ha!
It seemed she just then came to her senses. Zhang's mother slowly turned her head to look at her, then lowered her gaze to her son, lying on the ground. His empty eyes gradually filled with emotion, but she didn't rush to check on him. Instead, she pushed Shen Xiangyue away. Mother? Shen Xiangyue staggered back several steps, staring in disbelief. How dare this old woman push her? Ignoring her glare, Zhang's mother knelt beside Shen Xiangdong, slapped him twice on the ears. Seeing he still didn't respond, her brows furrowed in worry. She immediately bent down and said, Xiangdong, wake up. I am your mother. I am your mother. No matter how disappointed she was in her children, she ultimately couldn't bear to see them suffer. Sadly, no matter how she shook him, Shen Xiangdong showed no response. His once numb face was now filled with worry, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his cheeks. Mother, the servant only woke up our eldest brother for a quarter of an hour. What should we do now? Suppressing her frustration, Shen Xiangyue pretended to be worried and anxious. Although Shen Xiangdong was becoming more sinister and strange, he was still the only capable man in the Shen family. If he died now, things would become even harder for them. Shut up. She glared at her sharply. Jiang Shi instinctively thought of Shen Xiangwan, but her mind immediately flashed back to the day she almost strangled her to death. Her thoughts vanished instantly.
Bang.
Husband. When they were at a loss, Shen Xiangnan suddenly stiffened and convulsed, falling backward to the ground. Xia Yunyan immediately scrambled over. Husband. Holding his head, Xia Yunyan sobbed hoarsely. Even if she felt cold and disappointed, he was still her husband. She couldn't imagine life without him. What would she do? Xiangnan. Seeing this, Jiang Shi temporarily left her eldest son and rushed over. Shen Xiangnan's mouth was painfully open, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. It was clear he was breathing his last. Xiangnan, my Xiangnan. Holding his hand against her face, Jiang Shi cried uncontrollably. Was she about to lose her second son after losing her husband?
Who?
Shen Xiangnan rolled his eyes and looked at her, trying to open his mouth again. Heavy, labored breathing was all he could manage. Realizing he was about to pass out, he looked at his wife. At this moment, his heart finally filled with regret, but he no longer had the chance to make amends. Husband. Boo-hoo. Seeming to understand his feelings, Xia Yunyan cried even more painfully, trembling uncontrollably from the fear of losing him.
Who?
Perhaps stimulated by his wife's tears, Shen Xiangnan suddenly widened his eyes in shock. His body stiffened and trembled a few times, then suddenly collapsed, completely gone. Xiangnan. Husband. After a brief stunned silence, Jiang Shi and Xia Yunyan threw themselves onto his body, crying loudly. Throughout, Shen Xiangyue did not approach. Her thin face was filled with sorrow. He was dead. Her second brother was really gone? At the same time, Shen Xiangdong, lying unconscious on the ground, let out a groan and slowly opened his eyes. Big brother, you're awake? Seeing this, Shen Xiangyue looked surprised and even smiled. She was truly happy. With only Shen Xiangdong left as a man in the Shen family besides the illegitimate son, if he also died, they wouldn't know what to do next. Big brother? But unexpectedly, Shen Xiangdong was indeed awake, yet his body twitched like a stranded fish. His dirty face twisted, and after a short while, he became still. Shen Xiangyue's smile froze on her face. After a long moment, she cautiously reached out her hand to check his nose.
Breath. He was dead.
Big brother was gone too. Not feeling his breath, Shen Xiangwan was so frightened she stepped back, her eyes wide with disbelief and shock. Xiangdong. Finally noticing something was wrong, Jiang Shi scrambled toward her eldest son. When she saw he had no pulse, she fainted on the spot. Who would have thought that the brothers Shin Xiangdong and Shin Xiangwan would die one after the other? If Shin Xiangdong had known that stealing Zhao Shan's money would end like this, he probably wouldn't have let Shin Xiangping make a move. Unfortunately, in this world, there are all kinds of outcomes, but no what-ifs. For just 200 taels of silver, the Shin family father and son all lost their lives. Are they all dead? Learning that the brothers had died, Zhao Shan was stunned. Then he waved his hand and said, "Just dig a hole and bury them here. We need to keep moving." Yes. The guards prepared to turn around, but Zhao Shan suddenly said, "Search them carefully again. See if they have any silver notes." He firmly believed that it was the Shin family who ordered Shin Xiangping to steal his money. The silver notes must be on them. Yes. The guards turned and strode away. Ignoring Jiang Shi and Xia Yunyun's struggles, they forcibly stripped Shin Xiangdong and Shin Xiangwan, searching their clothes bit by bit until found it. One guard suddenly exclaimed. He pulled out a rolled-up silver note from the dirty underwear waistband. When he unfolded it, it was exactly 200 taels, just right. "Let me see." Zhao Shan and 2 guards hurried forward. One snatched the silver note from the guard's hand. "This is mine. This is the 200 taels I lost." "TCH, trying to argue with me? This is evidence of theft." He pocketed the silver note and kicked Shin Xiangdong's corpse harshly. Mrs. Jiang, Xia Yunyun, Shen Xiangyue, and even the illegitimate children. All of them were stunned. They clearly did not expect Shin Xiangping to really steal money from the head of the team, and the money was on Shin Xiangdong. Ugh. You wicked person. After a while, Mrs. Jiang suddenly collapsed onto Shin Xiangdong's body, hitting him hard. She finally realized that her eldest son's greed had caused Shin Xiangping to steal the money. If it weren't for that money, they wouldn't have been given special treatment. It was her son's fault. TSK. Risking 3 lives just for 200 silver coins. At the front of the team, Shin Xiangwan was surprised and said she didn't know whether Shin Xiangdong was cruel or foolish. If he hadn't acted, he wouldn't have died. In the end, they all brought trouble on themselves. Idiot. With one arm around her shoulder, Wei Qingyi gave a cold comment. He used to be the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence, but his eyes were so shallow. Zhao Shan's money was gone. How could they not investigate? As the head of it was easy for him to kill them. Exactly. She turned to look at him. Shin Xiangwan's lips curled slightly. If Shin Xiangdong hadn't let Shin Xiangping steal the money, she might not have been so unlucky to be killed by Qin Jianghai, and they wouldn't have been tortured to death by the team. Please vote. The silver notes found by the team confirmed that they had indeed stolen money from the head of the team. The remaining women of Mrs. Zhang's family didn't dare to make trouble and quickly dug a big hole to bury the 2 brothers. An hour later, the Exiled team set out again. In at most 3 days, they would reach Qinzhou. This trip had been very unlucky. Zhao Shan and Old Zhou both wanted to get rid of the task quickly and urged everyone to hurry desperately. Rest here tonight. 3 days later, the Exiled team entered the territory of Qinzhou, but they hadn't reached the city governor's office yet. As night fell, Zhao Shan had to give up on the plan to directly head to the city and ordered the team to rest where they were. Recently, they had been sleeping outdoors in the wilderness. When they heard they could rest, everyone sat down on the ground. Shen Xiangwan, as usual, took out medicine to repel snakes, insects, and rodents. Zhao Yuping and her mother, along with the women of the Yan family, quickly took out pots and bowls to prepare dinner. To replenish their strength, Qingying took 2 guards into the woods again. Hopefully we'll arrive at the city governor's office early tomorrow. Recently, she no longer needed to cook herself, and Shin Xiangwan was too lazy to join the fun. She sat with the little one and Wei Qingyi by the fire built by the guards. After 3 months, the wait was finally over. She nodded, and Wei Qingyi poked at the fire before continuing, "First, we need to register at the county seat. Then, the local household registration officer will assign us to a nearby village. If everything goes as expected, we should settle in Yong'an Village, Datong County." In their past lives, none of them made it to Qinzhou alive, but many members of the Wei family settled in Yong'an village. It's likely it will be the same this time. Even if it isn't, he would find a way to transfer there. His people had already arranged everything. As long as they went to Yong'an village, they could settle down immediately.
How do you know that?
Shen Xiongwan couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Their settlement location should be out of their control, right? Wanna know? He raised an eyebrow and leaned in close, whispering, "That involves my secret. If you want to know, you have to exchange your secret with mine. Have you heard? Women with secrets are more charming." She pushed his face away with a mischievous smile.
Hee hee.
Wei Qingyi couldn't help but laugh, naturally reaching out to hold her hand. "I do know many things you don't. I'll tell you when I have time. About us settling in Yong'an village, I'm only guessing about an 80% certainty. Whether she wanted to share her secret or not, he didn't mind if she knew what it was. He had been reborn, but now wasn't the right time to talk about those things. He would tell her gradually in the future. All right, we'll find out tomorrow where we'll settle. Tell me about Qinzhou." Shen Xiongwan didn't dwell on it. To her, it didn't matter where they settled. She was more interested in learning about Qinzhou. In the coming years, they would be rooted here. Holding her hand, Wei Qingyi looked at the flickering fire and slowly said, "Qinzhou is the westernmost province of the Tianqi dynasty. Outside the border, it's endless grassland, constantly troubled by nomadic tribes. Both Emperor Taizu and Emperor Taizong tried to wipe them out, but all failed. Because they live on the grasslands year-round, without fixed homes, the army can't locate them accurately. The grasslands outside the border are so vast that you can't see the end in any direction. Once the army enters, they can't tell east from west or north from south, let alone chase the nomads. Over time, the court gave up trying, and the common people suffered greatly." He paused, then continued, "Most nomadic tribes are good at riding and shooting, almost everyone is a natural cavalry. But the Tianqi dynasty mainly has foot soldiers, and they don't even have good horses, let alone cavalry. The soldiers guarding the western frontier are the smallest among the armies, only about 50,000, many of whom are old, weak, or disabled, making it hard to form an effective fighting force." Giving up? Shen Xiongwan frowned, understanding that the court was letting the nomads invade, burn, and loot without concern for the people's lives. Were they not afraid that someday the nomads would march straight into the cities and even reach the imperial palace? Yes, Wei Qingyi nodded, sighing. Almost every spring, the nomads break through the border. The 3 counties at Qinzhou's edge are usually the first to suffer. Many exiles are gathered there, and the exile camp is set up in Yuyuan County. When the nomads attack, the exiles are conscripted into the army as frontline fighters. But, of course, they tend to be the first to die. Really? Shen Xiongwan looked surprised. The situation in Qinzhou was more complicated and difficult than she had imagined. She exhaled deeply, then looked up again. And Uncle Yen and the others? They were exiles and would be sent to the exile camp. Yes, Wei Qingyi replied. They won't go to the provincial capital with us tomorrow. Instead, they'll go directly to Yuyuan County's exile camp. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get them out as soon as possible. He tightened his grip on her hand, his expression firm. No need to rush. Focus on yourselves first. We have no elderly or children to hold us back, and we should be able to hold on for a little while longer. Hearing their conversation, Yan Lang suddenly moved closer. He knew that they would part ways tomorrow. Without their help along the way, they might not have survived to reach this place. Also, Shen Xiongwan had saved his life. He was truly grateful from the bottom of his heart and didn't want to see them risking their lives to save him. I understand. Uncle Yen, rest assured, I will do my best to rescue you all. Looking into his eyes, Wei Qingyi was unusually serious. In his past life, he died too early. As a spirit, he could only watch Jiuling and others suffer, but couldn't help. In this life, he wouldn't let tragedy happen again. He would protect them fully. You. After gazing at him for a long moment, Yan Lang sighed helplessly. All right, I'll wait for you to rescue us. But Qingyi, you must take care of yourself first. Yan Lang's words were heartfelt. He was also a good friend of Wei Qingyi's father. He had watched Wei Qingyi and his older brother Wei Qingming build their careers and become powerful. Now that Wei Qingming had died in battle, only Wei Qingyi and Wei Qinghe remained from the main branch of the Wei family. He just hoped they would all be safe. Knowing that actions spoke louder than words, Wei Qingyi didn't say more. Meanwhile, Shen Xiangwan, caught in the middle, twinkled her eyes as if she had an idea, but didn't say anything right away. Just then, Qing Ying and the others returned with their prey. She decided to help by taking the little one to assist, leaving the space open for the two friends who would part ways tomorrow. There will be more later. Please support with votes. Qing Ying caught a silly roe deer this time. Shen Xiangwan normally shared some with the guards, and the rest was cooked by Zhao Yuping. The roe deer had a strong smell, so she secretly added some spices from the space while Zhao Yuping was cooking. The rich aroma made everyone salivate, but they didn't dare to ask for more as they did at the start. Second brother will arrive at the prefecture tomorrow. What should we do since we have no money? Looking at Wei Qingyi and the others, Wei Jinghong stood up and approached Wei Jingwan's family. After 3 months of exile, their numbers had decreased. Now only a few remained in the family. I don't know what to do. I am very hungry and uncomfortable. Wei Jingwan's tone was very impatient. Since Wei Qingyi's guards appeared, he dared not approach them anymore. Moreover, his mother was gone, and no one was fighting for them. They dared not act, and every day they could only watch Wei Qingyi and others easily ride in donkey carts, enjoying good food and drink. He felt so frustrated inside that he almost felt hurt. Not you, second brother. Can we stay calm? Suppressing his irritation, Wei Jinghong sat next to him and said, "Tomorrow, when we reach the county town, we will be assigned to a village to settle. As I know, exiles are usually placed in the most dangerous and poorest villages. We have no money. How will we settle down and feed ourselves then?" He was really worried. During exile, the guards still gave them some bread, so they wouldn't starve. But once they settled in the village, no one would give free food anymore. Without money, would they just wait to starve? Besides, they also needed a house to shelter from the wind and rain. Where could they live? They couldn't just spread a cloth on the ground, right? The weather is hot now, but what if it gets cold later? In short, they needed money. With money, they could buy a house, eat well, and stay warm. Then they wouldn't have to worry about anything. I mean, Jinghong, when the government assigns us a place to settle, is it based on the number of people or the household? Wei Jingwan looked ready to get angry again, but just as he opened his mouth, he changed his mind. His deep eyes flickered with a bright, calculating look. Second brother means. Wei Jinghong was not stupid. He understood his meaning almost instantly and quickly calculated whether it was possible. If it's based on households, we haven't split from our family before exile, so we can only be grouped with Wei Qingyi and the others.
Then,
Wei Jingwan didn't continue speaking, but his smug expression showed he understood everything. Anyone not a fool would get it. Wei Jinghong didn't agree immediately. After thinking for a moment, he looked up and said, "Is that possible? Wei Qingyi isn't the same as before. Besides, they are so sure they expelled us from the Wei family. Even if we are grouped together, they might still drive us out, right? It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted." But after being dealt with so many times, Wei Jinghong still felt nervous. Would Wei Qingyi and Shen Xiangwan really let them get close like that? I just don't believe that in front of the officials, they would dare to be so arrogant. It's not that I don't understand Wei Jinghong's concerns, but Wei Jingwan is eager to get close to Wei Qingyi and the others to enjoy the benefits. He's unwilling to accept the situation and might refuse, even bringing up family records as an excuse. What if they really dare to do it? If possible, Wei Jinghong also doesn't want to dampen his spirits. After all, if it's truly feasible, he could benefit too. But he remains uneasy. So what do you think we should do? Wei Jingwan becomes a little angry, his eyes wide like bells. Seeing this, Wei Jinghong doesn't know what to say. If he had a solution, he wouldn't be here discussing it. It seems they can only hope that tomorrow they will be assigned together with Wei Qingyi and the others. As for the future, they might just cling stubbornly again. Either way, he doesn't want to live through days of hunger anymore. They are unaware that they are being watched again. After eating and drinking, both families sit around the campfire chatting. They all know they will part ways tomorrow, feeling a bit reluctant, especially the women of the Yen family. Just thinking about going to the exile camp makes them anxious and a little sad. Don't worry, I promise you'll be out soon. The men are talking about their plans. Shin Xiongwan quietly leans close to Mu Yunran and whispers, "No need to rush. You should settle yourselves first. My father-in-law and husband are skilled in martial arts, and I also know some fighting techniques. We will protect ourselves." Holding her hand, Mu Yunran smiles softly. The exile camp isn't a monster. She believes that, at least for a short time, there won't be major problems. Of course, she also notices her younger sister's unease. It's just fear of the unknown, like when they were first exiled. With time, everything will settle down. She pats her hand gently. Shin Xiongwan continues, "We know what to do. We won't get ourselves into trouble." She likes Mu Yunran a lot. Being married into the Yen family and to the eldest son, her background should be good. But she doesn't show any arrogance or fragility typical of young ladies. She's straightforward and sensible, like a flower that quietly stands beside Yen Junling, an invaluable helper. Knowing she's not reckless, Mu Yunran says nothing more. The two exchange a knowing smile, like old friends. "Second sister-in-law, will you teach me martial arts?" Seeing that they seemed to be talking enough, Wei Linga eagerly moved closer and asked politely. Her young face was full of hope. During this time, she had thought carefully. She couldn't stay at home all day like before, being a pampered young lady who only ate and dressed. She wanted to help out with some tasks, at least not always hold others back.
Really?
Hearing this, Shen Xiongwan was surprised, then smiled and said, "I don't know martial arts, only some self-defense skills. The internal energy I've been practicing was taught to me by your second brother. If you want to learn, I can teach you." She didn't oppose Wei Linger learning martial arts. Girls should have some skills to avoid being bullied.
Great.
Thank you, second sister-in-law. Whether it's martial arts or self-defense, as long as she's willing to teach, Wei Linger nodded eagerly. In the past, Zhao Yuping would have objected, but now, after experiencing so much, she understood. Having more skills means more safety. That's why she didn't oppose Wei Qinghe practicing martial arts either. "Once you're settled, I will teach you." Don't be fooled by the delicate appearance of the young girl. She is actually more resilient than Zhao Yuping. Shin Xiongwan liked her very much. Wei Linger nodded vigorously, her eyes curling into two bright crescents. Wei Qinghe and his brother looked at each other and both smiled. The long exile journey was about to end, and everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. Please support with votes. All right, go to sleep early. We need to keep moving tomorrow. Seeing that it was getting late, Shin Xiongwan smiled and urged them. Everyone responded in unison. Zhao Yuping and her daughter quickly got up from the carriage and took out a few straw mats. They had bought these not long ago. Now it was late June, and the weather was getting hotter. When camping outdoors at night, they just needed to lay out a mat. "Auntie, drink milk." While everyone was busy laying out the mats, the little one walked over to Shin Xiongwan and asked softly. He needed to drink a bottle of milk before sleeping every night. After 3 months of exile, other children had become very thin, but he was still as white and tender as before. Actually, he seemed to have gained some weight and grown taller. Taking the bottle, the small child hugged it and turned toward the already spread mat. Obediently, he lay on it, drinking milk and making gurgling sounds. Before long, he fell asleep, suckling on the bottle. Soon after, Zhao Yuping and her daughter, along with the women of the Yen family, also fell asleep one after another. The surroundings gradually grew quiet. Shin Xiongwan and others sat around the campfire on the ground, while guards protected them nearby to prevent any trouble. The only sounds were the snoring of others and the crackling of burning firewood. "Who's there?" At midnight, Wei Qinghe suddenly opened his eyes. The guards also sprang up, all alert and watching the dark night ahead. "The one who wants to take your life." In the dim night, dozens of figures appeared one after another. They all wore black clothes and black masks, only revealing their eyes. The leader looked very powerful, wrapped in a threatening aura. His eyes seemed to look at dead bodies. Half-step Grand Master. Feeling the level of the leader's martial skill, Wei Qingyi frowned slightly, not out of fear, but because most of their group was weak and already at a disadvantage. Half-step Grand Master? Hearing this, Qing Ying and others also frowned tightly. Although there are only a few levels of martial arts rank, each level is a big milestone. A half-step Grand Master is much stronger than an ordinary Grand Master, and those with him all radiated the aura of innate experts. Tonight, it would be very hard for them to escape unscathed.
Who are you?
Zhao Shan's voice suddenly rang out. As a martial arts expert himself, he could sense the presence of those people once they appeared. They no longer hid their energy. How could he not notice? Old Zhou also sensed it, but said nothing. He had already figured out that these people were targeting Wei Qingyi. The leader in black coldly glanced at him without replying, then turned his gaze back to Wei Qingyi. I didn't expect you to be a half-step Grandmaster too. No wonder the groups they sent earlier disappeared, without a trace. Luckily, he was here this time, otherwise, they might have been defeated again. What of it? Wei Qingyi's lips curled into a faint smile. His expression was cold and indifferent, seemingly unbothered. As soon as they noticed the noise, Shen Xiangwan stood up, but she stayed silent the whole time. It was obvious these people were probably Longying guards. Physically, she might not be able to defeat them alone, but she uses poisons and heat weapons. However, skilled fighters can easily avoid both, whether it's poison or heat weapons, if they are prepared. So, she was looking for a chance to catch them off guard and take them down unexpectedly. Wanwan, later I will distract the guards with the close guard. You tell Zhao Shan to hurry to the prefecture. While Shen Xiangwan was thinking about how to use her advantages best, Wei Qingyi's voice transmission suddenly sounded. Shen Xiangwan looked up at the tall, thin figure blocking her way. Her brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed again after a moment, but she didn't respond to avoid revealing anything. It's your fault, you should be more careful. The man's eyes darkened, and he suddenly raised his hand.
Go. Go.
Both gave the command almost at the same time. The men in black rushed forward, and the guards didn't hesitate. After blocking the first wave of attack, they pretended to attack their leader, successfully distracting the black-clad men. Meanwhile, they slipped into the nearby woods, and loud fighting sounds followed. Wanwan, take care of yourself. After sending another message, Wei Qingyi quickly drew his soft sword and lunged at the leader of the black-clad men. The opponent was no pushover either, and they clashed fiercely in midair. What's all the noise at this late hour?
Who? Who are they? Ah.
The guards and exiles were gradually awakened. At first, the guards cursed loudly, but once they saw what was happening, they shivered and rushed behind Zhao Shan or Old Zhou. The latter, after a brief moment of shock, screamed in fear. The fighting Wei Qingyi and the guards couldn't help but frown. Shut up. A voice filled with internal energy suddenly rang out. Shen Xiangwan glared fiercely at the screaming women. Anyone who dares make another sound will never speak again. Her slender figure radiated a strong killing intent. No doubt, if anyone continued to scream, she would kill them. The women, trembling with fear, dared not scream anymore. Even if they were reckless, they could see how serious Shen Xiangwan was now. Wanwan. Mother, pack up and get on the carriage. Zhao Yuping, who was also awakened by the noise, held her still sleeping little one. She was about to speak when Shen Xiangwan forcefully interrupted her. She looked at her, then at her son, and the guards fighting the black-clad enemies. Zhao Yuping clenched her teeth and stood up. Linger, help pack up. I will carry Ngur to the carriage first.
Okay. Wei Linger nodded quickly.
The women of the Yan family also helped pack up when they saw this. As for the men, led by Yan Lang, including Wei Qinghe, everyone guarded the surroundings to prevent the black-clad enemies from suddenly attacking. Boss, we must leave immediately, Shen Xiangwan said seriously as she strode toward Zhao Shan. Okay. Having already sensed how skilled those enemies were, Zhao Shan did not object. He turned around and called out, Hurry, gather those exiled people. We leave for the prefecture tonight.
Yes.
Although the guards were also quite frightened, seeing Wei Qingyi and others successfully hold back the black-clad enemies, they forced themselves to act despite their fear. Please vote for me. Hurry up, get up now, quickly.
Ugh.
The Wei and Shin families were all so scared their legs went weak, trembling all over. Some even wet their pants and couldn't stand up quickly. The guards didn't hold back, whipping loudly. After feeling the pain, the men managed to get up. The women cried anxiously, but dared not cry too loudly to avoid attracting Shin Xiangwan's wrath, the fierce mother. They could only sob quietly with tears. Quick, Yunran, everyone get in the car, Shin Xiangwan whispered sharply as she returned to the donkey cart.
Okay.
Mu Yunran was straightforward and didn't waste time hesitating. She took the women of the Yen family into the cart. Uncle Yen, Junling, please protect them and go to the prefecture first. Remember, if we don't catch up, don't rush into the city. Wait for us to arrive, Shin Xiangwan said. Seeing this, she strode toward Yen Lang and his son. No, she didn't plan to leave with them. It was clear that tonight's Dragon Shadow Guards were different from before, true experts. She wanted to stay behind to wait for the right moment to help Wei Qingyi and others. You're not coming with us? Realizing her intention, Yen Lang frowned sharply, his eyes full of disapproval.
Yes.
No, second sister-in-law, you can't stay behind. Shin Xiangwan just nodded when Wei Qinghe strongly opposed her. Her second brother was fighting a tough enemy, and as his younger sister, she felt it was her duty to protect second sister-in-law. Xiangwan, stop. Seeing Yen Lang also want to agree, Shin Xiangwan quickly said, Did you forget? I have a very powerful weapon. Don't worry, no one can take my life yet. She had seen many arrogant people, but none as wildly confident as her. If the timing had been right, they would have made a few sarcastic remarks. Wei Qinghe and Yen Junling, who had seen her use that kind of weapon before, both froze in surprise. Yen Lang calmly said, no matter how powerful a weapon is, it depends on how skilled the person using it is. Xiangwan, it's not that Uncle Yen looks down on you. Compared to real experts, you're still far behind. I've already heard from Junling about what happened that day. If you hadn't surprised them with your sudden attack, they wouldn't all have fallen into your hands. Trust me, let's leave now. As a former strategist, he quickly pointed out the main point. Modern weapons are very effective in this era, but for martial arts masters, as long as they are prepared, their killing power isn't that great. Uncle Yen, I don't just have a powerful weapon. Stop talking, you all should leave quickly before those black-clad men come. Her hidden cards were beyond their imagination. Shin Xiangwan didn't bother to explain further, and urged them to go.
But.
No, buts, Uncle Yen, you must listen to me. Yen Lang wanted to persuade her again, but Shin Xiangwan forcefully interrupted, her bright eyes shining with determination. Sai, let's go first. After exchanging a deep look with her, Yen Lang sighed helplessly, then turned and jumped onto the donkey cart. Second sister-in-law, be careful. Before leaving, Wei Qinghe worriedly reminded her. After she nodded in agreement, he turned and jumped onto the other side of the donkey cart. You all go ahead, I'll hold them back. He gave his brothers a look and said in a deep voice.
Yes.
The men of the Yen family moved orderly toward the donkey cart. Although they all knew martial arts like Wei Qinghe, they only knew the basics. Their internal strength had only been cultivated in recent months, so staying behind would only slow them down. Let's go. Looking again at Shin Xiangwan and Yen Junling, who were alert to the black-clad men, Yen Lang suddenly whipped his whip. The pain made the donkey start running quickly. Hurry, catch up. Zhao Shan and Old Zhou, who were already prepared, drove the ox cart to follow closely. The guards also didn't bother with the exiled people anymore and started running. Wait for us. Wait for us. Watching them run away, the exiled people hurriedly chased after them. From their stumbling and staggering, it was clear they were all quite frightened. The other women still alive mostly had men to rely on, but the Shin family was in a bad state. Only a few women remained. The illegitimate children had already escaped long ago. Since Shin Yishan and Shin Xiangdong, the father and son, had died one after the other, those illegitimate children had become bolder. Recently, Zhang's family hadn't been able to get even a single meal from them. "You bunch of worthless brats. Wait for me." Seeing the illegitimate children run farther away, Zhang's mother cursed loudly in anger. However, neither Xin Xiangyue nor Xie Yunrong, nor the two illegitimate daughters, paid any attention to her. To stay alive, they could only endure their fear and desperately chase after them. Strangely, the Dragon Shadow Guards did not stop them from leaving. They still fought with the guards nearby. They could clearly tell who was who. Shen Xiangwan's eyes were dark, and she had already guessed why this was happening. She was considering her options, but now was not the time to think about that. Her main focus was still on the Dragon Shadow Guards. "Older sister-in-law, be careful." Everyone who was leaving had gone. Before leaving, Yan Junling spoke in a deep voice. She nodded. Shen Xiangwan thought for a moment and added, "Please take care of my mother and them." "You're too polite, sister-in-law." Yan Junling took a step back, nodded slightly, and then looked at her deeply before turning into the darkness. Once she was alone, Shen Xiangwan kept an eye on Wei Qingyi and the others fighting. She moved behind a large tree, blending into the night. After confirming no one was paying attention to her, she slipped into her space.
Clang.
In the night sky, the clash of swords was intense. Wei Qingyi and the leader of the Dragon Shadow Guards were both half-step grandmasters. Although Wei Qingyi had recently broken through, his internal injuries had been healed by spiritual well water, making him more confident in battle. The leader of the guards was no pushover either. It was clear he had been a half-step grandmaster for a long time, fighting Wei Qingyi head-on and not falling behind. Meanwhile, Qing Ying and the nearby guards were also fighting fiercely. At first, they were outnumbered and at a disadvantage. Many were injured. But soon, when the hidden guards arrived from the shadows, they launched a counterattack. The forest echoed with sharp screams. Everyone's attention was on the fight, and no one noticed the subtle movements around them. Shen Xiangwan did not alert anyone and quickly used the space extension to get a close look at the battle. Seeing that Qing Ying and the others could still defend themselves, she returned to the large tree she had hidden in earlier, concealed among dense branches and leaves. Carefully, she pulled out a rifle with night vision goggles from the space, cautiously lying on the tree trunk, and aimed at the battlefield. "Please vote." The scope quickly locked onto the person fighting Wei Qingyi. From previous reconnaissance, Shen Xiangwan had a good understanding of the situation. Among this group of Dragon Shadow Guards, that person was the strongest. The others, though better than before, were still under control. As long as she could take him out, the crisis tonight would be over. When dealing with such a high-level expert, she knew she couldn't panic. She had to hit him in one shot, or she might never get another chance. Shen Xiangwan patiently waited for the right moment. Unfortunately, the fight between Wei Qingyi and the enemy was intense, with very fast attack and defense switches. She waited a long time but couldn't find an opening. I don't believe I can't do this." Time seemed to slow down. Shen Xiangwan stayed calm on the outside, but was determined inside. She kept trying to lock onto her target through the scope. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound. Perhaps they sensed each other. Wei Qingyi raised his sword with his right hand and pushed out a palm with his left. Two powerful attacks shot out, almost tearing the air. The Dragon Shadow Guard leader blocked the sword strike, but couldn't defend against the palm attack. His tall body was knocked back several meters. This was a great opportunity. Seizing the moment, Shen Xiangwan aimed at his chest and pulled the trigger.
What?
The man immediately sensed danger from behind, but he thought it was a sneaky attack from a sneaky person with hidden weapons. He didn't prepare much and turned precisely to lock onto Shen Xiangwan's position.
Bang!
He was destined to pay for his underestimate. The bullet hit him, not piercing as hard as expected, but striking his right shoulder and exploding instantly. His right shoulder was torn open, bleeding heavily. He screamed and fell from the air. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief, stunned moment, he seemed to realize something. Wei Qingyi immediately attacked with his sword, and Shin Xiangwan didn't give him a chance to breathe. She kept pulling the trigger, and when the man hit the ground, his body was riddled with several bloody holes. Still not dead.
Bang!
Seeing that he was still alive, Shin Xiangwan cursed softly and aimed for his head this time. Who dares to fight us? The man was furious and prepared to rush toward Shin Xiangwan, but a bullet came flying at him again. He was startled, his pupils shrank, and all his body hair stood on end. He quickly stepped back.
Bang!
His attention was fully on the dangerous hidden weapon, so he overlooked Wei Qingyi. Unexpectedly, Wei Qingyi appeared behind him, wielding a sharp blade that pierced through his body. The man turned around in disbelief, his eyes filled with deep despair and unwillingness. How could a half-step grandmaster like him die so easily at Wei Qingyi's hands?
Bang! Clang!
Ignoring his unwillingness, Wei Qingyi mercilessly pulled out the blade. The man's bloodied body spun forward and then fell to the ground with a thud. Finally, he was dead. Shin Xiangwan, with empty hands, approached Wei Qingyi. Although it looked like everything had gone smoothly earlier, that was not entirely true. If she and Wei Qingyi had reacted even a little slower, they might have been counterattacked. If the man had wanted to escape, they probably couldn't have stopped him. This also strengthened her resolve to practice internal skills more diligently. In front of true experts, firearms are not very effective. Can your hidden weapons still explode? Looking down at the blood hole on the man's body, Wei Qingyi asked curiously. He had already been told by Liang Ling about her powerful weapons, so he wasn't surprised, just curious. It's a flower bomb.
Let's not talk about that now.
Go help Qing Ying and the others. Quickly deal with those longing guards. Okay. Without further words, Wei Qingyi leapt into the woods and quickly joined the fight, using overwhelming force to swiftly eliminate the longing guards. Shin Xiangwan no longer used her rifle but took out her pistol, finding opportunities to shoot cold bullets and create chances for Qing Ying and the others to strike. With their combined efforts, the number of longing guards decreased rapidly. Amid the last piercing scream, the night's battle finally came to an end. Second young master, madam, they are all dead. No one escaped, Qing Ying reported with a fist salute after a careful check. Wounded? His arm was bleeding heavily, and Wei Qingyi frowned slightly. Qing Ying was not only his bodyguard commander, but also his close friend and partner in building their achievements. He never saw him as an outsider. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Looking down at his arm, Qing Ying grinned. That's hard to believe. Shin Xiangwan walked over and reached out to check his wound. Madam, don't move. Qing Ying instinctively stepped back, but Shin Xiangwan stopped him. After confirming he wouldn't dodge, she tore open his sleeve to reveal a long, deep wound about 10 centimeters, bleeding heavily and showing bone. It looked quite frightening.
Sit down.
If anyone else is hurt, come over. I'll treat your wounds quickly. After he sat down, Shin Xiangwan looked at the other guards and spoke loudly. Listen to the lady. The guards looked a bit unsure, but when Wei Qingyi spoke, they gradually moved closer. Most of them were skilled fighters and many were injured, some quite badly. The good news was no one had died, they were all still alive. Qingyi, here's some alcohol. Let them expose their wounds and clean them with alcohol. Seeing the injured soldiers, Shin Xiangwan sighed helplessly. She took out 2 bottles of alcohol from her bag. Given the situation, she couldn't bring out the others, so she had to do it slowly.
Okay.
Wei Qingyi took 1 bottle, handed another to the uninjured guards, and carefully treated the wounds. Since he used to do this often in the military camp, the guards weren't shy about it.
But,
when the alcohol was sprayed on the wounds, even the toughest soldiers couldn't help but cry out. The most miserable was Qing Ying. Shin Xiangwan, who was tending his wound, trembled slightly and shot him a slightly disdainful look. Can you shout any louder? Qing Ying looked like he was about to cry. Wasn't he unprepared? He definitely wouldn't do that again. Go over there. I need to sew up your wound. The moonlight is too dim. After stopping the bleeding and giving a local anesthetic, Shin Xiangwan pointed to where they had rested earlier, where a fire was still burning.
All right.
Qingying nodded and followed her. The others saw this and also moved over. Let's do it here. Add firewood to the bonfire. Shen Xiangwan washed her hands again to disinfect them, then put on rubber gloves. She picked up a sewing needle and thread to help Qingying stitch the wound. Please vote.
Huh?
Why does it not hurt at all? Even though she was sewing on his arm, he felt no pain. Qingying was very surprised. Not only was he surprised, everyone, including Wei Qingyi, quietly watched her skillful movements, their eyes filled with shock. They all came from the battlefield, where injuries were common. But this was the first time they saw someone treat wounds so calmly. It was a bit frightening, but it looked much cleaner than applying ointments. Somehow, they felt it looked better that way.
Done.
She finished stitching the last stitch quickly. Shen Xiangwan put away the sewing tools and wrapped the wound with gauze. To prevent him from moving and reopening the wound, she decided to hang his whole hand up. After finishing the wound, Shen Xiangwan also remembered to give him anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicine. Remember, do not let the wound get wet these days. Yes, thank you, madam. The anesthesia was still working, and Qingying felt relaxed. He even smiled. She was too tired to pay him any attention. Shen Xiangwan continued helping the other guards with their wounds. It took her 2 hours. The sky was beginning to lighten, and all the guards' wounds were treated. Some had internal injuries, but she couldn't do anything about that now. They could only rest and recover on their own. She had thought about making medicines or poisons for martial artists along the way, but she never had time. Once they settled down, she planned to prepare supplies. The Dog Emperor had lost half a grandmaster this time and wouldn't give up easily. Before that, she needed to stock up. Come up. Wei Qingyi squatted in front of her and spoke seriously. While she was treating the guards, he also helped handle the bodies of the dead. Now they had to hurry to the prefecture to meet the Exiled team. Okay. She didn't expect him to be so caring. Shen Xiangwan was surprised but then smiled and leaned on his back. Let's go. The sky was gradually brightening. They couldn't delay any longer. Wei Qingyi carried her as they moved through the air. In just a moment, they shot forward dozens of meters at a speed comparable to lightning. Blue Shadow and the guards saw the situation and quickly followed. Soon, the forest that had been lively all night became quiet. Only the birds and animals living in the woods knew what fierce battles had taken place here. Finally, we've arrived, Xing Shangwan said, deeply exhaling as she lay on Wei Qingyi's back, seeing the tall city walls of the state capital in the distance. No matter how complicated Qinzhou is or how tough the future might be, only when they settle down completely can they start planning to overthrow the corrupt emperor. Yes, it's that time again. She whispered softly, and Wei Qingyi looked up with some emotion. In his past life, as a wandering ghost, he had also been to Qinzhou. Back then, his mother and Qinghe had already passed away. He saw Yan Junling and the Yan family being tortured but couldn't help. He never thought he'd get another chance. This time he was alive, and he had Wan Yan and his mother. Now, it was their turn to take back the imperial city and remove the corrupt emperor from his throne. What's wrong? Xing Shangwan noticed his mood seemed off and asked worriedly, leaning close to his ear. Nothing. My mother and them are over there, Wei Qingyi said, trying to clear his mind of tangled thoughts. His gaze fixed on a spot outside the city where the Exiled team was gathered. Mother, it's second brother. Second brother and the others are back, she said excitedly, pulling her mother along as she jumped and cheered. Recognizing the leader as her son, Zhao Yuping was overwhelmed with emotion, tears filling her eyes. She had been so worried on the journey. They had finally reached Qinzhou, and if anything had gone wrong, she didn't know how she could go on. Luckily, they returned safely. They finally caught up. Father and son Yanlang both sighed in relief. Others didn't know, but they did. Last night, those people weren't kind at all. Compared to them, some others weren't so happy, like brothers Wei Jingwan and Wei Jinghong. Before, they had been thinking about how to take their belongings. Without Wei Qingyi and Xing Shangwan, they weren't afraid anymore. To them, Zhao Yuping and her daughter, along with Wei Qinghe and his nephew, were easy to control. Why aren't they dead yet? The brothers Wei Jingwan hated them so much they clenched their teeth, but they felt helpless. Their faces looked terrible. Mother, regardless of their thoughts, Wei Qingyi quickly carried Shen Xiangwan on his back and appeared in front of them. It's good you're back. Wanwan, what's wrong? Halfway through speaking, seeing him carrying Shen Xiangwan, Zhao Yuping hurriedly asked with concern, worried she might be hurt. I'm fine, mother. Qingyi carried me because he was worried I was too tired, Shen Xiangwan said with a smile as she got down from Wei Qingyi's back. That's good, that's good. Zhao Yuping exaggeratedly patted her chest, feeling a bit nervous herself. Second sister-in-law. Auntie. Wei Ling'er and the little one both rushed to hug her. Shen Xiangwan's smile deepened. She patted Wei Ling'er to comfort her, then bent down to pick up the little one. Don't worry, we're fine, aren't we?
Yes. Nodding, Wei Ling'er quietly wiped her tears.
The little one frowned and said, Auntie, where did you go? I missed you. Auntie missed Ngor too. Kissing his soft little face, Shen Xiangwan looked at him with full affection.
Yes.
After receiving a kiss from his auntie, the little one blushed and buried his face in her shoulder. He loved his auntie very much. I thought you might have been stuck somewhere. Meanwhile, Yan Lang clenched his fist and pounded Wei Qingyi's chest. Thanks to you, I'm still alive and well. Shaking his head with a smile, Wei Qingyi only showed this side in front of close family. To others, he was always aloof and distant, like a sacred immortal who could only be admired from afar and not approached. Ahem. Well, we should get going now. Old Zhou coughed awkwardly, knowing he might have annoyed others. But now that dawn had broken, the soldiers guarding the city at a distance had already noticed them. Continuing to delay would be difficult to explain. The joyful atmosphere suddenly froze, and the smiles on everyone's faces gradually disappeared. They almost forgot that today was their farewell. Wait a moment. Handing the children to Wei Ling'er, Shen Xiangwan ran to the donkey cart. After hiding from others' eyes, she took out over a dozen new fine cotton cloves from her space, stuffed in some silver notes and broken silver coins, and finally added a few bottles of her homemade medicine. She then carried 2 large bundles and climbed out of the cart. Yunran, take these. Use them for now. Once we settle down in a few days, I'll find a way to send you more supplies. She handed the bundles to Mu Yunran and whispered. So far, this was all she could do. Yes, thank you, Wanwan. Holding tightly onto 2 large bundles, Mu Yunran's eyes reddened with rare emotion. In her heart, she already considered them close friends. There's no need to thank us. She waved her hand, and Shen Xiangwan leaned in to whisper in her ear. There are several medicines inside, with instructions on the bottles. The red bottle contains a poison that can stop bleeding and save lives in emergencies.
Okay.
Tearfully nodding, Mu Yunran felt deeply touched. She had truly thought of everything for them. We should go now. The words they had spoken last night were enough. Yan Lang and Wei Qingyi nodded, then turned to lead their families toward the waiting officials, including old Zhou and others. Take care. A voice filled with internal strength clearly reached their ears. The Yan family paused, and Yan Lang waved his back to them. See you again someday. See you again someday. Wei Qingyi almost whispered in reply. Shen Xiangwan leaned over and held his hand. Their fingers intertwined as they watched them walk away step by step. Get ready to enter the city. Zhao Shan, being considerate, only called out to everyone to move into the city after the Yan family disappeared from sight. Qingying, stay outside and wait.
Yes.
The officials and exiles gradually set out. Before leaving, Wei Qingyi handed the donkey cart to Qingying and others. An uninjured guard stepped forward, pulling the cart aside. Qingying nodded to them and then led the remaining guards away from the main road. They all knew that the exiles entering the prefecture were just passing through. They would soon leave the city again. Please vote. As a western frontier city, Qinzhou covers a vast area and governs 9 counties. It is the largest prefecture in the country by land, but also one of the poorest. Every spring, nomadic tribes would invade, not only stealing possessions, but also slaughtering villages, showing extreme cruelty. The local government and military were both ineffective and powerless, doing little to help, making life very difficult for the common people. To defend against external enemies, each city in Qinzhou was built tall and grand, especially the prefectural city. At the back of the group, Shun Xiangwan was being led by Wei Qingyi, holding a small child in one hand and looking around as they walked. Compared to ordinary counties, even border prefectural cities seemed more lively and prosperous, with crowds coming and going constantly. It seems the local customs here are more open. June is already very hot. People on the street are dressed very lightly. Some rough men are even wearing sleeveless shirts, and women are showing half of their arms. This is very different from other places. It's important to know that in this era, if a man accidentally touches or looks at a woman's arm, he must take responsibility. The customs in Qinzhou are not just more open. Influenced by nomadic tribes, most people, including women, are quite tough. Turning to look at her, Wei Qingyi said slowly, "Compared to the imperial city, he actually prefers the borderlands. There, he doesn't have to worry about complicated rules, just being free to be himself. That's good. When the people are tough, they can protect themselves during disasters. After the disaster passes, they can recover quickly. Finally, some good news." Shen Xiangwan couldn't help but smile. If they succeed in overthrowing the corrupt emperor, she would suggest Wei Qingyi promote martial arts for everyone. In future times, all adults could get free gene medicines to awaken special abilities. Only when the people are strong can the country stand firm. No one would dare to provoke them, and they could develop peacefully, moving toward prosperity. Her ideas are always different from others. Hearing her words, Wei Qingyi also smiled slightly. After spending time together, he realized that his wife often sees problems from the people's point of view. Although some ideas are quite shocking, they are all for the good of the common folk. If the world were managed by her, the people would surely live very well. While they talked, Zhao Shan and the others had already taken them to the government office. After handing over to the household registration officer, their mission was considered complete. However, when the officer saw so many people dead, including some of the guards, his face suddenly fell. It wasn't until Zhao Shan explained that he gradually relaxed. He had heard about the dragon uprising in Binzhou and how nearby states had suffered. It was understandable that the guards felt uneasy. "We don't know where we will be registered. I heard that exiles are usually sent to the most dangerous and poorest villages. Instead of worrying about that, we should think about what to do next. We have no money. How can we settle in a village?" Woo-woo. The exiled people gathered in the open space in front of the government office. While waiting, they whispered quietly to each other. As they talked, many of them started to wipe away tears. They had no money and didn't know what to do after settling in the village. Some secretly looked at Wei Qingyi and others at the front, thinking about whether they could borrow some money from them. Silence. With a loud command, the household registration officer, holding a brush and the household register, strode toward them. He was accompanied by officials from the government office and a group of guards, including Zhao Shan and others behind him. Once the household registration was done, they could leave. Wei family members stand on the left, Shun family members on the right, the officer said loudly, looking at them with his brush. Both families didn't dare hesitate and quickly lined up as instructed. The 3 months of exile had softened all their sharp edges. At least in front of the officials, they didn't dare to act out. Seeing this, the officer nodded with satisfaction. The Wei family has 7 households with 49 people. You will be settled in Yong'an Village and Yongning Village in Datong County. Later, officials will send you there by ox cart. The Shun family has 6 households with 40 people. You will also be assigned to Datong County, in Yong'an Village and Yongping Village. Additionally, all exiled commoners will be given half an acre of land and 2 acres of wasteland for free. I hope you settle in quickly. As he spoke, the officer flipped through the register. When he handed over the task to Zhao Shan and others, he had already made the arrangements. Exiled commoners were not criminals and wouldn't be imprisoned. They would simply settle in the nearby villages. "Sir, may I ask which 7 households belong to the Wei family?" While everyone remained silent, Shen Xiangwan looked up and asked. She didn't want to be grouped with the 2nd and 3rd households. Since yesterday, the people from the second and third households had been paying attention to this. Wei Jingwan and Wei Jinghong, the brothers, looked hopeful. Before exile, their family hadn't split apart, so they should be one household. If that were true, they could naturally rely on Wei Qingyi and enjoy good food and comfort. It seemed they forgot that Shen Xiongwan had never let them take advantage. Even if they were one household, she had ways to separate them. How could she possibly keep a bunch of blood-sucking parasites? The other members of the Wei family also listened carefully, especially Wei Jingyi and Wei Jinghan. They should be separated from the main family line. Otherwise, they might be oppressed by the main family for a lifetime. The household registration officer did not respond immediately, but lowered his head to review the household register. After a moment, he said, "The main family of the Wei household has 3 branches, headed by Wei Qingyi, Wei Jingluan, and Wei Jinghong. The 4 branch families are headed by Wei Jingpeng, Wei Jingchen, Wei Jingyi, and Wei Jinghan."
What?
Their household registrations are actually separate? The brothers Wei Jingwan, full of hope, excitedly blurted out that their household registration was not together and might even be in different villages. How could they rely on Wei Qingyi for food and comfort? The other 2 branch families, Wei Jingyi and Wei Jinghan, also felt unhappy. They were the main line of the family, and recently, because they considered themselves the true heirs, they had often taken things from the other 2 families, especially food. Now that they were separated, they couldn't take advantage anymore. Compared to them, Wei Jingyi and Wei Jing'an's families quietly breathed a sigh of relief, finally free from their control. Having received the answer they wanted, Shen Xiongwan no longer spoke. As long as they weren't in the same household as the second and third branches, it didn't matter if they were in the same village. With so many guards at home, even if they wanted to sneak over, they would have to think carefully. Please vote. Do you have any objections? The household registration officer looked at Wei Jingluan and his brother. His brow furrowed slightly. He disliked people who lacked sense of proportion.
We.
Wei Jingluan shrank back, about to retreat, but Jiang Rui quietly pinched him. For the sake of future good days, he mustered his courage and said, "Sir, before exile, the Wei family had not separated. It should still be considered one household." "Yes, we have always been one household." Wei Jinghong quickly agreed, and Wang Lan and others nodded in agreement. They had nothing, not even decent clothes, which were torn and ragged. If they didn't rely on Wei Qingyi, they wouldn't know how to survive next. "Zhao Shan, what is going on here?" the household registration officer asked angrily. He divided the household register based on the list handed to him by the officials. It clearly stated that the Wei family had already separated. Why were these people insisting they hadn't? "Sir." Before Zhao Shan arrived, Shen Xiongwan stepped forward again. "Sir, this matter has nothing to do with the servant. Before the Wei family was exiled, they did not split the family. But we were just exiled, and the old lady and her 2 sons, the second and third branches, think our main branch is a burden. They are broke and not willing to share the family. They not only demand a division, but also pressure us severely. To protect ourselves as the head of the family and the lady, my husband and I replaced the late grandfather and divorced his second wife, removing the second and third branches from the family. Please see, here is the family tree. Their names are no longer on it. Also, the old lady was the grandfather's second wife, not related by blood to the main branch, and she has already passed away. No matter how you look at it, we should not be with the second and third branches anymore." As she spoke, Shen Xiongwan took out the family tree from her sleeve. The second and third branches still wanted to cling to them? She could only think they were being ridiculous. "That's true," Wei Qingyi agreed, never even glancing at the second and third branches. He took the family tree and looked at it. The household registration officer nodded and said, "Indeed, they are no longer on the family tree." "No, sir, that's intentional. We do not acknowledge it," the brothers Wei Jingwan insisted. "Exactly. We have already been exiled as part of the Wei family. How can you say we are no longer Wei family members?" They argued. The brothers Wei Jingwan and Wei Jiuan hurriedly stepped forward to rebut. This was their last chance. If they couldn't get close to Wei Qingyi, They didn't know what else to do. That's your business. I only recognize the family tree, the household registration officer said, returning the family tree to Shin Xiangwan. He then turned and walked away. But, sir, Wei Jingwan and Wei Jiuan still wanted to speak. Yes? The officer asked. The brothers hesitated, but the officer's expression suddenly turned serious, his face and eyes filled with a clear warning. They couldn't find the words to continue. No matter how Jiang Rui and Wang Lan tried to subtly hint or persuade them to keep arguing, they dared not speak again. Zhang Yang, give them the household registration documents, the officer ordered, confident they wouldn't cause trouble anymore. He took out a stack of papers from his book. Yes, replied the officer called Zhang Yang, bowing and stepping forward. He took the household registration papers with both hands and handed them out to each head of household. Wei Qingyi casually glanced at his and handed it to Shin Xiangwan. She didn't mind and quickly put it away along with the family tree into her space. Only stored there could it never be damaged or lost. Zhang Yang, send someone to take them to Datong County, the officer instructed after distributing the documents, then turned to leave. Yes. Zhang Yang bowed and cupped his fists in greeting, then turned around and said, Brothers, let's get to work. Yes. The guards quickly moved forward, and the two families instinctively shrank back, obediently following the guards. The common people knew they couldn't fight the officials. Anyone who angered the guards might face serious consequences. Let's go. Wei Qingyi and Shin Xiangwan still stayed at the back of the line with their family. They didn't squeeze onto the ox cart with the others, but quietly slipped some silver to the guards and followed beside the cart. Outside the city gate, Qi Ning was waiting with a guard, while other guards had already gone ahead back to Datong County. When they saw Wei Qingyi and his group come out, they immediately pulled their donkey cart over to greet them. Amid the envy of everyone, Wei Qingyi and Shin Xiangwan, along with their family, got on the donkey cart. Qinzhou was truly poor. At first, Shin Xiangwan didn't notice when they left the city, but once they entered the county town and saw the low, mud and straw houses, some just made of thatch, she fully realized how poor they really were. What's wrong? Seeing her silent for a long time, Wei Qingyi asked with concern. Nothing. She shook her head and took out her household registration from her sleeve pocket. You guessed right. We really settled in Yong'an Village, Datong County. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He reached out and took her hand gently, speaking softly. She turned to meet his gaze and relaxed into a smile. At least now they would settle down soon, no longer wandering aimlessly. Datong County is south of Qinzhou, surrounded by mountains and very poor. Even the official roads were full of potholes. The donkey cart and a few ox carts jostled along for nearly an hour before reaching Yong'an Village. Besides Wei Qingyi and his family, the settlement included Wei Jingyi, Wei Jinghan and Shun's own family, the Jiang family. Wei Qingyi, Wei Jingyi, Wei Jinghan, Shin Xiangyang, get off the cart. The ox cart stopped at the village entrance. Zhang Yang jumped down, took out a register, and called out the names of the heads of the households settling here. Seeing that they were all settling in the same village as Wei Qingyi, Wei Jingyi and Wei Jing'an's families were very happy. It wasn't because they wanted to rely on or take advantage of Wei Jingwan's family. Their own family background was strong. As long as they behaved themselves, they could ask for help when needed. Sun Xiangyue was also happy, but her joy only lasted a few seconds because she suddenly remembered that they had no money, and since the head of the household had died and become a commoner named Shin Xiangyang, she had often been mistreated by her mother and two brothers. It was strange that they could treat her kindly now. If Wei Qingyi could. Thinking of this, she looked at Wei Qingyi with some hope, but unfortunately, he only focused on Shin Xiangwan and paid no attention to others. Wei Qingyi, we. Greetings, young master. I am Zhao Dashan, village head of Yong'an Village. They actually weren't from the same village. Wei Jingwan felt somewhat unwilling. Just as he was about to say something, a louder voice suddenly rang out. Looking over, they saw a man about 40 or 50 years old, tall but very dark and thin, running over quickly. Please vote. Yong'an Village isn't very remote. The village entrance is only a short walk from the main road, about half an hour to the county town. But they are very poor. Villagers live in low, mud and straw houses. Even the village head, dressed in simple clothes and long pants, looked washed out and patched up so many times that his original appearance was barely recognizable. These are exiled commoners assigned to your village. There are 4 households in total. As usual, each gets half an acre of residential land and 2 acres of wasteland. Ignoring Wei Jingwan, Zhang Yang pointed at Wei Qingyi and others as he spoke. Every year, many people are exiled to Qinzhou. Not just the officials like them, but even the village heads below are quite experienced in handling such matters. Exiled commoners again? Hearing this, Zhao Dashan couldn't help but frown. If possible, he wanted to refuse. Over the years, some exiled commoners had been assigned to their village. At first, they thought since they were officials and scholars, they would be treated with respect. But soon, they found most of these people lacked the integrity of scholars. They liked causing trouble and stealing chickens. Gradually, everyone grew to dislike exiled commoners. What's the matter? Do you have objections? Zhao Dashan raised his eyebrows and asked sternly. They knew about this, but such arrangements came from above. Not to mention a small village head like him, even the officials had no choice but to accept it. No, I don't dare. It's just, why so many this time? There are 4 households, probably at least 20 or 30 people. The village is likely to cause trouble again. Just thinking about it made Zhao Dashan's head ache. Not just your village, the rest are all from neighboring Yongning and Yongping villages. As he spoke, Zhang Yang slightly stepped back to let him see the remaining people on the ox cart.
Sigh.
Seeing that there were quite a few people, Zhao Dashan let out a deep sigh. All right, the people are already in your hands. You can arrange the rest. Too lazy to argue further, Zhang Yang quickly jumped onto the ox cart and before long, he and the other officers drove the cart away. Maybe it was just her feeling, but Shen Xiangwan always felt that when Zhang Yang left, he subtly looked at Wei Qingyi. Thinking about the dragon shadow guards from last night, a fierce look flashed across her eyes. No matter how many claws the Emperor has, she will make sure they never return. It seemed Wei Qingyi sensed her thoughts. He tightened his grip on her hand, and when she turned her head, he smiled gently, dazzling her instantly. Shen Xiangwan felt like her heart was being scratched by a cat, full of wild, confusing thoughts. Follow me. After watching the officials walk away, Zhao Dashan couldn't help but sigh again. Just as he was about to turn around, several tall, distinguished men hurried over. They all knelt at Wei Qingyi's front. Greetings, Second Master, Madam, Old Madam, Third Master, Miss, Young Master. They weren't just anyone. They were the guards Wei Qingyi had sent to Qinzhou in advance. An hour ago, when his accompanying brothers returned, they knew the Second Master had arrived and had been waiting nearby and hiding. Wei Qingyi's people? Everyone, including Zhao Yuping and his family, looked at each other in disbelief. Especially Shen Xiangyue. She thought Wei Qingyi was already powerful enough, but now she saw he could be even more formidable. How many people did he have? How many secret plans had he made? Did he already know the Wang family would be raided? How was that possible? In his previous life, he clearly... Could it be that he, like her, was reborn? Thinking about this possibility, Shen Xiangyue broke out in cold sweat. If Wei Qingyi was truly reborn, he must know that the woman he married in his previous life was her. Was that why he didn't like her? No, that couldn't be. If he was really reborn, why didn't he stop the exile of the Wang family? No, she was probably overthinking. Rebirth and such magical things. How could they happen to others? I have to say, Shen Xiangyue guessed some facts by mistake, but Wei Qingyi did not come back from his first reincarnation. Instead, she was reborn and changed the story in her second life. In his mind, from start to finish, the person who married him was Shen Xiangwan, and she had nothing to do with it.
Qingyi they.
Regaining her composure, Zhao Yuping looked at her son with confusion. She knew he had heard rumors and knew they would be exiled. She had made some preparations, thinking they would just gather Qingying and hide some valuables. But she didn't expect how many secret things he had done. They are also guards. He casually replied to his mother and waved his hand. Have you finished what I asked you to do? Don't worry, second master, it's already done. He stood up and signaled to the guards, Second master, please. Nodding, Wei Qingyi took Shen Xiangwan's hand and said, Mom, let's go back first. Go back. Zhao Yuping was a bit stunned and couldn't quite react. Yes, go back. Wei Qingyi couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time he saw his mother lose her composure like this. All right, Mom, just follow us. Annoyed, Shen Xiangwan rolled her eyes at him. She freed his hand and pushed Zhao Yuping's shoulder, leading her forward. Wei Qinghe and his sister looked at each other silently, then quietly followed with the little one. As for their donkey cart, the guards were pulling it. Wait, are you all together? Realizing what was happening, Zhao Dashan pointed at the guards and asked. They had arrived in their village about 2 months ago. From the start, they bought all the land from the village end to the foot of the mountain. Later, they hired villagers to help build houses, paying generously. The villagers were happy, even though they didn't talk much. They had a good impression of them. Yes, in the future, I'll trouble the village chief to take care of us. Holding Zhao Yuping's shoulder, Shen Xiangwan smiled. The village chief seemed honest and sincere, and she was happy to deal with him. No need to worry about that. We villagers don't fuss over these things. From now on, we're all one village. If you need anything, just ask. Dazhan waved his hand boldly and became even more enthusiastic. It wasn't because they had money, bought a lot of land, and built big brick houses, but because they were willing to hire villagers, helping everyone earn money. The land was thin and didn't produce much grain. After paying taxes, there was almost nothing left, sometimes even a little extra cost. During the busy farming season, strong workers had to go out to work. However, whether it was the landlord or the gatekeeper, they liked to cheat them out of their wages. After working hard for a month, getting only half a month's pay was considered good. But when villagers worked for them, they paid immediately and never deducted any money. This showed they truly welcomed the villagers from the heart. All right, I won't be polite to Uncle Zhao anymore. Shen Xiangwan liked to interact with straightforward people. She naturally changed her way of addressing him from village chief to Uncle Zhao. After finishing, she casually pointed to a guard and said, You go with Uncle Zhao and them to mark the land. We'll go back and see first. Yes. They had already learned from the brothers who returned earlier that the second master loved his wife very much. Her orders were basically the same as his, so everyone listened without question. Please vote. Prince. Seeing them about to leave, Shen Xiangyue didn't care about anything else. She immediately put on a pitiful look, acting overly sweet and coquettish. But it seemed she forgot how miserable she looked right now. Not to mention, she hadn't washed her hair or bathed for a long time, and after the escape last night, her appearance was terrible. She deliberately pretended to be affected, but there was no beauty to be seen. Oh my gosh, this is too eye-catching. Shen Xiangwan exaggeratedly shivered from the goosebumps on her body. Did she still think Wei Qingyi would pity her now? Let's go. As if she hadn't seen or heard anything, Wei Qingyi took the lead and started walking. Prince, get lost. Shen Xiangyue was anxious and tried to grab him. Shen Xiangwan didn't bother to dislike her anymore. She pulled Wei Qingyi into a spin and kicked her away. Seeing her so fierce for the first time, the guards couldn't help but give a thumbs up in their hearts. No wonder she was their lady master. So powerful. Remember, you belong to me. Don't let those seductive and cheap women touch you. Ignoring Shen Xiangyue, who was curled up on the ground crying, Shen Xiangwan faced Wei Qingyi and adjusted his collar, pretending to scold him fiercely. Okay. Wei Qingyi cooperated perfectly. His eyes even flickered with a faint smile. In his past life, as a wandering ghost, he had forgotten what it felt like to be needed by someone. He enjoyed her playful, dominant possessiveness and wished she would be even more assertive. Zhao Yuping and the others saw this and quickly followed behind them. Soon, a group of people entered the village. Throughout the whole process, they didn't pay any attention to Shen Xiangyue. Whose girl is she? So shameless. Don't let her ruin our village's good manners, Zhao Dashan loudly scolded, pointing at Shin Xiangyue. He saw clearly that this girl was not well behaved, openly flirting with a man in front of everyone, which was very improper. Zhang's family and others immediately looked angry. Wei Jingyi and Wei Jinghan looked at each other and stayed silent, quietly staying away from the Shin family. Meanwhile, Shin Xiangyue, curled up on the ground, gritted her teeth in anger, confused about why, even after rebirth, she was still not better than Shin Xiangwan. She couldn't understand why Shin Xiangwan was so favored, once by the prince and now protected by Wei Qingyi. Was she destined to be worse than Shin Xiangwan? Inside the village, all they saw were low mud and straw houses, some with cracked walls. Along the way, the guards briefly explained the village's situation. Yeoman village was quite large, with over 200 households and nearly 3,000 people. However, most of the land was sandy and thin, producing little grain. The taxes from the court were getting heavier each year, making life very difficult for everyone. Water was also hard to come by. The village had only 2 wells, one in the center for daily drinking water, and another at the east end for washing clothes and vegetables. For irrigation, villagers had to carry water from the river outside the village, which was time-consuming and inconvenient. June was the busy farming season. Most villagers were working in the fields. Along the way, they didn't meet many people. When they did, Shin Xiangwan greeted them with a smile, trying to show kindness. Perhaps because the guards had a good reputation, the villagers responded shyly with nods. Yangon village is backed by mountains. Occasionally, wild animals come down to look for food. Most villagers live in the front part of the village. In the past, from the end of the village to the foot of the mountain, there were many bushes and thorns everywhere. Now, it has been cleaned up completely. Near the foot of the mountain, a brand new blue brick house with large tiles has been built. It is designed like a farmyard with 2 floors, and on each side, there are about 10 small tiled houses. It looks neat, bright, and fresh. Second Master, Madam, this is our new home we bought land to build. Leading them through the village, the guards pointed to the building ahead.
Yes.
Wei Qingyi nodded. He held Shin Xiangwan's hand and continued walking forward. She looked around at the large open space and asked, "Are these lands also ours?" "Yes, madam. We are thinking we might need to build more houses in the future, so we bought all the land from the end of the village to the foot of the mountain." Of course, part of the reason was also that they often came and went, making it inconvenient for villagers to know everything. Thinking about the earlier introduction of Yangon village by the guards, a quick idea formed in Shin Xiangwan's mind. But whether it would work or not still needed further investigation. She didn't say anything, just lowered her eyes and pondered silently. She turned her head to look at her thoughtful side profile. Wei Qingyi didn't ask questions but held her hand and continued walking with the guards toward the courtyard. "Is this our future home?" Soon, they arrived at the gate of the courtyard. Wei Linger, holding her mother's arm, looked around curiously, her tone full of surprise. After seeing many low, mud and straw houses, some barely standing, she felt very satisfied when she saw this new, large blue brick house.
Yes.
Looking at her daughter, Zhao Yuping smiled and nodded. Luckily, her son had already made arrangements. They would settle down here from now on. "Let's go inside and take a look," Shin Xiangwan said as she entered the courtyard. The first thing she saw was a very spacious yard, still empty. The main house had 7 rooms, 3 bedrooms on each side, and a main hall in the middle. There were also 5 rooms on each side for storage or other uses. The kitchen and 2 storage rooms were at the back. Every room, whether a bedroom or a kitchen or storage, was very large, over 100 square meters. Upstairs, there were only 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms and 1 study, clearly prepared for Wei Qingyi. The furniture was already arranged, ready for someone to move in with just their belongings. "Tomorrow, we'll go to the county town to buy some servants." Although the house has a simple structure, it is quite spacious and still needs cleaning. Wei Qingyi doesn't want his little troublemaker to do it himself. As for his mother and Linger, they also need to take care of the children. In this era, buying and selling people is legal. Shin Xiangwan didn't refuse. She spoke while holding the child's hand and went upstairs. The room near the stairs has a desk and chair, clearly a study. The 2 rooms behind are bedrooms, quite large, divided by a wooden screen. The front has a desk, chairs, and a soft bed for resting or entertaining guests. Around the screen, a large wooden bed catches the eye first. On the left, there's a wardrobe and a dressing table. On the right, a small screen stands, behind which are a bath barrel and a wash basin. Everything is ready, so she can move in with just a bag. It seems Shen Xiangwan thought of something. Her eyes flickered, and she turned to Wei Qingyi with a smile, asking softly, "Are we going to live together or sleep separately?" Is she being so direct? Wei Qingyi's heart skipped a beat. His fair, handsome face slightly blushed. After a moment, he gently clenched his fist and covered his mouth, saying, "We are husband and wife. Of course, we live together." Although he doesn't plan to do anything to her for now, he doesn't want to sleep separately like during exile. He wants to be closer to her, helping her get used to him. As for everything else, it will happen naturally in time. Please vote.
Oh.
She raised an eyebrow, releasing the little one and teasingly adjusting his collar. "Aren't you afraid I might do something to you?" Does he look like he's afraid? Wei Qingyi raised his hand to hold her hand, his deep eyes fixed on her. "Wan, we are husband and wife. In other words, they can do anything they want. There's nothing to fear." The reason they endured so much before was because they were still in exile, and he didn't want her to suffer. That's true. She smiled and nodded, pulling her hand back. "There are 2 bedrooms upstairs. 1 for each of us. Wan." His expectations were disappointed, and Wei Qingyi felt a bit down, his eyes dimming slightly.
For now. Second master, lunch is ready.
Before she finished speaking, a guard's voice suddenly interrupted. Thinking that they hadn't eaten all day and were truly hungry, Shen Xiangwan had to give up for now. She would find a chance later to explain everything to him. When the couple and their young child went downstairs, Zhao Yuping and her son just happened to come out of the leftmost room in the main house. After meeting up, the family entered the main hall one after another. The space, about 100 square meters, had a cabinet at the back, 2 landscape paintings hanging on the side walls, and a large round table in the center surrounded by rosewood chairs. Although simple, it was enough for now. How they would decorate it later was up to them. The guards quickly brought out dishes on a big tray. There was boiled lamb, plain stewed chicken, salted duck, braised fish, stir-fried vegetables, simple dishes with 4 kinds of meat and 1 vegetable. Each dish was generous, almost taking up half the table. "Auntie, time to eat." Seeing the table full of meat, the hungry little child couldn't wait and started calling out. Okay, eat now," she chuckled and shook her head. Shen Xiangwan scooped a bowl of rice for him, handed him the spoon, and helped him serve a few more bites of vegetables. "Thank you, Auntie." After politely thanking her, the child took the spoon and started eating happily. Eat quickly, while taking care of the child, Wei Qingyi also served her a bowl of rice. She nodded, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating. She loved fish, so she headed straight for the braised fish. She had known since their exile journey that the guards' cooking skills were quite good. Today's lunch was also very tasty and suited her palate. Seeing her satisfied, Wei Qingyi and Zhao Yuping also started eating. This was their first meal after settling in Yong'an village. Perhaps because they no longer had to wander and had found a sense of belonging, everyone felt the food was especially delicious and ate much more than usual. All the dishes were finished clean. Compared to Wei Qingyi's well-planned arrangements, having a brand new big house and tasty food, Wei Jingyi, Wei Jinghan, and Shen's family in Yong'an village had it a bit harder. The government did provide half an acre of land, but building a house still cost money and time. When they saw Wei Qingyi's house from afar, led by the village head, they almost envied them so much they wanted to cry. "Village head, let's choose this place." After discussion, Wei Jingyi and Wei Jinghan decided to pick the land near the end of the village, close to the Wei family. Shen Xiangwan had lent them 100 taels of silver because the direct relatives were like bloodsuckers, constantly grabbing their belongings and food. No matter how much they saved, They had little money left and could only build a few thatched houses for now. All right, so you two will live close together? Wei Jingyi and Wei Jinghan exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Their family background was strong, and they felt safer when they stayed closer to them. Then I will help you measure, said Zhao Dashan. He skillfully took out a measuring tape and measured their half-acre plot of land. Tomorrow, I will go to the government office to get the land deed for you. Thank you, village chief, they replied. No problem. It's my duty. Just stay peaceful, and I will be content, Zhao Dashan said with a wave of his hand. Then he turned to the Shin family. What about you? Which plot of land do you want to choose? Because Shin Xiangyue had started causing trouble earlier, Zhao Dashan didn't like them much and wasn't very friendly. We'll choose the village. We'll choose this one. Shin Xiangyang, the head of the family, spoke up but was immediately interrupted by Jiang and Shin Xiangyue. Although mother and daughter had a falling out, they worked well together at this moment. Everyone knew they wanted to pick this spot to try to get close to Shin Xiangwan. But her attitude was clear. She hadn't even looked at her father when he died. How could she care about them? If they argued too much, they might even get beaten and everyone might suffer. Shin Xiangyang was furious, but had to stay calm. Mother, this place is too remote, far from our land, and it will be inconvenient to come and go. Let's choose a plot in the middle of the village. No, I want this one, Jiang insisted forcefully, refusing to negotiate. Shin Xiangyue also chimed in, Brother Yang, your sister is your biological daughter. How can you let her stay so far away from her sister? She looked at him with a reproachful tone, making it seem like she was kind and good. Shut up, Shin Xiangyang snapped. He wasn't as foolish as Shin Xiangdong and Shin Xiangnan. He glared at her fiercely. When he turned back to Jiang, his hands by his sides clenched into fists unconsciously. Mother, I am now the head of the household.
So, what if you're the head?
I am your legitimate mother. You must listen to me, Jiang said stubbornly. In her mind, whether they were illegitimate children or not, they were almost like servants. Mother! Shin Xiangyang thought she was the mistress of the mansion. His eyes darkened. His fists loosened and clenched repeatedly. If there were no others present, he might have hit her already. Meanwhile, he also started thinking about how to deal with her, Shin Xiangyue and Xia Yunyan. His legitimate line was gone, and he would never let anyone else dominate him again. I don't care. The homestead must be chosen here. For many years, Zhang's family has controlled the children and daughters, neglecting the fierce look in his eyes. This also sets the stage for what is to come. No way. Shin Xiangyang, what's wrong with you? Who gave you the guts to talk to my mother like that? Seeing him still oppose, Xia Yunyan couldn't help but speak out. Even though she knew it was unlikely, deep inside, she still hoped her mother could soothe Shin Xiangwan, because only then could they have a good life ahead. You widow. Enough. Seeing their endless arguing, Deshan Zhao angrily took a ruler and measured half an acre of homestead across from Wei Jingyi. This is your homestead. Take it or leave it. After saying that, Zhao Dashan turned and strode away with his hands behind his back. He already didn't like them much, and now he even felt a bit disgusted. Village chief. Village chief. Zhang's family and Shin Xiangyue and Xia Yunyan were satisfied, but Shin Xiangyang couldn't help but get very angry. Watching the village chief walk further away, his hidden anger burned fiercely, making him even more determined to resolve their issues quickly. Please support with votes. Shin Xiangwan and the others didn't know that because of the homestead matter, the Shin family had caused more trouble and even angered the village chief. After eating and drinking enough, they each went to their chosen rooms to wash up. Although they stayed at the inn along the way, they still took baths and washed their hair, so they wouldn't be as dirty as others. Now that they finally settled down, they all wanted to wash away the dirt and grime. All right, I should go comfort my lucky husband. Wearing a fine cotton outfit, Shin Xiangwan slightly smiled, opened the door after letting her hair down. She had noticed his sudden downcast expression earlier. She didn't live with him because she was shy or pretentious, but simply because it was inconvenient. Now that she was settled, She needed to prepare for encounters with martial arts experts, which required frequent use of her space. Living together would probably expose all her secrets in just a few days. Moreover, not living together often made her want to indulge in inappropriate thoughts, filled with childish and unsuitable images. Living together? That would be disastrous. She was genuinely afraid. She couldn't hold back. She was not bound by the rules of this era. She could do anything impossible. Knock, knock. Standing in front of Wei Qingyi's door, Shen Xiangwan raised her finger and knocked. Please wait. Wei Qingyi's magnetic voice came from the room. Shen Xiangwan felt like her ears were about to get pregnant, cursed the man silently, and couldn't help but secretly look down on herself. She was so captivated by his charm that she had no resistance, not only to his looks but also to his voice. Suddenly, there was a creak. After a moment, the door opened from inside. Wei Qingyi, with his long hair still damp at the ends, asked, "Why aren't you resting a bit?" Shen Xiangwan rarely saw him like this. She didn't respond but looked at him with bright, shining eyes, full of curiosity. Wow, this guy is so attractive. I want to sleep with him. With Wei Qingyi's sharp eyesight, he could easily see her thoughts. Usually, he might have stopped her, but now he remained silent. Instead, he slightly shifted his position to give her a more alluring view. Wanwan, what are you guys doing? Downstairs. Zhao Yuping's voice suddenly sounded. Shen Xiangwan was startled. She quickly pushed Wei Qingyi into the room and said, "Nothing. I have something to talk to Qingyi about. Mom, you guys go ahead."
Bang.
After speaking, the two entered the room. Shen Xiangwan closed the door behind her, then pulled Wei Qingyi's collar and pushed him against the door. She tiptoed, hooked her arms around his neck, and pressed her tender lips against his bright red lips.
But
just as she was about to kiss him, Wei Qingyi dodged and pressed his lips to her cheek instead.
Huh.
He actually refused? Shen Xiangwan's mind went blank. She made a move to step back, but Wei Qingyi's big hand firmly held her waist and pulled her back, making her cling tightly to him. Once her mind cleared a little, she quickly guessed why he acted like this. Her slender fingers gently stroked his face and asked playfully, "What are you up to?" "Little rascal." She clearly knew. Wei Qingyi's lips moved slightly, and his voice was a little hoarse, showing that he didn't dislike being close to her. He was just being stubborn. Hee. Hearing this, Shen Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh softly. She lightly hooked her arms around his neck and said, "All right, stop messing around. I don't dislike living with you either. You should know I have many secrets. I don't know how to tell you yet. If we live together, they'll probably find out. When that happens, should I tell you or refuse? Also, we didn't have a formal wedding, so you probably always thought that the person I married was Shen Xiangyu, right? The marriage certificate probably only has your names, not her." Before she could finish, Wei Qingyi bent down and hugged her tightly, burying his face in her neck as he continued, "From the very beginning, I knew that the person I married is you. The marriage certificate has our names, and my wife is only you. According to the rules, before the wedding ceremony, the couple needs to go to the government office to get the marriage certificate." By then, he had already been reborn, so naturally, he received the marriage certificate with Wanwan.
Huh?
Shen Xiangwan was surprised and slightly pushed him away, asking confusedly, "How do you know?"
Could it be that?
Suddenly, many overlooked details flashed through her mind. Shen Xiangwan finally concluded that he had been reborn. "That's exactly what you think." From her expression, it was clear she had guessed. Wei Qingyi did not deny it. From beginning to end, he didn't mind her knowing his secret. In this life and the last, she was the only woman who had entered his heart. Whatever she wanted to know, he wouldn't hide it.
No wonder.
Hearing his confirmation, Shen Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh. Many things could prove that he was definitely not the minor character who died early in the original story. She had just unconsciously overlooked this. "Are you afraid?" Bending down, he held her face and aligned their gazes, speaking softly. "Why should I be afraid?" She raised an eyebrow and asked back, without answering. After a moment of thought, she continued, "My situation is similar to yours. Do you think I could be afraid of myself?" Just by saying this, it was enough to show how much Wei Qingyi meant to her. Without probing further, Wei Qingyi opened his arms again to hold her. He was willing to wait until she took the initiative to tell him that day. Are you still angry? They embraced quietly for a moment. Shen Xiangwan leaned into his arms and casually asked, I'm not angry. He carried her to a nearby soft bed, placed her on it, kneeled in front of her, and held her hand, pressing it to his face. I'm not angry. I'm just a little disappointed, thinking you don't have me in your heart. He wasn't a man lacking confidence in himself, but in front of her, he felt a bit uncertain and lacked self-assurance. Could it be that I haven't shown enough how much I like you? Touching his face, Shen Xiangwan looked down and said, I'm not a fool. I don't just fall for a man because he's good-looking. Only you, Wei Qingyi. Only you can make me obsessed. Doesn't he have enough security? She now gives herself to him. She doesn't know how others fall in love, but she tries her best to have a sweet love in her own way. It doesn't need to be grand. She only hopes for a steady, enduring love with unwavering commitment. She slightly tilts her head and looks into his eyes. Wei Qingyi nods firmly, a bright smile gradually spreading across his face. Wow, you're breaking the rules again. Shen Xiangwan immediately lets out a cry of distress, holding his face and leaning in to kiss him. Both seem a bit eager, no longer testing each other like before, but instead intensely seeking each other. It feels like they want to merge completely through this kiss. The temperature in the room rises, and the sounds of their heartbeat and breath become more noticeable. Dear readers, don't forget to cast your votes. Thank you all for your support.
Mwah.
When the couple came downstairs, about an hour had passed. Zhao Yuping and her daughter were in the main hall watching the little one play. Wei Qinghe was nowhere to be seen. He probably went out to get familiar with the surroundings. Most of the guards live in small tiled houses nearby, extending to the sides. Only Qing Ying and 2 deputy leaders live in the right wing. They also have their own tasks, so the house is very quiet. You're back. Seeing them walk in together, Zhao Yuping's face was full of smiles. She really didn't expect they'd settle in so quickly.
Auntie.
Before they could respond, the little one who was playing alone ran up and hugged Shen Xiangwan's leg, looking up at her with a sweet smile. Annie, can we go out to play? There are many children outside, and he wants to play with them. Sure, but it has to be later. It's still very hot now. I don't want our little one to get sunburned and turn dark. She bends down to pick him up, teasing him gently. Okay. As long as he can go out to play, the little one smiles happily. Second master. Qing Ying strides in from outside, holding 2 letters in his hand, seeming to have important news. Shen Xiangwan turns her head and says, You guys go to the study. I'll chat with my mother and them.
All right.
Not refusing her kindness, Wei Qingyi nods to his mother and then turns to leave with Qing Ying. Is something going to happen again? Watching their figures leave, Zhao Yuping whispers worriedly. What could possibly happen? She shakes her head with a smile. Shen Xiangwan sits down with the little one in her arms. Where's Qinghe?
Ah?
Zhao Yuping was momentarily stunned. Then she chuckled and said, He went over to Jingyi's place. Jingyi and Jinghan both chose the house plots at the end of the village, and they hired a few strong workers to build some simple thatched huts. Many villagers gathered there. At the end of the village, Shen Xiangwan, who was about to drink tea, paused and quickly guessed why they chose that location. She didn't mind much, since Wei Jingyi and Wei Jing'an's families were quite different from other Wei family members who liked to cause trouble. However, they probably didn't have extra money to dig their own wells. Living at the end of the village would make getting water very difficult. Also, according to the guards, most of the land was in the east part of the village, while the end was in the west, making farming inconvenient. It's not just them. The Shen family also chose a house plot at the end of the village, right across from Uncle Yi's place. Sister-in-law, don't you think they are crazy? The village is so big, why choose a spot right in front of us? Whenever she thought about someone always trying to flirt with her second brother, Shen Xiangwan felt annoyed. She didn't want to be in the same village as them if she could help it.
Linnea. Oh.
Zhao Yuping and Shen Xiangwan spoke almost at the same time. Zhao Yuping looked helpless. her eyes full of disapproval. After all, Zhang's family was Wanwan's mother's family. She could ignore them, but they shouldn't show too much rejection. Shun Xiangwan, on the other hand, raised her eyebrows and smiled with a hint of interest, seemingly not surprised by the Shen family's choice. Was she wrong? She understood her mother's concerns, but Wei Linger didn't care. She simply didn't like those people and didn't want to suffer anymore. Was she wrong for that?
Of course she's sick.
Seeing Zhao Yuping and Wei Linger, Shen Xiangwan smiled and responded. She was really starting to like Wei Linger more. The times were too harsh on women. She couldn't control others, but her own girl, she was happy to see her express her feelings at the right time, free from societal constraints, acting as she pleased.
Hee.
Encouraged by her sister-in-law's support, Wei Linger stuck out her tongue proudly and made a funny face at her mother.
Ah, you.
Seeing this, Zhao Yuping pointed at her from a distance, then laughed and said, Wan, don't spoil her too much. You'll spoil her completely. Even so, seeing the good relationship between the aunt and niece made Zhao Yuping genuinely happy. Now that they had settled down, even if they weren't as wealthy as before, as long as the family was happy and harmonious, they wouldn't worry about a good life. Our own girl. Who else would we spoil? Raising an eyebrow, Shen Xiangwan's lips curl slightly. If possible, she even hopes Wei Linger can be more lively and not always stick to the rules others set. Life is short or long, just a few decades, so why suffer for others? Exactly. Wei Linger quickly agrees, her slightly childish and beautiful face glowing with a bright smile. She is really growing to like second sister-in-law more and more. What can I say about you all?
Haha.
Zhao Yuping feels helpless. Shen Xiangwan and Wei Linger exchange a glance and laugh together. Meanwhile, at the village's end, after a simple lunch, Wei Jingyi and Wei Jinghan go to see the village chief again. They talk about hiring strong workers to build a thatched hut. Soon, the village chief brings 7 or 8 strong workers. Both sides agree on the pay, and the workers start working. The women and children in the village gather at the end of the village. They watch the workers build the hut and whisper quietly. The village isn't free of exiled commoners, and because of them, people don't want to get too close. Over the years, they've been scared off by those exiles. Mother. Faced with their pointing and whispering, the women from both families feel a bit shy, especially the young girls who haven't married yet. It's okay. We just arrived here. It's normal for them to be curious. Wanshi gently pats her daughter's hand in reassurance and sighs helplessly. She had considered talking to those women before, but they seem very exclusive and unwilling to accept outsiders. Over time, it will be very hard for them to integrate into the village. So far, she doesn't know what to do. A few young women look at each other, blushing and nodding in agreement. They're not stupid and can sense the rejection. Now, they can only hope that the villagers' curiosity is just temporary. Whether the villagers reject them or not, at least their side is lively. In contrast, the Shen family over there seems very cold and quiet. They have the land but no money to build a house. No, actually, they don't even have enough to eat. They can only squat there with hungry stomachs looking like fools. Please vote. Building a thatched house is different from constructing a regular house. It doesn't require a foundation. As long as there are enough building materials, it can be built quickly. Wei Jingyi and his group chose bamboo for the support frame, thatch for the roof, and reed grass used for making raincoats for the walls. Reed grass is thick and water-resistant, which helps prevent rain from seeping inside. The strong men in the village are skilled at building thatched houses. In just over an hour, 2 families finished building their houses. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, they quickly started building a second house. Wei Jingyi and Wei Jinghan also led the men in helping out. Let's go out for a walk. Bored and feeling restless, Shen Xiangwan stood up, holding the little one. Since they would be living here for a long time, it was time to get to know the villagers. Second sister-in-law, I want to go too. Seeing this, Wei Linge jumped happily in front of them. She had wanted to explore the village for a while but was worried about the heat outside and meeting the wrong people. I want to go too. Zhao Yuping also made a move to stand up. Shin Xiangwan shook her head helplessly. Then let's go together. It's good to meet the villagers. While talking, Shin Xiangwan had already left the main house with the little one. Zhao Yuping and her son looked at each other and nodded in agreement. When they stepped out of the yard, 2 guards silently followed behind, staying at a safe distance to ensure their safety no matter what happened.
Xiangwan.
From Wei's house to the end of the village was about 100 meters. Not long after Shin Xiangwan and the others left, Jiang Shi, who was squatting on her own land, suddenly stood up with a quick movement. She almost wobbled from the force but ignored it, staring eagerly at Shin Xiangwan, who was chatting happily with Zhao Yuping and her daughter. When Shin Xiangwan almost strangled her earlier, Jiang Shi knew she hated them and didn't want to talk to them. But seeing their lives getting harder, even struggling to find food, she couldn't help but feel a faint hope. Maybe, just maybe, Xiangwan would forgive her? After all, she was her real mother. Because she suddenly became excited, Shin Xiangyue and Xie Yunyan saw Shin Xiangwan. They all felt hopeful, especially Shin Xiangyue. She even stretched her neck to look behind Shin Xiangwan, as if searching for Wei Qingyi, clearly still interested in flirting with him. Mother, should we go say hello? Not seeing Wei Qingyi, Shin Xiangyue quickly hid her disappointment and pretended to be understanding as she looked at Jiang. They hadn't eaten anything since last night and were now very hungry. She didn't expect Jiang to soothe Shin Xiangwan, just hoped to borrow some money and get something to eat. Us. Turning to look at her, Jiang sneered mockingly. Everyone knew Shin Xiangwan disliked her the most. If she took her over, wouldn't Shin Xiangwan be even more annoyed with them? Unfortunately, she realized too late. If she had listened to the old master and driven Shin Xiangyue away earlier, maybe they would have already pleased Shin Xiangwan. The old master and others wouldn't have died over just 200 taels of silver. Love makes people want to live, hatred makes people want to die. This phrase seemed tailor-made for Jiang. She used to pamper Shin Xiangyue, but now she hated her just as much.
Mother?
Shin Xiangyue pretended to be surprised, but inside, she was itching to slap her. How dare she humiliate her like this? If she ever found a way out in the future, she would definitely take revenge. Vile woman. Seeing this, Xie Yunyan spat fiercely. Although her husband was already dead, she still remembered how Shin Xiangyue had used her sister's identity to flirt with her husband. The more embarrassed she made her, the happier she was. She wished her mother-in-law would be even harsher, maybe even kick her out of the Shin family altogether. This place is quite lively. While they argued among themselves, Shin Xiangwan had already taken her children and walked toward the villagers gathered together.
Ah, you are from that family?
The first woman to notice them exclaimed, attracting the attention of many others. Not every rural family was good, but most were honest and simple. They were genuinely grateful to Wei Qingyi for hiring the guards to work for them. They only felt curiosity about him, with no negative feelings like dislike or rejection. Hello everyone, my name is Shin Xiangwan. You can call me Wan Wan. This is my mother-in-law, Zhao Yuping, my younger sister-in-law, Wei Linger, and my nephew, Wei Yunan. Sun Xiangwan wore a friendly and approachable smile on her face. She confidently waved her hand to greet everyone and casually introduced Zhao Yuping and her daughter, along with the young child. They came from a noble background and might find it hard to fit in with the villagers. She took the lead to introduce them, and now it was up to the others to adapt themselves. Hello, everyone. From now on, we are also residents of Yong'an Village. Please take care of us. Zhao Yuping stood gracefully and politely bowed in return, showing the manners and dignity of a noble lady. However, the villagers all took a step back at once. Zhao Yuping's smile froze on her face. Wei Linger, who was about to greet them, also hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Sun Xiangwan couldn't help but cover her forehead in frustration. She loosened her grip on the young child and gently placed her arm around Zhao Yuping's shoulder, saying, "Sorry, our mother-in-law startled you. We just arrived in Yong'an Village and are still getting used to it." Strictly speaking, Zhao Yuping wasn't at fault. She was simply acting out of habit, displaying proper manners. But she seemed to forget that this was Yong'an Village, not the imperial city. The better her manners and grace, the more uncomfortable the villagers felt, sometimes even leading to fear and rejection. Wanwan is right. I now see myself as just an ordinary village woman, Zhao Yuping said. She was not stupid and quickly understood the core issue. She immediately put away her elegant demeanor and tried to appear more friendly. She also silently reminded herself to avoid making the same mistake again, or they might never truly fit into the village. It's okay, it's okay. We're also a bit unfamiliar with this place, the villagers said, still a little reserved. The middle-aged woman, probably in her 40s or 50s, kept waving her hands, trying to show friendliness, though her expressions and gestures still felt a bit stiff. Let's get used to it together, Sun Xiangwan said smoothly, trying to bridge the gap between them. Good, the villagers replied, feeling more relaxed. Sun Xiangwan held the children and naturally looked ahead. Everyone is so quick, just a short while, and 2 thatched houses are already built. Well, we're just simple farmers. We can build a thatched house, at least, she added casually. Her reaction was very much like that of an ordinary villager. The woman who had spoken earlier naturally continued the conversation, and her expressions and tone returned to normal. Please vote for me. Ma'am, what should I call you? Shun Xiangwan was happy to talk with her, showing others that she was just an ordinary village woman like everyone else. I'm Zhao Dashan's wife. If you don't mind, you can call me Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang. Shun Xiangwan didn't hold back and called her that, then pulled the child and said, call Grandma Wang. Grandma Wang, the little one chirped softly. Wow, this child looks really good. Who doesn't like a cute child? Aunt Wang happily responded and instinctively reached out to pat his head. When she realized what she was doing, she quickly looked up at Shun Xiangwan. Seeing that she was just looking at the child with no dislike or disgust, she relaxed a bit and thought to herself that, just as her husband said, she had no heirs at all. Older sister-in-law should be older than me, so I'll call you Sister Wang from now on. Seeing that her daughter-in-law had already gotten along well with her, Zhao Yuping spoke again. This time, she had learned her lesson and tried to act more natural. All right, then I'll call you sister. Aunt Wang was slightly surprised but quickly said cheerfully. She wasn't stupid and could tell they wanted to fit in quickly. As the village head's wife, she naturally wanted to help. Okay. Zhao Yuping smiled happily, finally feeling at ease. Aunt Wang. Seeing her sister-in-law's look, Wei Linger stepped forward and cheerfully called out. Oh, this child looks really good. It seemed she just noticed her appearance, and Aunt Wang exaggerated her praise, which also drew the attention of many villagers. Aunt Wang, do you think I'm not pretty? Why haven't you praised me? Shun Xiangwan suddenly said. Aunt Wang was surprised but then took Zhao Yuping's arm and said, this child is even getting jealous. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and the last bit of unfamiliarity and nervousness disappeared completely. No one saw Shun Xiangwan quietly exhale a breath of relief. With this, her mother and Linger should be able to smoothly integrate into the village. People are social animals. What's the point of just staying with family? Big sister-in-law. Seeing they were almost done, Wan Shi, the wife of Wei Jingyi, and Lin Shi, the wife of Wei Jinghan, came over with their family women. They all had smiles on their faces. They had seen everything earlier and understood that to fit into the village, they had to let go of their past and show their sincerity. Are you sisters-in-law? Before Zhao Yuping, Aunt Wang pointed at them and asked with curiosity. The reason she accepted them so quickly was because she knew they were different from those exiled commoners in the past. At least they had money and wouldn't steal chickens or cause trouble in the village. But that didn't mean she was willing to accept others so easily. Yes, we are from the same family, but they are from a different branch. We all share the same bloodline, Zhao Yuping explained with a smile, also pulling Wang Shi and Lin Shi to introduce them. Aunt Wang, they are my younger sisters-in-law. Their names are Wan Yuan and Lin Ruyu. Aunt Wang, we really owe thanks to the village chief today. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what to do, Wan Shi said gratefully. Exactly, Aunt Wang. We might trouble you more in the future, Lin Shi added with a smile. Wang Shi and Lin Shi weren't fools. They nodded happily at Zhao Yuping's words. Oh, no trouble at all. Just don't cause any problems, and if you need anything, just come to us, Aunt Wang responded kindly, seeing that they seemed different from the usual exiled commoners. That's good to hear. Wan Shi and Lin Shi exchanged glances, then introduced their daughters or daughters-in-law. Aunt Wang also helped introduce other women. Soon, everyone got along well. As for Shin Xiangwan, she quietly took the little cub and slipped away. Andy, can I play with them? Outside the crowd, she tugged at Shin Xiangwan's hand. The little cub looked at the children playing nearby and asked. Kids always liked playing with other kids. Of course, Shin Xiangwan crouched down, tidied his clothes, and magically pulled a small satchel from her sleeve pocket, hanging it on him. She also put some candies into the satchel. Go ahead, play with them. We'll go back together later. Okay, he answered obediently, happily running toward the children. Compared to adults, children made friends more easily. Plus, with candies, it didn't take long before he was playing happily with the kids. Shin Xiangwan even saw a few older children carefully protecting him. The little cub, surrounded by them, looked like a little prince. Zhao Yuping and the others were chatting happily with the village women. Shin Xiangwan didn't want to join them. She was thinking about checking out the wasteland they had been assigned and getting familiar with the environment, but Wan. A heartfelt call suddenly sounded. Following the voice, she saw Mrs. Jiang walking toward her with a big smile, accompanied by Xie Yunyun. Because she deliberately raised her voice, many people's attention was on them, including Zhao Yuping and others. However, the smiles on their faces had faded, replaced with stern expressions. Is she trying to find trouble again? Her eyes darkened as she looked at the approaching mother and daughter-in-law with a half-smile. They really are persistent pests. How long has it been? And now they want to cause trouble again? Fine, since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well pass the time. Wan. Mrs. Jiang reached her and looked into her mocking eyes. She felt a tight knot in her stomach and hesitated. But her hungry stomach wouldn't let her back down. After a moment, she mumbled, Wan, I have something to talk to you about. Can we speak alone? If she couldn't get money soon, they might starve to death. She didn't expect her to give her money immediately or to support her with good food and drink. She just hoped to borrow some money first to fill their stomachs and build a house. At least they would have a place to stay, right? Of course, she knew Wan wouldn't lend her money easily. She was prepared to face her difficulties. Mother? Shin Xiangwan sneered and slightly pulled her lips. I wouldn't dare have a mother like you who only cares for her adopted daughter and harms her biological daughter. Where is my daughter? While speaking, she nodded toward the direction of the residential land across. Shin Xiangyu was staring at them intently. The mother and daughter-in-law instinctively turned their heads. When they saw Shin Xiangyu, their faces changed at once. Mrs. Jiang took 2 quick steps forward, looking somewhat anxious. No, it's not like that, Wan. You are my real daughter, born after 10 months of pregnancy and hard labor. I know you don't like her. Rest assured, I will send her away from the Shin family soon. Yes, Wan, you're my daughter. She's just an adopted girl. Don't let her ruin the mother-daughter bond between us. Xie Yunyun quickly agreed. Now they had no money, couldn't even afford to eat, let alone build a house or settle down. The only person who could help them was Shin Xiangwan. No matter what, they had to repair their relationship. As for Shin Xiangyu, she was just a worthless person. Who would care about her life or death? Please vote for me. Mother-daughter bond? Hee. She cast a playful glance at them, and Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but smile. Where did the mother-daughter bond between her and Jiang come from? Seeing this, the 2 women, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, both froze. But if they gave up now, they were afraid they would really starve to death. Suppressing her embarrassment, Jiang tried to smile as much as possible. Wan, I know I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I will try to make it up to you in the future. Please forgive me just this once. For a better future, Jiang was doing her best. Every word she said was full of emotion. People who didn't know might think she cared deeply for Shin Xiangwan, her daughter. Are they mother and daughter? As expected, some villagers raised questions. Although the Tianqi dynasty had laws that allowed children to cut ties with unkind parents, refusing to support or bury them. They still valued filial piety. Few truly cut ties. Seeing Shen Xiangwan treat her mother this way, many villagers frowned. Zhao Yuping certainly couldn't speak openly about this. Wanshi quickly said, "They are indeed mother and daughter, but Shen's family never raised Wanwan." Back then, they had finally managed to get along with the villagers, so they couldn't let this cause new problems. Wanshi slowly explained the complicated relationship between Shen Xiangwan and the Shen family, emphasizing that even after being exiled, Jiang still protected her adopted daughter and almost fought Shen Xiangwan over her. Someone like her is fit to be a mother? After understanding the full story, Aunt Wang couldn't help but scold angrily. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, yet before their hardships, they really pushed Shen Xiangwan to the brink of death. Buffed, I used to feel sorry for her, but someone like her deserves to be lonely and without support. Exactly. She's even her own biological mother. Which mother would treat her own daughter like that? Her adopted daughter isn't a good person either. She's stolen over 10 years of someone else's life and still dares to scheme and hurt others. That's so cruel. How could someone like her end up in our village? Other villagers were equally furious. Many of them favored boys over girls, didn't care much about daughters, and even exchanged daughters for bride price. But at least they wouldn't hurt their own daughters to harm outsiders. Such behavior was no different from that of animals. And she used to be a noble lady from the imperial city. She was worse than a beast. The village women didn't bother to lower their voices and weren't afraid of offending anyone. Their voices grew louder and louder. Jiang Shi clenched her fists tightly at her sides, her face showing extreme displeasure. Glancing at the angry village women, Shen Xiangwan's gaze returned to Jiang Shi and the others, her face full of mocking sarcasm. Compensation? If it weren't for the fact that Shen Yishan and his sons are all dead, you would have no support and wouldn't even be able to survive. So, how could you think of me, your daughter? Jiang Shi, don't pretend to be a caring mother. It makes me sick. Also, as I said before, late compensation is worthless. Long ago, when Shen Xiangyue easily planned for me to marry someone else, I was already dead to you. Now, I am someone you can't reach. Shen Xiangwan didn't hold back her pride. If Jiang Shi still dared to cling to her motherly role and bother her, she wouldn't mind finding a chance to personally send her to see Shen Yishan.
No, Bangwan. Get lost.
How could Jiang Shi accept her coldness? Without thinking, she rushed forward. Shen Xiangwan dodged sideways and kicked her in the backside. Jiang Shi's thin body was thrown forward uncontrollably and fell flat on her face.
Ha ha ha.
No one present felt sorry for her. Instead, everyone burst into loud laughter, feeling it was a just punishment. Dealing with such a beast-like person had to be done decisively and harshly, otherwise, she might cause more trouble. Mother. Helping her fallen mother, Xia Yunyan looked at Shen Xiangwan almost pleadingly. Wanwan, mother really knows she was wrong.
Xia
Yunyan, I advise you, if you want to survive, you'd better remarry soon. Before she could finish, Shen Xiangwan appeared to be casually speaking, but in fact, she was guiding her clearly. Without surprise, Shen's family would soon face a big problem, and the unlucky ones would definitely be Jiang Shi and her group. Wanwan. Apparently not understanding her meaning, Xia Yunyan still wanted to say more, but Shen Xiangwan, tired of bothering, simply ignored her and walked past her toward Wei Qingyi, who was approaching them. However, Prince Wang. Someone was faster than her, almost rushing straight to Wei Qingyi. Wei Qingyi frowned slightly, tiptoed, and quickly stepped back, ignoring Shen Xiangyue's stunned face. Prince Wang. After a brief pause, Shen Xiangyue ran toward him again. Prince Wang, I have something to tell you. Can you give me a moment?
No.
He casually spat out a few words, then took a few steps back. His handsome face was filled with clear disgust.
King.
Is he truly so heartless? Shen Xiangyue, tears in her eyes, looked at him with trembling hope, hesitant and unsure. In their past life, they were husband and wife. In this life, she just wanted to live better. Was that wrong? I said, what are you trying to do now? Walking slowly toward them, Shin Xiangwan had a faint smile on her lips.
You.
If it weren't for her, how could the prince dislike her so much? Surely, she must have said something in the prince's ear. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she was. Shin Xiangyue's eyes turned fierce as she suddenly rushed at her. It's all your fault, Shin Xiangwan. I won't let you get away with it. Wan.
Ha.
Seeing this, Wei Qingyi quickly stepped in front of Shin Xiangwan. But she spun around to dodge his protection and kicked out at Shin Xiangyue rushing toward her.
Bang.
Shin Xiangyue's body was thrown backward uncontrollably, and with a loud scream, she fell heavily to the ground. Their commotion was loud enough to attract the attention of the village women. To avoid misunderstandings, Wan Shi and Lin Shi hurriedly explained the situation in turn. Almost immediately, everyone's gaze toward Shin Xiangyue was filled with blatant disgust. She had refused to marry someone else, and even staged a substitute marriage. Now that she saw others living well, she wanted to back out? Where's her face? I've never seen such shamelessness in a woman. In the future, when you encounter such things, just kick them away. Ignoring Shin Xiangyue, who was crying on the ground, Shin Xiangwan turned to Wei Qingyi and said calmly,
Okay.
The disgust in his eyes had already been replaced by joy. Wei Qingyi nodded earnestly, a gentle smile of affection on his face. Please vote for me. Are you done with your work? Tired of dealing with unrelated people, Shin Xiangwan reached out and held his hand tightly.
Yes.
She nodded, and Wei Qingyi, holding her hand, walked while speaking. It's news from the eastern border. From grandfather to father and brothers, the Wei Yongwang mansion has guarded the eastern border for generations since its founding. Even though Jin claims to have 1,000,000 iron cavalry and has defeated everyone around, they have never entered the eastern city walls, not even once. Now that they're no longer guarding it, Jin is starting to act up again. The person sent by the emperor to take command is proud but lacks respect, so the Eastern Army does not trust him. It is still chaotic today. Jin found their weakness and launched several small wars. Most of these battles were lost by the kingdom of Tianqi. The Eastern Army is now low on morale. If Jin attacks on a large scale, they might not be able to hold the line. If Jin breaks through the gap, their army will rush in, and the eastern region could suffer great destruction. This was the same in the past. After Jin's army broke through the city walls, they almost destroyed the entire border city. If not for Chu Liang rising strongly, the Tianqi dynasty might have fallen long ago. East border? She turned to look at him, frowning. Have you found Chu Liang? In the original story, Chu Liang was a rising star, taking over as the main general guarding the eastern border after the Wei Yongwang mansion. He was also the main villain. We found him. Do you want to see him? He paused, then turned to face her. In the past, Chu Liang risked defending Shin Xiangyue, who was already a crown princess, to protect her. He was suppressed by the crown prince and the prime minister's office, and secretly helped the emperor. He was almost executed, but after escaping, he led Jin's army into the border, causing chaos in the Tianqi dynasty and breaking the land. What happened after that, he doesn't know because he was reborn. But he guessed that those people around the emperor probably wouldn't have a good ending. Chu Liang did what he did mainly for her. Originally, Wanwan also agreed to cooperate with him to protect Chu Liang. He wanted to know what kind of place Chu Liang held in her heart. No need. He has his mission. If he asks, just tell him I am well and safe, she said with a smile, shaking her head as she looked at him. Chu Liang was the only thing she cared about in this world. As her life continued, she also wanted to protect him as much as she could. Just like that? He seemed unwilling to believe what he heard. Wei Qingyi asked again, his deep eyes fixed on her.
Huh?
Noticing his strange expression, Shin Xiangwan leaned closer. Are you jealous? Hearing this, Wei Qingyi's face remained calm, but inside, he felt a bit helpless. Could he not feel jealous? In his past life, Chu Liang had gone to great lengths for her, and at the beginning, He was more than just jealous, he was almost drowning in jealousy.
Ha ha ha.
So he was really jealous? Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh and lean on him. She truly didn't expect that he would even get jealous over such things.
With Chu Liang? How could that be? Wan.
It was obvious he had misunderstood. Wei Qingyi felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't really blame him. After all, she had initially paid no attention to anyone and only wanted to protect Chu Liang. Plus, considering everything Chu Liang had done for her in his past life, how could he not think more? Cough, cough. He cleared his throat twice, trying to hold back his laughter. Shen Xiangwan ignored the many people watching around her and tiptoed to lightly peck his lips. All right, you can't really blame me. Who made you get so jealous? Do you remember what I said earlier in your room? Only you, Wei Qingyi, can make me feel captivated. Others are just friends, enemies, or strangers to me. As she spoke, her expression grew more serious. She knew he was jealous because she hadn't given him enough security. It wouldn't happen again. Although some words sounded a bit mushy, she would be honest with him when needed, so he wouldn't worry or feel insecure anymore. Although she had already been straightforward about her feelings for him before, Wei Qingyi still felt a warm rush in his heart, and a faint blush appeared on his ears. Oh, look at these two lovebirds, so sweet they could make anyone blush. From afar, the women who saw Shen Xiangwan kiss Wei Qingyi voluntarily all had motherly smiles. Aunt Wang exaggeratedly cried out and, teasing Zhao Yuping, said, "See that?"
Exactly.
They really couldn't do anything about them, being so affectionate in public. Zhao Yuping didn't expect her precious daughter-in-law to be so bold, but seeing how happy they were, she felt reassured. Everyone's attention was on the loving couple, and no one paid attention to Zhang's family or Shen Xiangyue, who was curled up on the ground crying loudly. The chaos they caused was destined to become just another village joke for everyone to talk about during their free time. Wan, son-in-law. Even after Shen Xiangwan kicked her and injured her lips, Zhang's family still refused to give up. With Xia Yunyan helping her, she walked over to them.
沈向晚皱起了难以察觉的眉头，目光越过他们，望向不远处的村民。一个想法迅速闪过，他便牵着魏成义走了过去，没有任何躲避的意思，只是晚啊！蒋氏高兴地冲上前，激动地想要接近，但沈向晚突然掐住他的脖子，把他硬生生提了起来。蒋氏，我看你是真的想死。不，曾经的恐惧再次涌上心头，蒋氏用腿蹬着，双手试图推开他，眼泪立刻涌出眼眶。他害怕了，真的害怕了。他没想到，即使在众人面前，沈向晚依然表现得像要掐死他一样。滚！看到他的眼泪和鼻涕都快流到手上了，沈向晚满脸嫌弃，甩手把他扔了出去。砰啊！蒋氏瘦弱的身体狠狠摔在地上，发出尖锐的惨叫声。看到这一幕的人都忍不住倒吸一口凉气。虽然他们都觉得蒋氏的行为不对，但沈向晚的手段似乎也不逊色。这次事件后，他的强悍可能会传遍整个村子。没人知道沈向晚这是故意的。他用这个教训震慑永安村的村民，几乎直白地告诉他们，只要愿意主动融入村子，并不代表他们就怕了村里的人。谁觉得他们温和可欺，就得先衡量一下自己有几斤几两，是否能撑得住。这个办法很有效。那些原本以为可以讨好自己、占便宜的村民，悄悄放弃了心思。与他们接触时，也多了一份忌惮。当然，这忌惮不是害怕，而是提醒自己不要被他们欺负。这样，他们既成功融入了村子，又稳固了自己的领导地位。当然，这些都是后话。本章完，请投票支持。
142.
第142章，女娃子，你倒是说啊！解决了蒋氏后，沈向晚无事可做，便和魏成义一起去村里熟悉环境。永安村有200多户，近3000人，面积也很大。夫妻俩紧握着彼此的手，走了快2刻钟，才从村尾走到村东。6月正是农忙季节，大部分村民都在田里忙碌。我们的地也在这边吗？
Seeing the villagers busy at work, Shen Xiangwan showed a small smile. It's rare to see such harvest scenes in the future world. Yes, madam, our land is at the back. Hearing her question, the guards behind hurried forward, pointing towards the mountain. She looked in the direction he indicated, squatted down, picked up a handful of soil, and asked again, "Is all this land sandy?" "Yes, the whole village's land is sandy. Our wasteland is the same. The soil is thin, and the crop yields are poor. Even though each household has some land, villagers still struggle to make a living. During the off-season, strong workers go out to work to earn extra money. But I've heard that the landlords or stewards outside are not kind. They often cheat workers out of their wages. A month's work might only pay for 20 days' worth, which is why everyone in the village is so poor. Of course, one reason is also that the taxes from the court are increasing every year." The guard sighed deeply when he responded. It wasn't that he was overly sympathetic, but although they were war orphans, they once came from humble farming families. Seeing the villagers' hardships, he couldn't help but feel a little empathy. "Really?" She stood up, clapped her hands, and stepped into the field. "Uncle, do you all grow millet? About how much do you harvest per acre? Are you? Oh, you're from the Wei family?" Suddenly stopped by someone, a middle-aged man who was tying millet stalks. When he saw the two guards, he immediately guessed her identity and became much friendlier in tone and expression. "Yes, I am Wei Xiongwan, the wife of Wei Qingyi." She pulled Wei Qingyi into the field and smiled warmly. "Uncle, what's your surname?" He usually kept a cold demeanor, but now he was very friendly. Hearing this, the man waved his hand. "There's no need to be so formal. My name is Zhao De. Zhao Dashan is my older brother. I'm the second son. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Zhao." "Uncle Zhao." They both agreed, without hesitation.
"Ah."
Seeing that they didn't act like the usual exiled commoners, Zhao De sat heavily on a pile of millet stalks. "What did you just ask?" "Oh, right, about millet. Only millet can fill our stomachs. Unfortunately, our land is too thin. No matter how well we tend it, each acre yields at most about a bushel. This is only possible if the heavens bless us with good weather and favorable winds. Otherwise, the harvest would be even lower." Zhao De couldn't help but sigh deeply. With such a yield, after paying taxes, there's little left, and every winter some people die of hunger. About 1 shur. In the future world's measurement, 1 shur equals about 120 jin. That yield is surprisingly low. Shin Xiangwan lowered her eyes and thought for a while before asking again. "Uncle Zhao, after harvesting millet, will you plant 2 crops of food?" "2 crops?" Zhao De was surprised, then waved his hand. "Our land is already thin. How dare we plant 2 crops? If they plant 2 crops this year, what if it affects next year's harvest? They might not be able to pay their taxes, and the officials could seize everything from them."
"Huh?"
Shin Xiangwan was stunned, then asked again, "Are you worried that planting 2 crops will make the land even thinner and hurt next year's harvest? Don't you use fertilizers?" "What's fertilizer?" Zhao De looked confused, clearly not understanding her meaning. "Fertilizer is adding nutrients to the soil. Simply put, after harvesting, you turn the soil and mix in composted manure, then bury it underground. This helps the new crops grow better and enriches the soil for future harvests." Shin Xiongwan became more enthusiastic and sat down on a pile of millet stalks, just like Zhao De. Wei Qingyi, who was with her, could only shake his head helplessly. After all, his wife was quite careless. "Compost? How do you make it? Does fertilizing really improve the soil?" Hearing this, Zhao De also became interested. If what she said was true, they might not plant 2 crops, but at least they could grow vegetables, which would bring in some income after harvest.
"Ah."
Shun Xiangwan's forehead darkened. Was agriculture in this world so backward? "Girl, just tell me," Zhao De impatiently urged, unable to wait for her answer. This was crucial for whether they could earn more. Compost is digging a big hole in the ground, dumping all kinds of manure inside, then adding some leaves or other plant material, and letting it decompose. It takes about a month or 2 to be ready. There's also a simpler method, collecting fallen leaves from the mountains called humus and mixing it into the soil. This also helps fertilize the land. There are many ways to improve the land, not just these 2 simple methods. Since they have already settled in Yong'an village, Shen Xiangwan doesn't mind helping them.
Really?
Zhao De excitedly jumped up, eager to try, showing how desperate they must be after being pushed by life.
Any small hope makes them want to try.
Yes, I wouldn't joke about such things. She nodded with a smile, then stood up as well. Also, I see our village is mostly sandy land. Sandy soil is special. It's very breathable but doesn't hold water or nutrients well. It's not suitable for crops like millet or wheat. Why not plant some root vegetables? For roots, medicinal herbs, and trees, sandy soil is actually the best environment, and the yield would definitely be higher than millet. Because her space can grow plants, she knows quite a bit about farming. Sandy land doesn't mean thin soil. If used well, it can produce good harvests. For example, peanuts, potatoes, and sweet potatoes grow well in sandy soil. Fruits and medicinal plants like watermelons, yam, and licorice also thrive in loose, breathable soil, which helps them grow quickly. What are root vegetables? She spoke casually, but Zhao De was full of questions. Not only he, Wei Qingyi, and the two guards were also confused. They only knew about millet, rice, corn, and wheat, not about root vegetables. There will be more later. Please support with votes.
Huh?
Shen Xiangwan was surprised, as if she remembered something. She quickly looked up and said, "Wait a moment, let me think." Then, Shen Xiangwan seemed lost in thought, but in fact, she was quickly recalling the original owner's memories. After a brief dunli, she realized that in this era, there were no root vegetables like potatoes or sweet potatoes. The main food for common people was millet, rice, corn, wheat, and beans, mainly soybeans. The varieties were very limited, and even then, they probably couldn't eat enough. They often added wild vegetables or bran to their staple foods to survive. Seeing her pondering something important, Zhao De and Wei Qingyi didn't rush her. However, their minds kept replaying her earlier words. Watching her talk confidently, they believed her so-called fertilization method was definitely effective. "Why are you here?" Zhao Dashan's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their heads at the same time. They saw him putting down the grain he was carrying on his shoulder, wiping his sweat as he walked toward them. Many villagers were also busy carrying grain home. Unknowingly, it was almost dusk, and the day's work was nearly over. "Big brother, I want to tell you." Seeing him, Zhao De quickly stepped forward, a bit hurriedly, and explained the fertilization plan. "Really?" Zhao Dashan also looked surprised, his eyes fixed on Shen Xiangwan, who had just regained her composure. "Of course it's true. How could I joke about something like that?" Shen Xiangwan said as she took Wei Qingyi's hand, using his strength to jump up from the millet stockpile. "Actually, there are many ways to fertilize the land, far more than I mentioned. It's hard to explain briefly. When we get back, I'll write down all the methods. Uncle Zhao, you can follow the instructions then." They had become part of Yong'an village. It seemed that the village chief brothers were good, and she didn't mind helping them within her ability. "That's great. If it really works, you'll be a benefactor of our village." Zhao Dashan's face, dark but bright with a genuine smile, said sincerely. "Look at Uncle Zhao talking like that, what benefactor? Aren't we all part of the village?" "That's true. I won't be polite then." "Exactly." They exchanged words happily, standing on the dirt embankment, laughing freely. Passers-by, though unaware of what was happening, couldn't help but smile. Maybe their lives were indeed tough, but they were all working hard to live. Isn't that also a kind of happiness? When Shen Xiangwan and the others returned, night had fallen. It was their first day settling in. After dinner, they each went to rest. The upstairs was clearly the couple's territory. When saying goodbye to Wei Qingyi, Shen Xiangwan boldly asked for a goodnight kiss. He didn't hesitate like he did during their exile and cooperated very well. Hee. Back in her room, touching her slightly swollen lips, Shen Xiangwan laughed. It seemed her lucky husband was becoming more wild. In the next room, Wei Qingyi was also reminiscing about their intense kiss earlier. It wasn't until he felt Shen Xiangwan's breath disappear that he came back to himself. After a quick wash, he sat on the bed to meditate. In the yard, Shen Xiangwan just appeared in front of the villa when two fully grown black and white balls of fluff rushed toward her. She was so scared she hurriedly stepped back. "No, my little ancestors, can we take it easy?" Despite saying that, Shen Xiangwan still opened her arms to catch them. However, she suddenly felt a bit strange. She had already changed bodies, so they shouldn't recognize her, right? Why do they still act like they did in their past lives and want to pounce on her? The two of them, perched on her shoulders, made happy sounds like greeting her or being affectionate. All right, I miss you too. From now on, I'll come to see you every day." Putting aside her messy thoughts, Shen Xiangwan gently patted their heads. She raised them herself, so they were like her children. She loved them very much. That's why she asked number 2 to take care of them. It seemed they understood her words. They were satisfied and, one after the other, retracted their paws. "They're really two little bears." Shen Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh. She grabbed 2 bamboo shoots as thick as her arms and handed them to the bears.
They truly understood what she said.
When she and her best friend first adopted them, they were just 2 tiny bears that had just been weaned. To help them get used to their new environment and take good care of them, she added spiritual spring water to their milk bowls, water that hadn't been boiled. Later, the spiritual spring water became their special water. They grew smarter and always liked to act cute and spoiled. They tilted their heads proudly and sat on the ground, gnawing on the bamboo shoots. "Mom really loves you guys so much." Seeing how adorable they were, Shen Xiangwan threw herself on them, hugging and playing with them until she was satisfied and got up.
"Master."
Number 1 and number 2, who had been waiting nearby, bowed in unison. She nodded. Just as she was about to walk a few steps away, she paused and said, "By the way, number 1, I probably don't look the same as before, right? How did you recognize me back then?" Suddenly remembering this question, she asked it casually. "Master, you're joking. Besides you, who else can come and go freely in the space?" Number 1 smiled slightly. "And now, you look at least 5 parts similar to your previous self. If you get even better, 7 or 8 parts similar is possible. I wouldn't fail to recognize you." "That's true, huh?" It seemed she had asked a silly question. Shen Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh. Then she touched her face again. Now that they had settled down, she should take care of her body. Even now, she was still thin and bony, but her skin had changed from a dull yellow to a healthy wheat color. On the journey of exile, even with donkey carts, she still had to sleep outdoors and face the wind. Her condition was already quite good. Back in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa, Shen Xiangwan drank 2 large cups of unboiled spiritual well water before removing her clothes. She stepped into the bath. After a short while, her body responded. She expelled a lot of foul-smelling dirt from inside her. Shen Xiangwan endured the discomfort, took the bath sponge, and washed herself repeatedly. It took nearly 2 hours to clean herself thoroughly. At that moment, her skin, which was once wheat-colored, turned into a fair, smooth glow. It was as tender as a peeled boiled egg. Even her wet hair looked much shinier. Her already beautiful features were highlighted even more, making her look more radiant and her appearance significantly improved. Extra content, please support with votes. Thanks to the spiritual well water, Shen Xiangwan's appearance completely transformed, and her inner condition was also optimized. Although she was still slender, her health level was now full. Additionally, her martial arts finally made a breakthrough. Although it was just a small step forward, she became a true innate martial artist, which was still a happy achievement. I wonder if I can awaken other superpowers? In the research room on the 4th floor of the villa, Shen Xiangwan, wearing pajamas, picked up a basic gene potion and muttered softly. In principle, after injecting a basic gene potion, everyone could unlock the first layer of their gene lock and gain a superpower. But her space seemed to have some unknown connection, and she wasn't sure if she could awaken new abilities. Maybe I should try? She tossed the potion in her hand, a slight smile on her lips. In the future world, humans had made groundbreaking progress in technology and had fully unlocked the secrets of gene technology. Citizens over 18 could, with their ID, receive a free basic gene potion to unlock their gene lock and gain superpowers. But beginner gene potions are not only for those over 18. They are used at a certain age to guarantee the awakening of special abilities. Before that age, the younger you are, the lower the chance of awakening. Also, each person can only use a beginner gene potion once in their lifetime. If they fail to awaken their abilities, they will never be able to do so again. Shen Xiangwan's current body is only 16 years old. Regardless of whether she can still gain new abilities, there is only an 80% chance of awakening her powers if she injects the gene potion. Never mind, I'll try it and see. If it works, it works. If not, then I'll know. Shen Xiangwan didn't hesitate for long. She quickly made her decision and injected the beginner gene potion. Even though she is already an innate martial artist, she still falls far behind true experts. She has no desire to dominate the world through force, but she also won't allow herself to be easily defeated. If she can awaken a combat-type ability, her safety will be much better. Besides, awakening an ability also strengthens her body at the same time. Even if she doesn't awaken a combat ability, it will at least increase her fighting strength, giving her more self-protection. A familiar yet strange feeling quickly washed over her. Shen Xiangwan was happy inside. She quickly returned to her main bedroom and sat cross-legged on the bed, waiting for her abilities to awaken. In her space, she is the only ruler. She can teleport anywhere she wants. Outside, the vegetables, fruits, herbs, and other crops are all grown by her thoughts. Without her mind, even with help from numbers 1 to 10, she wouldn't be able to grow so many things. Unlocking her gene lock and awakening her ability was not painful. It just made her feel tingly all over, a strange sensation she couldn't quite describe. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Shen Xiangwan occasionally let out a soft, pleasurable moan. People who didn't know might think she was doing something else.
Tick-tock.
About half an hour later, Shen Xiangwan was covered in sweat. She raised her hand, focused her mental energy, and a few droplets of water appeared at her fingertips. She had awakened her water element ability. Well, water is water. At least it wasn't a waste of effort. A bright, shining face slowly broke into a smile. Shen Xiangwan quietly let out a sigh of relief. She had taken a huge gamble earlier. If she hadn't successfully awakened her ability, she would have been stuck as a space element user forever. Even if her ability reached level 10, she couldn't inject a mid-level gene potion, unlock the second gene lock, or gain new abilities. I have no desire to sleep. I still want to go upstairs and do some research. Before Shen Xiangwan could finish speaking, she was pushed out. By the time she regained her senses, she was already sitting on the wooden bed in the room. Can you please notify me next time? A line of dark lines appeared on her forehead as Shen Xiangwan helplessly touched her forehead. She had encountered this situation many times before. The reason was simple. Her space was about to upgrade. She had been an 8th level space ability user, and after this upgrade, she would be 9th level. She didn't know when she could upgrade again. Forget it. I should go to bed early. She originally wanted to go to the laboratory to tinker with her medicines, but now she couldn't. Shen Xiangwan simply lay down. Before long, she fell asleep with a smile on her face. The next day, without anyone rushing her, Shen Xiangwan slept until late morning before getting up. She didn't go downstairs immediately, but went to her upgraded space. The space, which was already very large, had expanded several times. Besides the existing mountains and rivers, there was now a vast blue sea. Shen Xiangwan took a deep breath and sensed that countless creatures lived in the sea, almost like another small world. I won't have to worry about running out of seafood anymore. Satisfied, Shen Xiangwan nodded and then teleported to the newly added land. With her thoughts, she planted a lot of high-yield crops like sweet potatoes, and corn. When she left the space, it was almost noon. Shen Xiangwan changed into a light blue cotton dress, her long hair still tied high in a ponytail. As she walked, her shiny black hair swayed, showing her youthful energy.
Wow. You.
When Shen Xiangwan stepped out of her room, She just happened to meet Wei Qingyi and Qingying coming out of the study. Seeing her, both of them froze in place. She was very beautiful. They had always known that, but they didn't expect her to be even more beautiful. Her wheat-colored skin was replaced by fair, smooth skin, making her already striking and deep features even more prominent and bold. Her beauty was so captivating that it was hard to look away.
What?
Don't you recognize me? She wasn't unaware of why they were shocked, but Shen Xiangwan appeared relaxed and casual. She couldn't avoid using spiritual well water forever. Since she would need to use it sooner or later, it didn't matter if she revealed it. As long as they didn't ask, she could pretend she didn't know anything. Even if they asked, she could just make up some nonsense. No, Wanwan, you're very beautiful. Realizing what had happened, Wei Qingyi shook his head and stepped forward. His slender, jade-like fingers gently brushed her fair cheek. His deep eyes were filled with strong affection. He had also used the spiritual well water before. Even though she hadn't said anything, he knew how good the benefits of the water were. He was very happy that she finally stopped holding back and was willing to be kind to himself. Should I reply that you're also very handsome? He playfully hooked his hand around her neck, and Shen Xiangwan blinked mischievously, looking very happy. You already said that. Holding her waist, Wei Qingyi softly said, My little rascal, your words are sweet. I've heard you praise me many times before, and I enjoy it very much. Standing behind them, Qingying's mouth twitched. Could he just finish eating this dog food? Please vote for me. When Shen Xiangwan and Wei Qingyi went downstairs, they naturally attracted the surprise of Zhao Yuping and others. Even the little puppy happily jumped onto her, squeaking and praising her for being beautiful. Shen Xiangwan held him and kissed him affectionately. When Zhao Yuping and the others asked, she simply said it was a special potion she made and gave each of them a bottle of spiritual well water, helping them all transform. Last night, Shen Xiangyang sold Zhang's family to the human traffickers. Shen Xiangyue and Xia Yunyun were sold into a brothel. Zhao Yuping and the others went back to wash up. Only they and the little puppy remained in the main room. Wei Qingyi looked down and said calmly, repeatedly being targeted by that disgusting woman Shen Xiangyue. Last night, I planned to have the guards her legs so she could no longer cause trouble for me. But unexpectedly, the guards saw Shen Xiangyang moving the unconscious Jiang family members onto a carriage. They followed secretly and found out he actually sold Zhang's family to the traffickers and sold Shen Xiangyue and Xia Yunyun into the brothel. He hadn't planned to tell her at first. After all, those people couldn't bother them anymore. But after some thought, he decided to tell her because she had the right to know where those people went. Sold? Shen Xiangwan, who was about to drink tea, paused. Then she exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect Shen Xiangyang to be so ruthless. She had long suspected that without the pressure from Shen Yishan and his sons, those illegitimate children would definitely cause trouble. But she never thought Shen Xiangyang would be so cruel. Selling Shen Xiangyue and Xia Yunyun was one thing, but even Zhang's family was sold. She thought they would at most torment her. When mentioning the teapot, she was given another cup of water. Wei Qingyi nodded in agreement. Shen Xiangyang was indeed a tough person. By the way, do we still need to buy someone today? For her, whether it was Zhang's family or Shen Xiangyue Xia Yunyun, they were all unimportant people. Shen Xiangwan didn't care, but she did think about buying someone. Yes, once my mother and them finish washing up, we'll go to the county town. It's still early, far from sunset, and since they have a carriage, there's no rush. As long as you have a plan. She finished her tea in one sip, propping her head with her hand on the table. Any news from Uncle Yen and the others? She didn't know how they were doing now. Exile camps are not good places. Nothing serious for now. He reached out and gently stroked her fair cheek. Wei Qingyi said calmly that he had already sent enough money to them. With money, officials wouldn't make things difficult, and soon he would find a way to rescue them. Have you thought of how to save them? She slightly sat up and asked again. With their fighting skills, rescuing people wouldn't be hard. The real challenge was how to let them live openly under the sun. I'm planning to start with the prefect. My people have already infiltrated the government office. As long as there was money, Rescuing them wouldn't be difficult. Since her rebirth, she had moved most of the family's funds, which was why when Shin Xiangwan gathered the Wang family's wealth, she found their savings were less than those of the chancellor's estate. Since he had a plan, she didn't need to worry too much. Shin Xiangwan had already decided that from now on, she would leave external matters to Wei Qingyi, focusing only on internal affairs. But there's something that should be useful to you. Blinking, Shin Xiangwan pulled out a palm-sized object from her sleeve. What is this? The Emperor's seal? Even Wei Qingyi couldn't help but flinch, his eyes narrowing as he stared intently at what she held. I took it from the dragon desk of the Dog Emperor. Holding the seal, Shin Xiangwan smiled harmlessly, then suddenly took out 2 walnuts, smashing them open with the seal with a loud. Wei Qingyi and the nearby guard's eyes twitched. That was a seal, and she dared to be so casual? Hey, it's quite tasty. Casually tossing the seal aside, Shin Xiangwan peeled the walnut meat, eating while occasionally feeding some to Wei Qingyi. Could it not taste good? The walnuts smashed out of the seal. Wei Qingyi couldn't help but laugh. Why was his little rascal so mischievous? Brotherin, come here and eat some walnuts. Not only did she want to share with Wei Qingyi, but Shin Xiangwan also waved to her playful little cub from a short distance away. Okay. The little cub obediently responded, put down his panda plushie, and ran over quickly. Shin Xiangwan casually fed the remaining walnuts into his mouth. Is it tasty? Yes, it is. The little cub always supported her, and even gave her a thumbs up. Hee. Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but smile. Then she turned and asked, by the way, when is Brother An's birthday? On the 7th day of the 7th month. Wei Qingyi picked up the jade seal, checked it, and confirmed it was the Emperor's seal. He then casually handed it to the guards, telling them to put it in the study. With this seal, he could do many things and rescue Yan Lang and the others quickly. That's not long from now, is it? It was already late June, and only half a month remained until the 7th day of the 7th month. Yes, but we won't celebrate his birthday. Seeing that she was probably thinking, Wei Qingyi said helplessly, his birthday is also the anniversary of my eldest sister-in-law's death. Usually, we don't celebrate it. Years ago, her eldest brother suddenly died in battle. If she hadn't unexpectedly become pregnant, she might have gone with him. Even so, after giving birth to Brother N, she still went to his grave. Unlike Wan Wan, her eldest sister-in-law was a gentle woman. Without her eldest brother, she seemed to wither away. It was a miracle she managed to hold on until she gave birth to Brother N. Really? Her smile gradually faded as she looked down at the little cub. She gently stroked his head. He didn't understand anything now, but maybe he would be very sad in the future. Auntie? The little cub seemed to notice her strange mood and looked up at her with confusion. Yes, be good. When it's not so hot later, grandmother and little aunt will take you outside to play. She blinked and smiled, pulling out a handful of candies and stuffing them into a small bag. She really liked children, especially well-behaved little cubs. In the future, she would love him like her own son. Okay. The obedient little cub responded, took a candy to feed them, then put one in his mouth before running back to play with his panda plushie. I hope he can always stay happy like this. The candy in his mouth seemed to sweeten his heart all the way through. Shin Xiangwan said sincerely, yes, he will. Reaching out to hold her hand, Wei Qingyi smiled at her. With them there, he was sure he would have no worries in life. There will be more later. Please support me with your votes. Even though they had experienced great changes, Zhao Yuping and her son still found it hard to believe after cleaning up and coming out of the house. Shin Xiangwan understood they needed time to settle down, so she didn't bother explaining further. She simply gave a brief explanation and then, together with Wei Qingyi, took a carriage to the county town. There's actually a small market here. In the carriage, Shin Xiangwan lifted the curtain to look outside. Yongmen Village is backed by mountains, with only one road wide enough for 2 ox carts to pass side by side leading out. Not far from the village is a main road directly to the county town. The village also connects with Yongning, Yongping, and Yongyi villages, where people often bring farm produce to sell. This naturally attracted some traveling merchants, gradually forming a small market. Yeoman Village's location isn't too bad. It's not remote, and travel is quite convenient. Wei Qingyi nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the sandy land in the village, the heavy taxes from the court, and the yearly invasions by nomads beyond the border, they wouldn't be so poor. But the road is too bumpy. She lowered the curtain and complained with a dark face. Even after switching to the main road, the carriage was still very bumpy, making her seat numb. At such times, she really missed the smooth roads of the future world. If she had the chance, she would definitely fix the roads first. Otherwise, traveling in and out would be too miserable. Want to sit on my lap? Seeing that she was truly uncomfortable, Wei Qingyi suggested gently, with a look of concern in his eyes. Let's forget it. Leaning back against the seat, Shen Xiangwan asked drowsily, how long does it take to reach the county town? She only knew Yeoman Village was not far from the county, but she had no idea exactly how long it would take. About 3/4 of an hour by carriage. The answer came not from Wei Qingyi but from Yuan Xiao, the deputy commander responsible for driving the carriage outside. Since Qingying was injured, he and another deputy, Yuan Xiu, were temporarily protecting them. Not long then. Sighing helplessly, Shen Xiangwan leaned closer to Wei Qingyi, closed her eyes, and pretended to rest. It wasn't because she was delicate, but because the carriage was really bumpy. He looked at her with concern, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, shifting slightly to make her more comfortable. Are we there? I don't know how long it took, but I felt the carriage slow down more and more. Shen Xiangwan opened her eyes and slowly sat upright. Wei Qingyi nodded. He had already heard the noise outside. Shen Xiangwan opened the curtain again and saw they were entering Datong County. Datong is one of the closest border towns. Although it has long been troubled by nomadic tribes from outside the border, its strategic importance remains unshaken. The roads are well connected, and trading caravans come and go constantly. It's not very wealthy, but it's very busy, with a large flow of people, lively enough to rival any county town in Qinzhou. Second Master, should we go straight to the pawn shop, or should we look around first? Outside the carriage, Yuan Xiu's voice sounded again. To the pawn shop. It was already noon, and buying people was still the priority. The family was so large that neglecting cleanliness was not acceptable. Although the guards could handle these chores, it would be a waste of their talents. Yes. After Wei Qingyi's reply, Yuan Xiu and the others urged the carriage to move in one direction. Since arriving here, they had already learned about the towns in Qinzhou, especially Datong. Even though it was afternoon, the main streets of the town were still lively and bustling. Shen Xiangwan pressed her face to the window, excitedly looking at the scenery outside. She listened to the vendors shouting and the conversations of passers-by, and she truly experienced what real human life was like. Qinzhou is vast and boundless. Each county town under its jurisdiction is larger than those in other provinces. The carriage took nearly 2 hours to reach the largest pawnshop in Datong. A pawnshop doesn't just sell slaves. It also deals in livestock, land, houses, shops, and anything else that can be bought or sold. They are involved in many areas, with a scope of business that's almost limitless. As the largest pawnshop in Datong, it occupied several storefronts. Even though it was already noon, people kept coming and going. Please come in. When Wei Qingyi and the others got off the carriage, a young clerk, no more than 20, greeted them warmly. They nodded faintly and stood there for a moment, observing before stepping inside. Yuan Xiu and the others followed closely behind. Their carriage had already been taken away to be fed grass, showing attentive service. Isn't that Yuan Yi? Buying land again? The man led them to the center of the shop. A man around 30, smiling warmly, approached them. Although his words were directed at Yuan Xiu, his gaze subtly examined Wei Qingyi and his wife. From their clothing, they didn't stand out. They wore simple cotton clothes. But their appearance, stature, and demeanor were exceptional, making it hard to ignore their presence. Furthermore, Yuan Xiu, who had previously bought land from them, respectfully followed behind. It was obvious from his kneeling posture that they were not ordinary people. This is our family's lord and lady, second master. His name is Sun Ping, and he manages the pawn shop. Yuan Xiu introduced them as he stepped forward. When he bought the land in Yong'an village, he chose the Datong pawn shop, and Sun Ping was the one who received him. The couple nodded with smiles. Sun Ping hurriedly said, "Nice to meet you. May I ask what you need?" While speaking, Sun Ping gestured for them to sit down. "We want to buy some servants. Do you have any ready-made?" they asked. They sat down as instructed. Shen Xiangwan took a sip of the tea brought by the servant, smiling as she played with the empty cup. Her attitude was relaxed and somewhat mysterious. "Could you specify how many servants you want?" Sun Ping asked, glancing at Wei Qingyi with a calm expression. "It depends on the quality of your people," Shen Xiangwan replied without giving a direct answer. Besides the household staff, she also wanted to buy a group of young boys and girls aged 15 to 20. Since they had decided to overthrow the Dog Emperor's rule, they would need to fight in the future. Besides generals and soldiers, medical staff were also very important. In the era of cold weapons, many soldiers didn't die on the battlefield. They often died from excessive bleeding or infected wounds afterward. She planned to train a group of young surgeons in advance. When the time for war came, they could all join the army. Even saving one more soldier would increase their chances of victory. But she didn't want to be a puppet master. Before overthrowing the Dog Emperor, she needed to keep this group firmly in their hands. So she was thinking of buying a batch of people directly. She had just come up with this idea and hadn't discussed it with Wei Qingyi, but she believed he wouldn't oppose it. Extra update, please vote. Madam, since you've come to us, you probably know that we are the largest trading house in Datong County. Whether it's the number or quality of our slaves, we are definitely the best. As the top trader in Datong County, Manager Sun was confident. Indeed, they had the confidence to back it up. "All right, then show us the people," Seng Shangwan said, making a move to stand up. Manager Sun quickly replied, "Madam, may I ask what kind of servants you need?" Only by knowing her needs could he give a proper introduction. Well, Seng Shangwan pretended to think for a moment, then said, "For cooks, gender doesn't matter as long as they're good at cooking. 10 rough servants responsible for cleaning, also regardless of gender. 2 women to do laundry, 1 older woman around 30, preferably someone familiar with manners, a girl between 13 and 20, and 1 or 2 young boys around 4 or 5 years old. Additionally, I want a group of teenagers and young adults aged 15 to 20 in any number, as long as I like them." The older woman and girl were for Zhao Yuping and her daughter. The boys were bought to keep the little cubs company and play with. Even though he was experienced, Manager Sun couldn't help but be a little surprised. He wondered how many teenagers and young adults between 15 and 20 she actually wanted. That many? Wei Qingyi was also surprised, and Yuan Xiu and the others were even more shocked. They never imagined their lady would be so generous. "Let's discuss it after we go back," Xing Shangwan said, then turned to look at him, reaching out to pat his hand. Wei Qingyi, being smart, naturally guessed there was some important reason behind this. He didn't dwell on it but felt a little excited. What kind of surprise was his little rascal preparing for him? "It's getting late. Manager Sun, should we go see the people now?" Shen Xiangwan asked, after comforting Wei Qingyi. She knew why he was so surprised. As the largest trading house in Datong County, they had at least hundreds of slaves. The number of teenagers and young adults between 15 and 20 couldn't be small. But she had said as long as I like them. Not that she wanted all of them. "Please follow me," Manager Sun said, regaining his composure and making a welcoming gesture. His attitude was even more enthusiastic. This was a big deal. Shen Xiangwan exchanged a glance with Wei Qingyi, ignoring the attention around them. They held hands tightly and stood up together. Guided by Steward Sun, they entered the backyard. Unlike the shops in front, which were separated, the backyard was connected as a whole, with a large courtyard in the middle. There were a few elegant pavilions with tables and chairs, likely for guests to rest while buying slaves or livestock. Besides that, there were animal pens with horses, cattle, and sheep. On the other side, there were 2 rows of small houses, all holding slaves. The managers were leading some people to select and buy. In this era, Buying and selling people was legal, and their value was often less than that of a horse or a plowing ox. "Please wait here for a moment," Steward Sun said, placing them at a table and chairs inside a pavilion. Then he turned and went toward the houses. The attendants soon brought tea and snacks. What a beautiful woman! Shen Xiangwan looked around and saw another pavilion where a woman was lazily sitting. She was very stunning, probably around 20 years old. She moved with charm and grace, looking both innocent and alluring. Even though Shen Xiangwan was used to handsome men and beautiful women, she had to admit the woman was truly beautiful, pure and tempting at the same time, very captivating.
Huh?
Wei Qingyi raised an eyebrow in confusion and looked where she was pointing. Is she pretty? She did have some charm, but compared to his little rascal, she was far behind. Not pretty? Shen Xiangwan looked back at him and asked with a smile. Not even 1/10 as pretty as you, Wei Qingyi said seriously, staring at her intently. You're saying the eye of a lover sees a beauty. Shen Xiangwan was amused by his teasing. She knew she was good-looking, but claiming that the woman wasn't even 1/10 as beautiful was an exaggeration. Besides Wei Qingyi, she hadn't praised anyone's looks before. Maybe, to me, you will always be the most beautiful, he said. From past life to this one, she was the only woman who had entered his heart. He only saw her beauty. Why are you so sweet today? Did you eat honey? Shen Xiangwan raised an eyebrow, and her smile grew brighter. His words sounded cheesy, but coming from him, they were very charming. Shen Xiangwan felt a wave of sweetness inside. Whether true or not, she enjoyed it. Not at all. Wei Qingyi saw she took his words as flattery and didn't argue. As long as he knew how serious he was, that was enough. No, I won't go to the brothel. Let me go, please, let me go. A sharp cry mixed with fear and trembling sounded. Shen Xiangwan frowned slightly and looked up. She saw a girl, about 17 or 18, with delicate features and a somewhat pretty appearance, suddenly push away the crowd and stumble towards them. Help! Help me! Please save me! At that moment, the girl's eyes suddenly brightened and she rushed straight at Wei Qingyi, seeming to want to bump into his arms. How dare you! Before Wei Qingyi could react, Yuan Xiao, standing behind them, took a quick step forward, raised his hand, and pushed out a palm wind. The girl was blown away before she could get close, letting out a sharp, piercing scream that made many people frown. Catch her! After a brief moment of shock, the steward of the inn gave the order, and several attendants rushed forward. Let me go. Please let me go.
Slap. Slap.
The woman struggled again, but the angry attendants slapped her several times, forcing her to stop. Take her away. The woman who had been sitting in the pavilion earlier slowly stepped out. Her brows were slightly furrowed, showing some displeasure, but her charm and beauty still made it hard for people to ignore her. Yes. 2 strong men behind her took the woman from the attendants and prepared to drag her away. Help!
Help me!
As they passed by, the woman with a swollen face struggled fiercely again, looking eagerly at Wei Qingyi and begging for help, completely ignoring Shen Xiangwan. TSK. Brother Yi, why don't you go be a hero and save the beauty? With a teasing snort, Shen Xiangwan winked at Wei Qingyi, implying he was quite lucky. Stop making trouble. He reached out and held her hand, showing helplessness in his eyes. This kind of thing was beyond his control. Please vote. Do I need to teach you again? Block her mouth.
Yes.
With an almost impatient command, one of the men escorting her tore off a cloth, balled it up, and stuffed it into her mouth. The noisy shouting finally ceased. Sorry for the trouble. The woman turned her gaze to them and nodded in apology. It's okay. Shen Xiangwan waved her hand casually. The woman didn't argue further, nodded to them again, and then turned to leave with her people. Beautiful. Watching her back, Shen Xiangwan praised again with a smile. Wan. Looking at her beloved wife, Wei Qingyi helplessly called out. He knew she liked handsome men, but he didn't realize she also liked women.
Hee.
Turning to look at him, Shen Xiangwan smiled carefree. It's rare to see such a beautiful person. What's wrong with looking a little longer? Everyone has been waiting a long time. At the same time, Steward's son returned, followed by dozens of men and women, both young and old, including a few children who looked only 4 or 5 years old. What are you standing around for? Come forward quickly so the master and madam can have a good look. Seeing them hesitate, Steward's son's expression darkened, and his tone became a bit stern. Yes. Not daring to delay any longer, the group nervously stepped forward. Their faces showed worry. They hoped to be chosen but also feared encountering difficult masters. After all, servants' lives are truly not valuable. Masters can beat or hurt them without responsibility. All of you come out. Steward's son waved his hand, calling out about 10 men and women. They looked to be between 20 and 30 years old, moving as if they followed a single command, clearly very uneasy. Madam, they all have cooking skills.
Okay.
Nodding, Shun Xiangwan stood up and approached them.
Show me your hands.
Yes. Though unsure of her intentions, no one dared disobey her command. The dozen or so people nervously extended their hands. Just these 4. Shen Xiangwan looked down and selected 4 women. Good. Wait on the side for now. Yes. The 4 chosen women respectfully stepped aside. Steward's son then called over another 20 or so men and women. These people can all serve as rough laborers. Madam can choose freely. Just these 10. This time, Shen Xiangwan made no move. She casually pointed to 10 sturdily built men and women. Rough laborers usually do cleaning and other simple tasks, so they don't need to be too particular. Even if they're sold as slaves, at worst they get beaten and sold. Chefs are different. Everything they handle must be edible. That's why she carefully examined their hands, choosing a few with clean fingernails. Even if they end up being sold, they can still keep themselves clean. People like that usually pay attention to hygiene, so she doesn't have to worry about their food being unclean. No problem. Seeing her so straightforward, Steward's son's smile grew even brighter. He then called over a few women. Madam, they are experienced workers. Washing clothes and such are not a problem for them. Okay. She lazily glanced up and casually pointed to 2 women who looked about 30 years old. These 2.
All right.
He waved at the 2 women and then called over several more. Madam, some of them are maids sold by large families, others are relatives of exiled commoners. They all can read and write and know proper manners. She stood up, leaning on the armrest of her chair, and walked over to look at each woman. After examining them, she finally paused in front of a woman who looked to be in her 30s, with an impressive demeanor. She asked, "What is your name? What did you do before?" "Respectfully, madam, my humble surname is Zhou, and my given name is Wushuang. I was once the wife of the governor of Bingzhou. Because my husband committed a crime, he was exiled, and I have been here for over 3 years. Recently, my husband, who depended on me, caught a cold and passed away. To gather money for his coffin, I sold myself." The woman bowed respectfully and spoke with a choked voice, tears falling onto her hand. "All right, you're the one. Even the most emotional person wouldn't be too bad," she quickly decided. "Thank you, madam." Wushuang bowed again. Without waiting for Steward's son's command, she wiped her tears and stepped aside voluntarily. "It's your turn now." Steward's son beckoned again. This time, more than a dozen young girls came out, all beautiful like blooming flowers, just like buds about to blossom. If she didn't know they were being chosen as servants, she almost thought they were being selected as concubines. "Steward's son, I want maids who can serve, not ones just for warming beds." She sighed, rubbing her forehead. She didn't dislike pretty women, but these girls clearly weren't suitable for serving. Didn't some of them keep exchanging glances with Wei Qingyi? This. Steward's son's forehead darkened. After a brief awkward cough, he said, "Why don't you choose some children first? I'll find a new batch of maids for you later." He wasn't blind and saw the inappropriate behavior. He admitted he deliberately picked attractive girls because the master's looks, figure, and demeanor were all impressive. Maids shouldn't be ugly, right? Who knew he was doing a good deed, but ended up making a mistake. Now he had to figure out how to handle them.
Mm.
The previous incident was just a small distraction, and Shin Xiangwan didn't take it seriously. Her gaze slowly moved among a few children. They were probably all 4 or 5 years old, with red eyes and shy looks. When they met her eyes, they quickly looked down, some even sniffled. "He's the one," Shin Xiangwan said, pointing at a chubby child. After a brief pause, she added firmly, "Assistant son. Does he have family? If so, bring them out. If it's suitable, I will buy them all." "Yes, yes, madam. You're kind and good-hearted," Assistant son said, surprised. He was used to seeing families broken apart, but he had never seen such a kind woman like Shin Xiangwan. Kind and good-hearted? She looked at him with a meaningful smile. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. She didn't think of herself as kind in her past or present life. In fact, to some people, she was more like a demon, especially to Shin Xiangyue.
Ah.
Assistant son hesitated, realizing something. "I'll go bring his family here." He stood up and left quickly, taking the others with him. The child Shin Xiangwan chose stood alone, feeling both scared and curious. He looked up at her from time to time. "Later, there will be more exciting parts. Please vote for me. Come here," Shin Xiangwan said with a smile, waving at him. The little boy hesitated, but then stepped forward bravely, nervously calling out, "Madam." "Hee. Don't be afraid. I won't eat you," she said kindly, not minding his dirtiness. She reached out and ruffled his hair. "What's your name?"
How old are you? Dongzi, he replied.
Before he could finish, a choked cry sounded. Soon, 4 people hurried over. The woman leading them had tears in her eyes, and the middle-aged man and the teenagers behind her also looked emotional. "Dad, Mom," the boy called out, rushing to them. The woman knelt down, hugging him and crying loudly. The middle-aged man stepped forward to hold them, tears also glistening in his eyes. The teenage boy and girl, about 16 and 12, also started crying. It was almost as if their family was about to fall apart. "Why are you crying? The madam is going to buy your family. You should thank her quickly." The steward following behind them looked fierce, but he was actually giving them advice. After finishing, he turned to Shin Xiangwan and said, "Madam, they used to work for a wealthy family taking care of the estate. When the estate was robbed, they were involved and sold by their master." "Really?" She raised an eyebrow and looked at them again. Although they were all dirty like others, their build seemed decent. They probably lived well before and had just been sold recently. "Thank you, madam. Thank you for willing to buy our family." The middle-aged man, who was the first to regain his senses, let go of his wife and children, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head to her loudly several times. Thank you, madam." Seeing this, the woman and her children also bowed to her. They were so excited when they learned she chose their children and was willing to buy their family. Their forced calm suddenly broke down, and they became a bit unruly. "Don't thank me just yet." Leaning back in her chair, Shin Xiangwan continued, "I said I would buy if it's suitable, but I didn't say I would definitely buy you. First, tell me what skills you all have."
Huh?
The family was all surprised. Then the man quickly said, "Madam, my name is Wu Youfu. I am 36 years old. I can do all kinds of farm work, drive horses, and pull carts. My wife is Wu Lixiu, 35, and she can do all the farm chores. Our eldest son is Wu Shuisheng, 17 years old. He has been working with me since he was young, and he can do everything I can. Our daughter is Wu Shuiyu. Besides farm work, she can also do embroidery. And our youngest son is Wu Shuidong, called Dongzi. He is 5 years old." Wu Youfu finished speaking in one breath. The family looked at her eagerly. As long as she was willing to buy them, their small family wouldn't be separated. "That's okay." Seeing their eager faces, Shin Xiangwan nodded. "Steward's son, I will buy the whole family. You don't need to help me find maids anymore. I think Shuiyu is a good fit." "All right, madam, as long as you're satisfied." Steward's son hurriedly agreed, then said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and thank the madam." Yes. The man regained his composure and again bowed with his wife and children. Thank you, madam." She waved her hand, indicating they should step aside, as she wanted to continue choosing people. Wu Youfu's family didn't hesitate. They quickly helped each other to step aside, tears still hanging at the corners of their eyes, but with smiles on their faces. There is no need for Shen Xiangwan to urge them. Manager Sun quickly led over more than 100 people. They included men and women, all between 15 and 20 years old, as Shen Xiangwan requested. Everyone lowered their heads, looking somewhat nervous. Their thin bodies trembled uncontrollably. Due to a previous mistake by a maid, this time Manager Sun only selected capable and hardworking individuals. Madam, what do you think of these people? Manager Sun pointed to the group of over 100 people in front of them. They're okay. Shen Xiangwan nodded casually, leaning back in her chair. Her gaze fell on the group. Are any of you able to read? The group looked at each other. One small, skinny boy raised his hand hesitantly and stammered, I can read a few words. I can read some too. Encouraged by him, a few more boys raised their hands. Anyone else? Shen Xiangwan waited a moment. When no one spoke up, she sighed deeply. Although she hadn't expected much, only 4 or 5 out of over 100 could read a little. It was very hard for ordinary people to learn to read and write. All right then. She stood up, supported herself on the armrest of her chair, and walked toward them. She first looked carefully at the few boys and girls who could read, then turned to the others. Lift your heads and look at me.
Huh.
Everyone was surprised. Some instinctively looked up, while others shrank back in fear. Most of them looked at her briefly, and then immediately lowered their heads. If their necks were longer, their heads might have buried into their laps. Shen Xiangwan frowned slightly, but said nothing. She raised her hand and pointed to the boys and girls who, despite their fear, were still looking at her. Manager Sun, I only want these people. Okay. Out of over 100, she only selected 8. Manager Sun was a little slow to react. Don't they want to stay? The chosen ones had already moved to the side. Before leaving, Manager Sun pointed to a few other literate people and asked, What about these? No, I can teach those who can't read. But naturally timid people can't be taught to be brave. She bought these people to train them as surgeons. In the future, they would be going to war with the army. How could cowards succeed? Also, she didn't choose those whose eyes flickered or lacked firmness. They needed to be loyal and strong-willed. She couldn't afford to have uncertain people on her team. It seems I can somewhat guess her standards for choosing people. Manager Sun no longer fussed and turned to leave with the others. Not long after, he returned with the second group, about 100 people again. This time, Shen Xiangwan didn't ask if they could read, only asked them to look up at her. Using her own standards, she selected 10 more people. Next came the third and fourth groups with similar scenes. In the end, Shen Xiangwan chose only 50 people, 35 young men, and 15 young women. Madam, do you need to buy anything else? Although she only selected 50 people, Manager Sun was not discouraged. Compared to others who only buy 3 or 5 slaves at a time, she was already making a big move. Extra update, please vote for me. Shen Xiangwan didn't reply immediately. She crossed her arms and stroked her chin for a while before asking, I also need a plowing ox. Do you have dairy cows here? We have ready plowing oxen, but no dairy cows at the moment. If you need, we can find some. It will take at most 3 days. Even a large trading house has its limits. Usually they buy plowing oxen, but dairy cows are rarely in demand, so they don't keep any in stock. However, they knew where to find them, and 3 days was enough to bring them back. All right, I want at least 4 dairy cows. Nodding, Shen Xiangwan said firmly, milk is a good thing. Not to mention how weak my body is and how much I need to nourish it. Look at the people I bought. Each one is so thin they're almost just skin and bones. If they drink a glass of fresh milk every day and have enough food for 3 meals, I believe they'll recover quickly. With good health, they can do the work I asked for. Okay, then shall we start with the plowing oxen? With their skills, they could easily bring back 4 dairy cows or even 40. Dazhong County's reputation was well earned. No, I won't choose. Shen Xiangwan waved to refuse. She turned and said, Wu Yofu, you go pick them out. Also, bring a cart and farming tools for plowing.
Yes.
Wu Yofu, who was called out, didn't dare delay. He bowed and went with the assistants to choose the plowing oxen. By the way, do you have piglets here? As she stood up, Shen Xiangwan asked casually.
Huh.
Manager Sun was surprised. The trading house did deal with livestock, but piglets, which are hard to sell and rarely bought, they really didn't have any. It seems there are none. Shen Xiangwan pretended to be disappointed, but in fact, she was calm and indifferent.
Not really, madam.
If you need a larger quantity, we can help buy them for you. Steward Sun quickly offered, trying to regain control of the situation. Really? Their business scope was so broad that they even handled procurement services. Shen Xiangwan raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and said, I only need 100 pigs for now. Do you think that's a large number? Most people in the Tianqi dynasty didn't eat pork because it had a strong, unpleasant smell. They called it cheap meat. People who could afford better options chose lamb, chicken, duck, or fish. Only the poor ate pork, and at that time, pigs grew slowly, weighing only about 100 pounds after 2 years, and few people raised them. But none of this was difficult for her. Although lamb and poultry were good, she preferred pork. Once she raised pigs her way, she believed Wei Qingyi and others would also come to love eating pork. Actually, she already had pigs in her space, and they were fat and healthy. Because the second batch was fed with grains grown in her space, their meat was even better than regular pork. Long-term use could even extend life, but of course, it wasn't convenient to take out. All right, just 100 pigs. That's not a big problem. We should be able to bring them back along with the cows. Madam, do you want to pick them up in 3 days, or should we deliver them to your home? Steward Sun agreed immediately, without hesitation. Although pigs grew slowly and many people didn't eat pork, piglets weren't hard to find. This was a border town where there were far more poor people than rich. They couldn't afford more expensive lamb, chicken, or fish, so they had to eat pork. Can you deliver it to my door? She was pleasantly surprised. Shen Xiangwan smiled and said, That would be great. Please deliver them directly to my house. Also, I bought so many today. Can you arrange a cart or ox-drawn carriage to help me bring everything back? Since there was a door-to-door service, she wouldn't turn it down. No problem. May I ask your surname, madam? Where is your residence? Although she knew they had bought a lot of land in Yongin village, she wasn't sure if they actually lived there. My family's surname is Wei. Our home is the large blue brick, tiled house at the very back of Yongin village. All right, I will arrange an ox cart immediately. Later, those people will go back with you. The cows and piglets will definitely be delivered in 3 days. As she spoke, Steward Sun turned and headed outside. Shen Xiangwan exchanged a glance with Wei Qingyi, then stepped out of the pavilion. Yuan Xiao and Yuan Shu followed closely behind without hesitation. As for the people they bought, they left through another door with the shopkeeper to avoid disturbing other customers outside. Please enjoy some tea. Back inside the shop, the couple sat down at their previous spot. The shopkeeper eagerly brought tea and delicate snacks. So sweet. Steward Sun was still busy arranging things for them. Shen Xiangwan picked up a piece of cake and put it in her mouth. Her face immediately showed a look worse than crying. Way too sweet, almost overwhelming. Spit it out quickly. Seeing this, Wei Qingyi hurriedly took out a handkerchief and held it to her mouth, his eyes showing clear concern. Shen Xiangwan didn't make things difficult for herself. She spat out all the cake into the handkerchief. Madam, rinse your mouth. Yuan Xiao, who was following behind, smartly picked up a teacup and handed it to her. Shen Xiangwan didn't refuse and drank several cups to wash away the greasy sweetness in her mouth.
Phew.
Are sweets free? Why are they so sweet? What Shen Xiangwan didn't know was that, to ordinary people, cakes and sugar were very luxurious items. Without a lot of sugar, cakes wouldn't sell well. She wasn't particularly fond of sweets, so she naturally couldn't get used to it. Why did you put everything in your mouth? Putting away her soiled handkerchief, Wei Qingyi scolded her lightly, tapping her head with his finger. His expression was full of helplessness. Because they looked so nice. Shin Xiangwan innocently defended herself. Who would have thought that such beautiful cakes could taste so strange? Really? He shook his head helplessly and picked up his teacup again, offering it to her. Mother and Linger can make cakes. If you like, just ask them to make some for you. Forget it, I've got psychological shadows from this already. Shin Xiangwan shook her head, refusing politely. From now on, she definitely wouldn't eat any cakes from this era again. Sorry to keep you waiting, both of you. Master Sun quickly returned with a thick stack of contracts, followed by an assistant carrying a tray with an abacus, ink, and paper. Madam, our strong laborers usually cost 30 taels of silver each. Women under 40 are considered half a strong laborer, costing 20 taels each. The children are sent along without charge. We won't charge you for them. You selected 42 strong laborers and 29 women, totaling 1,840 taels of silver. Additionally, oxen cost 30 taels each. The carts and plows are gifts from us. The cows and piglets you ordered require a deposit of 30 taels each, totaling exactly 1,900 taels of silver. As Master Sun spoke, he moved the beads on the abacus, which then stopped. The nearly 2,000 tael transaction was a big deal for them. This is a 2,000 tael silver note.
Please check it.
Wei Qingyi raised his hand and beckoned, and Yuan Xiao immediately handed over the silver note. Just as Shin Xiangwan was about to pay, she raised an eyebrow and decided not to bother. Master Sun took the silver note, examined it carefully, then stood up and went to the counter to exchange it for a 100 tael note, which he handed back along with the contracts. Here is your change, the sale agreements, and the contracts for the oxen. Please review them.
Yes.
Yuan Xiao checked the silver note and contracts in front of him, making sure everything was correct before returning them. It seemed everything was arranged. He looked past her to see the servants, sitting on several ox carts. Shin Xiangwan spoke while standing up. They had already wasted enough time here, and it was about time to leave. Yes, the carts will follow behind your carriages. Master Sun personally saw them to the door. Meanwhile, the assistant, noticing the situation, led their horses forward. Master Sun, please stay. Everyone, safe travels. After exchanging pleasantries, the couple entered their carriage first. Yuan Xiao and Yuan Shua also got into their carriage. Under their urging, the carriage quickly left, followed by the ox carts carrying the servants. Master Sun watched their carriages disappear from sight before turning around. On the way past the cloth shop, Shin Xiangwan bought a large amount of fabric and ready-made clothes, mostly for the servants. Their clothes were barely enough to cover them. As for herself, when she had bought fabric from various places, she had accumulated countless pieces of different materials. One day, she planned to find a reason to go out alone, so she could openly take out those supplies. When they returned to the village, it was almost 3:15 in the afternoon. They saw many ox carts filled with people entering the village. The villagers were excited and stopped to watch, causing a big commotion. However, they didn't mind and headed straight to the innermost part of the village. Wei Jingyi's thatched house was already built, but Shun's house was still empty, and the other children and daughters of the family were nowhere to be seen. The carriage stopped steadily at the door. Qing Ing went ahead to greet them. His hand was wrapped with gauze and couldn't move freely for now. Why aren't you resting? Why are you out and about? He looked at her with a teasing expression. Shin Xiangwan jumped down from the carriage, holding Wei Qingyi's hand.
We just wanted to see you, she replied.
Qing Ing, usually calm, showed a rare playful side and teased her. Stop joking with me. Shin Xiangwan almost laughed out loud. She turned and pointed at the servants getting off the carriage behind them. Tell them to wash up and come to the main hall later.
Okay.
Although she was curious about why they bought so many people, Qing Ing didn't ask and simply walked toward the others.
Auntie.
Hearing the noise outside, the little one ran out and hugged Shin Xiangwan's leg. She bent down and picked him up gently. Did Grandma and the others take you out to play this afternoon?
Yes.
The little one, hugging her neck, looked unhappy and pouted, saying, There are bad people. They bullied Brother E. I don't like them. Those bad people were really mean. He saw Brother E crying.
Huh.
Shin Xiangwan was surprised. Wei Linger, who came out of the kitchen, frowned and said, "It's Uncle Peng and Uncle Chun from the division. They wanted to borrow money from us, but were stopped by brothering. Then they went to Uncle E and the others, asking to borrow 100 taels of silver. If Uncle E and the others had money, they wouldn't have built just a few thatched houses." The families argued loudly, almost fighting. "We thought things were getting out of hand, so we took Nguer back. I heard they didn't get the money and even forcibly took away the grain, pots, and bowls that Uncle Yi's family just bought." As she spoke, Wei Linger was increasingly angry and felt it was shameless of those two families. They don't even protect their own things.
Why are you so upset about this?
She shook her head, and Shin Xiangwan carried the little cub into the main hall. Because she had borrowed money from them and was always around them, the losses for Wei Jingyi and Wei Jing'an's families were not as big as for others. Each family had about 10 people, while Wei Jingpeng and Wei Jingchuan's family only had a few members. Given this, Wei Jingyi and his family could still have things stolen from them. She could only say they deserved it. If they didn't stand up for themselves, no one could help them.
Huh.
Wei Linger was a bit stunned. Wei Qingyi impatiently tapped her head with his finger and said, "Silly girl, that's other people's business. Just take care of yourself." Wei Jingchuan's actions weren't surprising. When someone has no money and can't even afford to eat, they might do anything. This time, they succeeded, and next time, they would come again. If Uncle E and the others didn't use some tough methods, they would suffer later. When people lose face, they never learn to stop at the right time. In fact, Wei Jingwan and his brother had come to find them that morning. But before they even stepped into Wei's house, someone nearby had driven them away. That's why they didn't know anything and still had time to defend others.
Oh.
Wei Linger wasn't stupid. She seemed to realize something, touched her forehead, and nodded obediently. "You're back. Wash your hands quickly. Dinner will be ready soon." Zhao Yuping, carrying a plate of food from the kitchen, said with a big smile. After washing with spiritual well water, she looked at least 10 years younger. No one would argue if she was in her early 20s. That was also why she had trouble believing it before. The spiritual well water's effect was incredible. "Okay." She exchanged a look with Wei Qingyi. Shin Xiangwan turned on her heels and carried the little cub to wash up. Tonight's dinner was prepared personally by Zhao Yuping and her daughter. Because it was very hot, they didn't make soup but only cooked a vegetable porridge and stir-fried a few small dishes. The whole family ate happily. During the meal, Zhao Yuping mentioned the matter of dividing the family, sounding quite angry at Wei Jingchun and his family's actions. "Wanwan, if it were you, what would you do?" Seeing Wei Jingyi and his family feeling so wronged, Zhao Yuping wanted to help them. But she was always kind-hearted and couldn't think of a way to deal with those people. "What else can I do? The simplest and roughest way is to fight back, fight once each time, until they dare not come knocking again." She probably knew she would be asked, so Shin Xiangwan helplessly shrugged. Dealing with such shameless people, you can't reason with them. Only fists are the real truth. Unfortunately, from today, Wei Jingyi and the others still let those people move out their food and dishes, which shows they still care about the difference between noble and common. If they can't let go of this heavy burden, they will always be bullied. But Jing Chun and the others are from the main family. Zhao Yuping was momentarily stunned and hesitant. Shin Xiangwan chuckled and shook her head. "So what? The Wei Yong Prince's residence no longer exists. We are now just ordinary villagers. What difference does it make whether they are from the main family or not? That's true." After a brief pause, Zhao Yuping nodded in agreement, secretly thinking about whether she could mention it to Wanshur tomorrow when she went out. Whether they could break free depends on them. She could only help so much. Deep down, she was still selfish. No matter what, she wouldn't let her family get caught up in those troubles. "Second master, madam, those people have finished washing up." After the guards cleared away the dishes, Qingying strode in from outside. "Let them come in." Shin Xiangwan nodded. Leaning back, deep down, she was still selfish. No matter what, she wouldn't let her family get caught up in those troubles. "Second master, madam, those people have finished washing up." After the guards cleared away the dishes, Qingying strode in from outside. Let them come in. Shen Xiangwan nodded, leaning back in her chair with her eyes half closed. She looked completely unsteady. First, build 2 ordinary courtyard houses on the left and right sides, then extend to build tiled houses, and at the back, down to the mountain, build 2 rows of brick houses. I'll give you the detailed plans tomorrow. Not only do they need to settle the new people they bought, but with Wei Qingyi's ability, he should be able to rescue Yan Lang and the others soon. They also need to prepare houses for them in advance. Yes, madam. Yuan Xiao respectfully accepted the order. After a brief interaction, he could see Shen Xiangwan's importance in Second Master's mind. Her commands were to be obeyed without question. There will be more later. Please support with votes. Soon, Qingying led over 70 people into the courtyard. They had all washed up and changed into the ready-made clothes that Shen Xiangwan had bought for them when she returned. Perhaps they felt a sense of belonging or sensed the kindness of the head of the household, so they no longer looked timid and scared like before. Instead, they seemed much more spirited. The main hall was too small to hold so many people, so everyone stayed in the courtyard. Shen Xiangwan exchanged a glance with Wei Qingyi. The couple stood up at the same time without being told. The guards quickly set up chairs under the eaves outside the main hall. Greetings, elder lady, second master, madam, third master, miss, and young master. Before this, Qingying had briefly explained the family situation. Once everyone was seated, they all knelt down and bowed to pay their respects. Please get up. She waved her hand to signal them to rise. Shen Xiangwan looked at each of them and pointed to the teenagers and young adults aged 15 to 20. She said, I have other arrangements for these people. Qingying, take them to the house on the left. If there isn't enough space, squeeze in first. Once the new house is built, they will be assigned to proper rooms. Yes, madam. Respectfully bowing, Qingying turned to the others. Follow me. Yes. The 50 people dared not make any trouble. After bowing again, they followed Qingying in a line, and the once crowded courtyard suddenly became empty. Zhou Wushuang. Servant is here. The person called stepped forward, kneeled respectfully, and bowed. From her spot, Shen Xiangwan pointed at her and said, From now on, you'll be responsible for serving the old lady. Do whatever she asks. She then nodded toward Zhao Yuping and said calmly, That's all. Zhou Wushuang walked over to Zhao Yuping. Want this. Zhao Yuping wanted to say something. She felt it was a bit inappropriate to have someone specially serving her now that they were just common villagers. But Shen Xiangwan smiled and said, Mother, I've bought people for you. Just make do with it. She used to be a noble lady, so she should be able to help you a lot. What Shen Xiangwan didn't say was that although she was now the head of the Wei family, she wasn't very interested in managing the household. She preferred to spend her time in her space, studying different poisons. So, the trivial matters at home were left to her mother-in-law. All right. Since she had said so, what else could she say? Anyway, this was a sign of filial piety from her daughter-in-law. Zhao Yuping chuckled and shook her head, feeling helpless but accepting it. Shuiyu. As her gaze shifted, Shen Xiangwan fixed her eyes again on Wu Shuiyu. Madam. Wu Shuiyu dared not be careless, and quickly stepped forward to bow. From now on, you will follow Mississippi older sister-in-law. Before Wu Shuiyu could respond, Wei Linger exclaimed first, her face showing clear disapproval. She no longer wanted to be a pampered young lady who only ordered others around. She wished to learn martial arts with her sister-in-law. Even if she couldn't become their right hand in the future, she at least didn't want to be a burden like when she was exiled. If a maidservant was always attending her, she might be tempted to slack off. All right, I understand what you want to do. Don't worry, I will never change the promises I made. Seeing this, Shen Xiangwan smiled warmly to reassure her. Wei Linger was only 13, still a child. Instead of making Shuiyu serve her, it was more like giving her a companion, someone to talk to during free time, to help ease her stress. But, no buts. Linger, she is now your person. Okay. Wei Linger wanted to say more but was interrupted by Shen Xiangwan. Faced with her strong attitude, She could only obediently agree. Servant Wu Shuiyu. Greetings to the young lady. May you have peace. Wu Shuiyu was also a clever woman. Seeing this, she quickly stepped forward to bow to Wei Linger. No need for formalities. Waving her hand, Wei Linger cast a somewhat resentful look at her sister-in-law. Seeing that she was ignored, she couldn't help but sigh deeply. Dongzi, come here. Having settled Wei Linger, Shen Xiangwan embraced the little one and waved to Wu Shuiyu, who was leaning on her parents, with a very kind attitude. Go ahead. Wu Shuiyu didn't immediately go but looked up at her parents. Wu Youfu and his wife encouraged him with a gentle push. Madam. With his parents' approval, Wu Yudong stepped forward toward Shen Xiangwan. Uncle, who is he? The little one beside Shen Xiangwan curiously looked at him. Although he was only 3 years old, he was almost the same height as Wu Yudong and even chubbier. They looked about the same size. His name is Dongzi. From now on, let him play with you, okay? Shen Xiangwan, holding him with one arm, pointed at Wu Yudong and said, Okay. The little one was very happy, agreeing cheerfully and even smiling broadly at Wu Yudong. Arangur is so well-behaved. Gently patting his head with affection, Shen Xiangwan then turned to Wu Shuidong. Dongzi, his name is Wei Yunan. He is the young master of this family, 3 years old. Your task is to play with him. Okay. Children from poor families often grow up quickly. Although he is only 5, Wu Shuidong probably understood her meaning. Seeing her daughter with the young lady of the family and her younger son becoming the young master's playmate, they couldn't help but feel tears in their eyes. They truly found a good family. By the way, do you two need someone to serve you? Looking at Wu Shuisheng, Shen Xiangwan turned to ask the brothers Wei Qingyi and Wei Qinghe. No need, I have guards enough. Wei Qingyi refused without hesitation. The tasks they had were very dangerous. So far, besides family members and guards, he trusted no one else. Also, Wu Shuisheng was just an ordinary person, without martial art skills, and not suitable to follow him. I don't need anyone either. Seeing this, Wei Qinghe quickly expressed, Second sister-in-law, I just want to learn martial arts quickly. Having someone follow me would only hold me back.
All right.
Nodding, Shen Xiangwan looked again at Wu Youfu and the others. We have 2 acres of wasteland. I plan to clear it and plant some crops. Wu Youfu, Wu Shuisheng, you two are responsible for the fields. As for Wu Lixiu, you take care of the children. Yes, madam. Hearing this, the family of 3 kneeled and bowed to them. 2 acres of land was no problem for 2 strong workers, and taking care of the children was even easier. They were very grateful for Shen Xiangwan's arrangement. From now on, the 4 of you will be responsible for cooking. How much food to prepare each day, someone will tell you later. She waved her hand and turned to the cooks. She planned to convert a nearby room into a dining hall with a kitchen inside, so guards and servants could eat there in the future. Extra, please support with votes. Yes. The cooks bowed nervously. After a brief interaction, they could see that the master family was quite kind, but the guards with swords showed they were not easy to bully. If they dared to cause trouble, they might not even know how they died. Both of you are responsible for washing our clothes and the guards' clothes. Currently, there's only a water well here. For now, wash in the yard. Later, I will have someone dig a well outside for your use. Not only the water well, she also wanted to get some other things, but she needed to investigate on the spot first. She didn't plan to say anything for now.
Yes.
The 2 women who were called quickly bowed. They weren't fools. Although the master lived in the countryside and dressed simply, it was clear they were not ordinary people. The place where they worked was hardly a decent environment. They didn't want to be sent back. As for you all, turning her gaze to the remaining 5 men and 5 women, Shen Xiangwan continued, all the cleaning and household chores are your responsibility. As for the specific arrangements, Zhou Wushuang, you'll be in charge.
Yes.
Once again, she called on her, and Zhou Wushuang respectfully bowed. The 10 rough servants also dared not act out of line, all kneeling and bowing their heads in unison. Finally, standing up from the chair by leaning on the armrest, Shen Xiangwan looked over everyone present with a sharp gaze. Her presence suddenly became very commanding. I believe I am not a strict mistress, and I don't expect you to be overly capable. But you must be loyal. If I find out anyone betrays me, it will be more than just punishment. I advise you to behave yourselves. Your servant dares not. Hearing this, everyone knelt down quickly, including Xiao Dongzi, who had already bonded with the young cub. They knew Shen Xiangwan was formidable, but they hadn't expected her to be so intimidating. Just a glance from her was enough to make people tremble. With such strength, who would dare to rebel? Yuan Xiao, take them to settle in. The cooks, go to the kitchen and prepare your own dinner. After confirming they had understood her words, Shen Xiangwan's commanding aura softened a little, and she sat back down.
Yes.
Yuan Xiao, waiting nearby, stepped forward. Follow me.
Yes.
The group bowed again before following Yuan Xiao, while a few cooks headed to the kitchen. Shall we go for a walk outside to digest? Once only they remained in the yard, Shen Xiangwan shook off her serious demeanor and turned around with a bright smile, suggesting cheerfully, "Sounds good." Wei Qingyi naturally had no objections. Zhao Yuping and her daughter also agreed. However, Wei Qinghe suddenly said, "I won't go. After taking the medicine sister-in-law gave me today, I feel like my martial arts have improved. I want to go back to my room and meditate." Wei Qingyi understood the effect of that water. He looked at his younger brother with a hint of satisfaction. After this ordeal, his younger brother seemed more motivated and sensible. "Ngur, let's go for a walk." She gave a faint glance at the brothers and reached out her hand to the young cub. "Okay." The young child obediently stepped forward and took her hand. The family gradually left the yard. Night had fallen, and the bright moon in the sky illuminated the land. After going outside, the young child happily broke free from Shen Xiangwan's hand and ran off laughing. To prevent him from falling, Zhao Yuping and her daughter also hurried after him. Shen Xiangwan and Wei Qingyi, who lagged behind, exchanged glances and held hands as they strolled slowly under the moonlight. "Don't ask me why I want to buy those young boys and girls," she said as she turned to face him, stepping back slightly. "You'll tell me when you want to," he replied. Holding her hand, Wei Qingyi's eyes were full of smiles. He wasn't really curious, but he preferred to respect her. He believed that whatever she did was for him and the family. "I want to train them to become surgeons, to teach them how to treat injuries and sew wounds," Shen Xiangwan said openly, sharing her plan. She didn't know if she would go to the battlefield in the future, but she had to prepare as much as she could. "Are you preparing this for me?" Wei Qingyi suddenly stopped and asked, already knowing the answer deep inside. "Yes," she nodded. Then she lightly hooked her arms around his neck and said softly, "Opportunities only come to those who are prepared. I don't know when we can build a strong enough army to fight the court, but since we chose this path, we must be ready. Also, if possible, try to replace the county magistrate of Datong County. Let's forget about it this year. Next year, I plan to promote high-yield crops in the county to prepare for the future." Before that, they had to control Datong County and even all of Qinzhou, absolutely preventing the evil emperor from using them as pawns. Besides, she had many other plans that she needed to implement step by step. She believed that once she was ready, Wei Qingyi's influence would also be formidable. Then it would be time to raise the banner of rebellion and march back to the imperial city. "Thank you, Wan Wan." Wei Qingyi opened his arms and embraced her, softly thanking her as he buried his face in her neck. His eyes welled with tears. He truly hadn't expected that, just after arriving in Qinzhou, his little rascal would be thinking so far ahead. With a wife like her, what more could a husband ask for? Mother, second brother, and second sister-in-law really have a good relationship. In the distance, Wei Linger's small face was flushed as she watched them embrace, her eyes filled with longing. A girl turns 15 and begins to look for a partner at 14. She doesn't hope for a wealthy husband in the future, only wishing to be like her older brother and sister-in-law, supporting each other and moving forward together. Yes, they also have a hard time, especially Wan Wan. "She's really suffered," she said softly, looking in that direction. Zhao Yuping sighed quietly. Wanwan married into their family, but hasn't enjoyed any happiness. On the way into exile, without her care, they wouldn't know what might have happened. She truly cares for her like her own daughter. I think my second sister-in-law doesn't feel it's hard, she said. If it were her, she wouldn't feel it either. You just found out? Zhao Yuping playfully poked her head, making her laugh. She knew Wanwan wouldn't feel it was hard, but just because she didn't, they shouldn't take her sacrifices for granted. All she can do is love her even more. I just know, Wei Linger whispered softly, patting her head that was poked. She's decided she wants to become as strong as her second sister-in-law. If she can't find a husband like her second brother, she won't marry at all. Please support me with votes. The next day, Shen Xiangwan woke up almost at noon. After returning to her room last night, she immediately went to her lab to study poisons for martial arts experts. If it weren't for Sanhao reminding her, she might have stayed up all night. She loves medical and poison research equally. She enjoys experimenting with all kinds of medicines. Still not awake, seeing her yawning and looking tired, Wei Qingyi came out of the study with a slight frown, his eyes full of genuine concern. Yeah, I'm exhausted. She leaned into his waist, acting spoiled. In truth, she was already fully awake. As an extraordinary person, she only needs about 4 hours of sleep a day. Being a level 9 ability user, she could stay up for days and nights without much trouble. Her only problem might be her complexion. What did you do last night? He gently wrapped his arm around her, asking helplessly. It was obvious she stayed up late, but he didn't know what she was busy with. What else? Tinkering with my little treasures, she replied softly. To her, all the medicines she develops are treasures. Little treasures? He raised an eyebrow and looked into her eyes. Did she have other treasures?
Ha ha ha.
She immediately saw through his thoughts and couldn't help but laugh, collapsing onto him. When the two of them went downstairs, it was about the time after a cup of tea. Zhao Yuping specially left some food for her, but seeing the cooks already preparing lunch, Shen Xiangwan didn't eat, and even told Zhao Yuping not to leave food for her in the future. Her space had everything, so she wouldn't go hungry. It's so hot. After lunch, Shen Xiangwan lazily slumped in her chair. She felt as if she had never experienced such heat before. In the future world, there would be ways to cool down. Is it still hot? Wei Qingyi took a fan from the side and gently fanned her. Zhao Yuping helplessly said, it would be great if we could get some ice. In previous summers, the King Wei's residence always had ice to cool down, but this year, Qinzhou was too remote. Even if they had money, they probably couldn't buy any. Ice? Shen Xiangwan suddenly sat up straight. Yes, I forgot that ice is such a great cooling tool. She clenched her fist with her right hand and struck her left palm. Her eyes lit up. Others couldn't produce ice in this weather, but she could. And since it was so hot now, maybe they could even make a lot of money by selling ice. Thinking about what? There probably isn't any ice in Qinzhou. Thinking she wanted to buy it with money, Wei Qingyi shook his head helplessly. If they could really buy it, he would spend as much as needed. That might not be the case. She raised a finger and shook it mysteriously. Oh. He seemed to misunderstand something. Wei Qingyi also became interested. Shen Xiangwan ignored him and loudly said, Aunt Zhou, have someone bring in 2 buckets of clean water. Aunt Zhou was Zhou Wushuang. She was over 30, and even if she was a servant, Shen Xiangwan couldn't keep calling her by her full name all the time, so she just called her Aunt Zhou. Okay. Although she didn't know what Shen Xiangwan wanted to do, Zhou Wushuang quickly went out. Uncle Wu, go find me a stone basin.
Yes.
Wu Lixiu, who was called, also left. Shen Xiangwan picked up her teacup and took a sip. It was probably her imagination, but suddenly she felt like she wasn't so hot anymore. Xiangwan, what are you planning to do? Wei Qingyi was very calm and didn't seem to want to ask. Zhao Yuping and her daughter looked at each other curiously. I'm going to perform a magic trick for you. She didn't answer her question. Shen Xiangwan went upstairs and brought down a large cloth bag filled with white crystalline substances. In front of everyone, she used a mortar to grind all the crystals into powder. Then she carefully poured the powder into a clay basin brought by Wu Shuiyu. After all the crystals were ground, she carried the basin over to 2 water-filled buckets. No one knew what she was going to do. She took some of the powder, added it to the buckets in a specific ratio, and kept stirring with her hand. Finally, she asked Zhou Wuxuang to bring 2 large lids to cover the buckets. Is that all? Seeing her sit back down, Wei Qingyi looked at the 2 covered buckets with curiosity and asked.
Yes.
She nodded and put away the remaining powder. In a little while, they will turn into ice. Really? Zhao Yuping and others exclaimed in disbelief. Don't blame them for being so surprised. This kind of thing is truly hard to believe. Is it true? You'll find out very soon. She looked at each of them without wasting words. When they see the results, they will naturally believe. What is that white stone? Without doubting her words, Wei Qingyi was more interested in the stone that could turn water into ice. That's saltpeter. This time, Shen Xiangwan didn't hide anything. Saltpeter is a mineral, also called potassium nitrate. It has many uses. Besides making ice, it can be mixed with sulfur, charcoal, and other ingredients to make gunpowder. The weapons I use, including the bullets, contain gunpowder. Really? He had heard of saltpeter before, but he didn't expect it to have such a big role. Brother Yi, do you want to make some money? Before he could think, Shen Xiangwan leaned over with a bright smile and asked, Be serious. What kind of brother, Yi? Calling him that felt a bit awkward. Wei Qingyi looked serious on the outside, but inside, he was feeling restless. His ears turned slightly red. Although she had called him that before, last time she was teasing, so he didn't think much of it. Now, her tone was very sweet and charming, making his heart flutter. Playfully shy. Seeing his reddening ears, Shen Xiangwan muttered softly.
Xiaowan.
With Wei Qingyi's martial skills, even if she spoke softly, he could hear her clearly. All right, enough joking. Let's get to the main point. Afraid of really upsetting him, Shen Xiangwan adjusted her clothes and pretended to be serious. Do you have anyone in your team who is good at business? Selling ice? Raising an eyebrow, Wei Qingyi immediately guessed her idea. Shen Xiangwan nodded and said, Yes, there are rich people everywhere. Since ice is so popular and we know how to make it, why not take this chance to make some money? No one would mind having more money. In the future, they will need a lot of money for many things, and earning money is easy if you know how. Okay. Wei Qingyi naturally agreed with making money. Later, write down the ice-making method and precautions. I'll handle the rest.
All right.
The couple quickly made a decision. Zhao Yuping and her daughter looked at each other, but couldn't speak. The guards and servants nearby didn't say anything either. There will be more later. Please support with votes. Mom, look. It really turned into ice.
Yes.
After waiting a while, Shen Xiangwan asked the guards to bring over the bucket moved to the corner. When she uncovered it, Wei Linge gasped in surprise, and Zhao Yuping also looked very happy. Although Shen Xiangwan had said the water in the bucket would turn into ice, seeing it with her own eyes was a completely different feeling. So amazing. It's so cool, Auntie. What is this? A little puppy playing nearby with Dongzi also came over, reaching out to touch the ice in the bucket. This is ice, something that can help our Nguers stay cool. Shen Xiangwan squatted down, putting her hand on the puppy's shoulder, and said, Take the ice out of the bucket and put it in basins. Place them around the main hall to cool down. Remember, this ice can be toxic, so don't eat it.
Yes.
Zhou Wuxuang called 2 strong servants to carry out both buckets of ice. Toxic ice? After they sat back down, Wei Qingyi asked in a deep voice. Yes, saltpeter itself has some poison. If you dissolve it in water to make ice, it's also toxic. If you want to make edible ice, just prepare 2 containers, one big and one small. Fill the small container with water and put it inside the big one. Mix the saltpeter powder into the water in the big container. When the water in the big container freezes, the water in the small one will freeze too, and the ice inside can be eaten. Shen Xiangwan explained simply. She didn't make edible ice because she wanted them to see how easy it was to make ice with saltpeter. As long as they knew the right ratio, anyone with hands and feet could do it. If they wanted to eat it, they could make it any time. That makes sense. Wei Qingyi nodded. Soon after, Zhou Wuxuang brought in several large basins filled with ice cubes. Although it didn't immediately lower the temperature in the main hall, the breeze from the fan created a cool feeling that helped reduce the heat. While Wei Qingyi was in his study handling government affairs, Shen Xiangwan specially arranged for 2 basins of ice to be delivered to him. She then took out her drawn blueprints and explained in detail to Yuan Xiao how to build the house. Zhao Yuping and her daughter didn't disturb them. They quietly took the children to play in the village. At home, with only 2 acres of land, Wu Youfu and his son finished removing all the weeds in just one morning. When Shen Xiangwan went to the fields, they, along with Wu Lixiu, were busy plowing the land with 2 oxen. Why are there 2 oxen? If she remembered correctly, she only bought 1 ox yesterday. Shen Xiangwan was confused and frowned. They were using an old-fashioned double-yoke plow, which needed 2 oxen to pull and 3 people to guide it. This method was very slow. She wondered if the Tianqi dynasty still didn't have the curved yoke plow. Madam, it was Steward Qing who sent someone to buy them. Seeing her, the family quickly put down their work. Why not use the curved yoke plow? What is a curved yoke plow? So it was confirmed, the Tianqi dynasty really didn't have the curved yoke plow. Shen Xiangwan was speechless and rubbed her forehead. The curved yoke plow was more efficient than the straight one. It only needed 1 ox and 1 person to plow the field. When the plow blade entered the soil, it would carve a deep groove, turning the earth over and mixing the topsoil with the lower layers. This made the soil softer and better for planting, while also reducing weeds and leftover plant roots competing for nutrients. Before mechanized farming tools, the curved yoke plow was one of the most important farming tools. She hadn't expected that in this era, they didn't even have the curved yoke plow. No wonder their agriculture was so backward. It's okay, you can continue. She found explaining the curved yoke plow too complicated and was too lazy to say more. She planned to have someone make it directly. Before leaving, she added in a firm voice, "Just plow once more, then mound the soil into small ridges. Collect the rotten leaves from the foot of the mountain and pour them into the furrows. Finally, plow a few more times to mix the rotten leaves thoroughly with the soil."
Yes.
Although she wasn't sure what she meant, Wu Youfu still answered seriously. After returning home and seeing everyone busy, Shen Xiangwan decided to take a carriage alone to the county town. To openly take out things from the space, she first visited the pharmacy and bought 2 large houses from Manager Sunday. When he left, she immediately brought out a large amount of flour, vegetables, and fruits, stacking them inside the houses. All these items were grown in her space, with higher nutritional value than ordinary grains. Eating them regularly could strengthen the body and prolong life. Additionally, she took out many fabrics and other items purchased with 0 money, nearly filling the entire front hall. Such a large amount of goods couldn't be carried back with just 1 carriage, so she hired several more outside. When they returned to the village in a grand procession, it caused quite a stir. "Madam." Seeing her return from afar, Qing hurriedly responded, "Why did you go out alone?" Looking at the carriages behind her, Qing frowned. They had already attacked several groups of longing guards, and the dog emperor wouldn't let it go easily. It was too dangerous for her to go alone. "It's fine. I just went to the county town," Shen Xiangwan said casually, noticing his worry. She was unprepared before, but now she had poison enough to deal with martial arts experts. It wouldn't be easy for anyone to capture her. Even if she didn't have a chance to use poison, she still had her space. When life and death are at stake, she wouldn't care about exposing herself. "Madam." "All right, quickly have someone unload the things from the back carriages," Shen Xiangwan interrupted before he could speak further, then strode quickly toward the back. Sighing deeply as she watched her slender figure, Qing waved to the guards to help move the goods. With their help, the supplies from several carriages were soon brought inside. Food and vegetables were stored in the pantry next to the kitchen, while fruits and fabrics were moved into the main hall. On her way back, Shen Xiangwan also reminded a few cooks to use the grain she brought for cooking, whether for them or the servants. As long as they worked hard, she wouldn't treat them unfairly.
Did you go out?
Seeing the room filled with goods, Wei Qingyi was surprised but didn't worry like Qing since he didn't know Shen Xiangwan had gone alone. Yeah, I went to the county town. Shen Xiangwan, slumped in her chair, gently swung a fan, seemingly lost in thought. She quickly stood up and ran to the storage room, pulling out 2 large burlap sacks. More updates coming, please support. What are these? Wei Qingyi asked as he followed, easily lifting the sacks and carrying them to the yard. Potatoes and sweet potatoes. She handed him a few words, then moved the sacks to the corner. This is what I call high-yield good seeds. Potatoes can fill you up and be cooked in many ways. Sweet potatoes are sweet and also filling. Most importantly, their yield per acre can reach over 6,000 jin. 6,000 jin is a conservative estimate. All the seeds in her space have been improved over generations and are top-quality grains. Their qualities are excellent, including yield. For example, in her space, potatoes and sweet potatoes can produce over 10,000 jin per acre. Even if the outside land isn't as fertile, reaching 6,000 jin per acre shouldn't be difficult.
What?
Wei Qingyi, usually calm, was surprised by the exaggerated number, his eyes wide. 120 jin make a stone, so 6,000 jin equals 50 stones. The villagers' millet yields only about 1 stone per acre. Even in fertile areas, the maximum is about double that. But she's talking about 50 times more. Was he more shocked than anyone else? Everyone nearby, including guards and servants, was stunned. 6,000 jin, how many people could that feed? Are you planning to plant these 2 crops on our land? He didn't ask where she got the sweet potatoes and potatoes from. Wei Qingyi believed she would tell him if she could. If she couldn't, asking would only make things difficult for her. Yes, I plan to plant potatoes on 1 acre and sweet potatoes on another. No matter what she said, it didn't seem real without seeing it herself. Next year, she planned to promote planting potatoes and sweet potatoes in Datong County. With her successful experience, the locals probably wouldn't resist too much. It looks like I need to work harder too. Wei Qingyi, being clever, could guess her goal. Since she was already turning her plan into reality, he would also clear obstacles and take control of Datong County before spring next year. Absolutely. Shen Xiangwan didn't hold back with him. They each had their roles. She managed the household, and he handled outside affairs. She had already arranged everything at home, and he should also get things done quickly outside. Chuckling softly, Wei Qingyi shook his head as he returned to the main hall with her. Where did these fruits come from? The main hall was filled with baskets of fruit, of many different kinds, most of which he had never seen before. They were bought. Shen Xiangwan pretended to be serious, her face unflushed and her heart calm as she lied carelessly. Besides this reason, she couldn't think of any other. Really? Wei Qingyi smiled gently, knowing she wasn't telling the truth, but choosing not to expose her. He casually picked a bunch of grapes, peeled one, and fed it into her mouth. Arwanwan is really impressive, managing to buy so many rare fruits. What a mischievous man. Who is he fooling? Holding a grape, Shen Xiangwan glared at him angrily, feeling an urge to rush forward and bite him hard.
Ha.
Clearly surprised by her cute side, Wei Qingyi burst out laughing loudly. This was the first time he had laughed so freely in front of her. Shen Xiangwan was stunned, but then started laughing too. Forget it, seeing him so happy, she decided to forgive him this time. Why did you buy so many things? Seeing the room filled with fabrics and baskets of fruit, Zhao Yuping, who had just returned outside with the children, asked with curiosity. She had seen several carriages earlier, but she thought they were bringing back grain, which made sense since there were so many people at home. She didn't expect there to be so many fabrics and fruits.
Auntie.
Before Shen Xiangwan could reply, the little one broke free from her hand and ran to jump onto her legs. Auntie, eat fruit. Here. Shen Xiangwan picked up a small strawberry about the size of a baby's fist and held it to his mouth. After he took a bite, she asked, is it tasty? Very tasty. Holding the fruit in his mouth, the little one raised both thumbs. The sweet and sour taste of the strawberry instantly won him over. Time for dinner later. You can't eat too much. She took 2 more strawberries and handed them to him. Turning to Zhou Wuxuang, she said, Zhou auntie, pick some of each fruit and leave the rest to send to the guards. You can also share some. Okay. Zhou Wuxuang happily agreed. Her intuition was right. Her lady was truly kind-hearted. How could a wealthy family give such rare fruits to their servants to eat? Zhou auntie, let me do it. Seeing Zhou auntie holding a basket to pick fruit, the little one hurried over. All right, the servant will hold the basket. Little young master, come and pick. Okay. The young cub obediently responded and, truly taking Dongzi along, started to look at the fruits on the ground. Almost every type he found, he put several into the basket, especially the strawberries he had just eaten. Seeing him move back and forth like a busy little bee, Shen Xiangwan and the others exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. After dinner, Zhao Yuping and her daughter took the young cub outside for a walk to aid digestion. Wei Qingyi received an urgent letter and went to the study with Qing Ying Yuan Xiao and Yuan Shu. Wei Qinghe focused entirely on practicing martial arts. Shen Xiangwan simply returned to her room, entered the space, and asked number 1 to draw the plans for the curved plow, planning to have it made the next day. At 2 o'clock in the evening, Shen Xiangwan knocked on the study door. She had already freshened up in the space and thought Wei Qingyi should be finished with his work, but unexpectedly, he was still inside.
Come in.
Wei Qingyi's deep voice came from inside. Shen Xiangwan pushed open the door and peeked in, asking, Are you not done yet?
Come in.
He beckoned her with a wave. A smile quickly appeared in his eyes. Qing Ying, Yuan Xiao, and Yuan Shu silently avoided making noise to prevent being caught in another awkward moment. They had eaten well that evening and didn't need to rely on dog food to fill their stomachs. What are you busy with? Shen Xiangwan didn't bother to be polite. She stepped into the study and didn't forget to close the door behind her. Just look for yourself. He patted the chair beside him and handed her a letter. The smile in his eyes disappeared again. Curious, Shen Xiangwan took the letter and quickly read through it. Her expression grew more serious. It has come to this after all. The letter's content was simple. To this day, the court still had no relief measures. The worst-hit areas, Quanzhou, Binzhou, and Taizhou, were filled with starving people, some even resorting to cannibalism. It was like on earth. Nearly simultaneously, peasant uprisings erupted in these 3 places. The desperate citizens, with no other options, responded to the call. Several cities fell, and larger disasters seemed imminent.
Yes.
Wei Qingyi also sighed. The scale of the peasant uprisings in Binzhou and Taizhou was enormous, involving over 100,000 people, and the trend was growing stronger. They accused the court of cruelty, treating the people like straw dogs. They were unjustly overthrowing the corrupt ruler. Although he hadn't yet received news from the imperial court and wasn't sure how the emperor would respond, based on his memories from the past, the emperor would quickly send troops to suppress the rebellion. The rebellion in Quanzhou was quickly suppressed. In Binzhou and Taizhou, due to poor choice of generals, not only was the rebellion not eliminated, but the court also lost over 100,000 soldiers, prolonging this disaster that involved nearly 1 million people indefinitely.